in the HOV lane, 3 left lanes closed, and that's just for some construction. The northbound Ellen ramp to the West 401 collectors is blocked off. We have
45 minutes. I've literally done this 31 or 32 times. You're funny. You're funny. So the first 6 or 8 times the mic don't work. The next 3 or 4 times the camera works and connects because of black video speed, which YouTube will not accept, by the way. So I know you're, what's the word? Stingray. I know. And the next 12 or 16 times it just disconnects as soon as it connects to the internet. That's the
Well, we'll see. Just a few clouds develop across the GTA.
If I let it connect to the internet, the machine crashes.
That's going to be coming tomorrow, and we'll likely end up seeing that tomorrow afternoon. But any rain that we will see is not expecting to be heavy. If anything, it'll just be some light rain showers. We're expecting upwards of 2 millimeters, but the winds will continue to
No, I'm talking about the Marshall plan, and I'm doing it after I smoke a fucking thing.
About 12 degrees.
45 fucking minutes. I've been here 45 minutes. It took me 15 minutes to go to the store. What the fuck was the point of that? Communication security establishment. I'm coming to your establishment to make you insecure because you're fucking with my communication. We'll put holes in your body. Stopping people from eating out of their own gardens, that's illegal under every fucking law in the world. I'm perfectly justified to stop you from stopping.
Before I wrote this shit so I could better exhibit to niggas with cocaine. You niggas is miserable and hopeless. I don't fuck with you jokers. You look my eyes and you can tell that I'm focused. Staying up late night with the smoke. 7 ounces.
No high fructose corn syrup, no artificial colors or flavors. Made with real chocolate
chips. Beat you like a pinata. My niggas shooters not the type to put the fire to the chop. On the run from La Habra, on the border, the boy with the bigger, the pole, the minute, the one time trying to lock me for dumb crime. Show up at the bar where I own wine, niggas play their gun, reflecting the sunshine. Happy to this life, it ain't for the buttercup. Open up a little boutique and they assume it's a cover up. Naturally, half fashionably, toss a couple drops of water in the work and watch it defy gravity. You women call me your majesty. Accurately slap the key and have it, bring the pack with me on the trapper's free sauce. When I used to share my dreams, niggas would laugh at me. Now they watching sons.
It is not enlarged. It's the same fucking size.
Feed a shorty couple dunkers and watch her hop on the plane. Feel the cool breeze that come before the tropical rain. Mixing the soda, drop it in the flame, and then I chop it for change. Unexpected, come on. Come break your heart. Yeah, these niggas is mad they couldn't make it smart. They couldn't believe a little guppy ate the shark. Unexpected, come on. And break your heart.
They're allowing people to access their allotment gardens. They're allowing them.
Little guppy ate the shark.
They're all part of housing complexes.
I hate to use
you can't fucking go near them. And stop them from fucking doing their work. You can't.
Got the black rocket like a boat.
If you try to stop them from working their gardens, I can fucking physically remove you from the premises no matter what your rank in this country.
Suicide.
I'm an international soldier here to fucking deal with your peacekeeper.
Lies be like genocide. A renegade. Lemons to lemonade. Give me for my senate. Drug dealing, fly linens, Latin women. Medellin, this is Ochoa's return. Will these fuck boys ever learn? It forever be my turn. Stack chips, never let it burn. Stick it in your wig on the burn. Make it never see the God. Yeah, I break bread to see the God. The feds see me how I feed the squad.
Oh, I knew it was going to be Ruckus. I thought it was going to be the other Ruckus. No, I did. I knew it was going to be Ruckus. I thought it was going to be the other track.
Push up hip hop, get your body rock, and we won't stop. Get your body rock, and we won't stop. Get your body rock. Feel the energy, it's a prophecy. Push up hip hop, get your body rock, and I won't stop to get your body rock. Wake up early morning, yawning, grinding, regular life's boring, going all in, get your money, sunset songs, turning to believers, good achievers in the studio, going local for the radio, living is spiritual, non-untouchable, my sounds unforgettable, feel like all incredible, Tito's on my back, plotting attack, opening for big names, getting paid, on a company, turn dreams to reality, streets filthy, still in it, no way out, smoke loud, calm my nerves, medical terms, musical germs, rappers full of germs, spray up with pesticide, lyrical suicide, it's an exercise, well and alive, come for a ride, don't dive, stay fly, be tough, not from the same cloth, I'm Jackson Rapido, your G-Money, I'm Nino, a street veteran, underground's best, like KRS, even though I'm blessed with stress, no rest for the weak that I hate being lyrical, don't care if you're lyrical, if the product is selling, if they're a miracle, we use it like equity, manipulating your energy, that's your legacy, protected with your life, like they did Christ, make it right, sell it for the right price, teach ghetto kids the opposite, then mimic, feel the energy, it's a prophecy, push up hip hop, let your body rock, and we won't stop, let your body rock, and we won't quit,
Yeah, plastic bags in the middle of the night. White lights, we light it up like a fucking street lights. We're still working, but they not.
and we won't stop, let your body rock, rock,
It'll be alright.
feel the energy, it's a prophecy, push up hip hop, let your body rock, and we won't stop, no, and we won't quit, yeah, it's the prophecy, feel the energy, push up hip hop, let your body rock, and we won't stop, rock, and we won't quit,
Crystal,
quit,
Crystal,
and we won't stop, and we won't quit, feel the energy,
Not
the prophecy, push up hip hop,
Crunchy.
feel your body rock, and you won't stop, and you won't quit. Toronto, Raptor That Records, JustRealRecords.com. So boy, DC, Legacy clothes, all that. Worldwide, New York City, 2017, LA.
4 cookies is 30 grams, so each cookie's a quarter ounce. Really? Each cookie's a quarter ounce.
India,
Oh, you got 100 number? I'm gonna call you.
Jamaica, Lego,
Plantation baby product of slaves and masters. Get away with anything. That's why they call us the blaster. Street sweeper straight from South Africa. Do you for a couple rand. Nobody gonna come after you.
get it.
I just caught the second beat.
This is 680 News.
Good evening. This is Saturday, April the 25th. I'm Veronica Thor. And I'm Eden Tababa. Here's what's making news this hour.
Carjackings. Stay in your house, stupid.
Gathered outside Queen's Park, calling for an
It's a
end
Rolls
to
Royce, whatever,
COVID-19
two-door fucking
lockdown.
thing. Black,
Premier
ugly
Ford,
as hell. But what's that
not
worth? About
impressed.
$250,000?
The Prime Minister announces a national strategy is what will be used to guide our country back to normal life as the federal government commits financial aid to Canadian fisheries.
The province says some workers on the front lines of the pandemic are set to receive a raise of $4 per hour for the next 4 months.
Ramadan in the time of a pandemic. This Ramadan is going to be very different. Instead of nightly trips to the mosque and spending time with community, millions of Muslims around the world will spend the holy month physically distancing at home.
The Super Bowl loser adds to their offensive line while the NBA is getting ready to reopen
really
practice
bad fucking
facilities.
history.
Sports at
Getting
45.
too close.
And coming up in business, the COVID-19 pandemic is essentially pushing technology into the spotlight. An expert offers some insight on how companies can make the most of it.
Palm oil and canola oil. Notice, canola oil has a capital C.
Here's Carlin Donahue. This report's brought to you by Queens
Oh,
White
they all do.
Hyundai.
Why the fuck
A
is all
list
your
of road
ingredients at the
closures
capital?
onto the eastbound 407,
Canola is a
westbound
train wreck,
Britannia, northbound Bramley, northbound Young, and north and southbound Bayview. No access to the roadway from either of those ramps for
Why are you
construction.
importing palm
From Young
oil
to the
and
404
using
on the
canola
highway
oil?
there,
What
there's
is
5
wrong
lanes
with you?
closed, and you'll not have access to Leslie or the 404. Westbound 401, no access to the highway from northbound Allen. And if you're on the northbound 404 this evening, from the 407 to north of Highway 7, the HOV lane and 3 left lanes are closed for maintenance. On our city streets in Brampton, Beauvais Drive at Brisdale Road is completely shut down in all directions of the intersection for a collision. Buy with confidence at Queens White Hyundai, now offering purchase from home solutions, 6-month payment deferral, and concierge services. Here to service the community, visit queenswhitehyundai.ca. Your next report's at 10:41 with the forecast. Here's Jason Fraser.
Well, tonight we'll see increasing clouds develop, but no rain to talk about. We'll see a low temperature dipping down to the single digits. Our overnight low tonight is 6 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto and over at Pearson Airport, a few clouds in the sky and 11 degrees. 6 City News Time, 10:32. Dozens of demonstrators took advantage of the nice weather today to gather outside Queen's Park in protest of the new COVID-19 restrictions. Premier Doug Ford used his update this afternoon to denounce the movement. 6 City's Michelle Mackey has more on the anti-distancing march.
And
the lockdown. That's the message from nearly 50 protesters who took to Queen's Park. Fear is the virus, and COVID-19 is a hoax among the chants of the small group holding signs reading #COVEXIT and I need a haircut. Inside Queen's Park, Premier Ford furious.
99.9% of the people in this province are working together side by side. That's the reason we were able to see a flattening of the curve. But then we have, a bunch of yahoos who in front of Queen's Park.
Toronto Police tell 680 News that officers did not issue any tickets and physical distancing guidelines were not broken. I'm Michelle Mackey.
They're talking about Yahoo.
You're listening to 680 News. A serious crash has sent a motorcyclist to a trauma center in Brampton with life-threatening injuries. It happened at Brisdale Drive in Beauvais, just west of Chinguacousy, around 7:30 this evening. The driver of the other vehicle did remain at the scene, and the intersection is closed for an investigation. This is All News Radio 680 News. As the pandemic continues to ravage long-term care homes in the province, Premier Doug Ford has announced a pay bump for workers. Employees, including people working at shelters and long-term care homes, will receive a raise of $4 an hour for the next 4 months as they help in the fight against COVID-19.
They will receive a $4 per hour pandemic pay premium for every hour of work they complete for the next 16 weeks. On top of that, those who work over 100 hours per month will receive a $250 bonus per month for up to $1,000 over the next 16 weeks.
It also includes some staff in hospitals, those caring for adults with disabilities, and those who provide support services such as cooks and cleaners. Ford says roughly 350,000 workers will be eligible for the pay premium. According to the Ontario Medical Association, many doctors could be closing their doors in the next few months, some of them permanently. Erica Natividad of City News has more.
Akash Modi is a family physician and geriatrician who works out of a clinic in Brampton. His clinic, like many across the province, has moved the majority of its work to virtual care, but the province has yet to pay him for those visits.
Problem, as you can imagine, is if
have a wait for an HIV test for 4 months. Go fuck yourself, pussy!
To keep these clinics open and provide essential care to our patients.
Adding to the issue is that overall patient visits are down.
And they get paid
50 to 75%
over and
drop,
over. When you make one visit, they get paid on a recurring basis because you should have made more visits.
Between May and July, it
according to doctors. This is fucking bullshit, but yes, it happens.
Monthly OHIP payments up to 70% of physicians' 12-month average payment.
Bullshit.
It is in essence an interest-free loan.
Bullshit.
COVID-19, they're not
You
sure
go to the
they'll even
doctor
have the
once,
money
you
to
get
pay it
paid
back
4
when it
times
comes
every 2
due.
years.
In Toronto, Erica Natividad, City News.
You think member. I didn't look into my benefits.
111-year-old woman is now among 26
Well, doctors don't have enough money because we're not getting paid. Yes, you are getting paid, you lying piece of shit.
Bonjung Homes for the Aged confirmed the total in a statement and says it's now in dire need of personal
It's only been
protective
3 months.
following
They
the
expect you to
outbreak.
go at least every 6 months. It's
Boon
only
Hae
been
Moon
3
tells
months.
City News
Dumb
that her grandmother
motherfucker.
was one of the oldest
And you're
people
still
in Canada prior
working.
to her passing. A total of 16 staff have been tested positive for the virus.
3 months from now, he'll be getting the last, the second payment from the last of the visits he actually did. 18 months after that, he'll be getting the 4th fucking payment, or however the fuck it works.
The Prime Minister says the premiers and the
I don't
federal
count your money when
government
it's
have
on
come
my
to an
behalf.
agreement
Yeah, every
to
time
build
you
a
want to see
national
my ID,
strategy
why?
for
Because you
opening
get paid.
Canada's
Fuck
economy back up again.
The economy,
It's
the
like air miles.
realities of
That shit
each
costs
province and
me money.
territory are
Fuck
unique.
you.
So the timing and specific measures will be different across jurisdictions.
Justin Trudeau says the
You're gonna need a
coordinated
timing and
approach backed
specific
by
measures
science and
act.
data from across the country will help avoid any confusion for Canadians. But he stressed
Canadians
the
get
importance
confused
of
so
this next
easy.
phase being approached correctly so we don't take any steps back. As part of Trudeau's daily address, he also announced more funding, this time going to Canadian fisheries. $62.5 million has been allocated to the industry and its processing plants for personal protective equipment and supplies as they adapt to new protocols and changing demand. Trudeau says they continue to play a key role in putting food on our tables. I'm Stuart McGinn.
This is All News Radio 680 News. The Ontario government has extended their closure of all provincial parks until May 31st. In a statement issued this morning, the Ford government says all provincial parks and conservation reserves will continue to remain closed, and any reservations made during the cancellation period will be fully refunded. Officials say they continue to keep the health of Ontarians at their highest priority, and while we're making progress to stop the spread of the virus, it hasn't yet been fully contained.
Canada's chief public health officer says there isn't enough evidence to say whether people who have recovered from COVID-19 are immune from getting it again. Dr. Theresa Tam was responding to reports that some countries are considering the possibility of providing so-called immunity passports.
We've got some idea now about some of the antibody response, and some of these responses are quite delayed. We don't know when.
Immunity is not a thing you have and possess and get and earn after a while. Right? That's not what it is.
We definitely don't know how long the antibody response might last for, and what it means if someone gets reinfected. So all of those are unknown.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says any plan to
What happens if you're dying from tuberculosis? You test negative for tuberculosis.
The holy month of Ramadan is underway. It's the most important time of year on the Islamic calendar. But as 680's Mohammed Qureshi explains, the pandemic is making it a very different one for many.
Most people know Ramadan is the time of year where Muslims fast from sunup to sundown from food and water. Yes, not even water. But it also usually involves nightly trips to the mosque and spending time with family and sharing meals with friends. Yusuf Badad is the Imam at the Islamic Foundation of Toronto, who says because of the global pandemic, everything has changed.
This Ramadan is going to be very different because there is no congregation, there's no socializing.
Up the same dirty habits the Christians and Catholics got.
He says the Islamic
You can pretend all you want.
Of all life
Jews
takes precedence right now.
Oh, you're
so
chosen
everyone
for
has
what?
to observe the holy month from a distance and stay home. But in 2020, there are still ways to stay connected.
How'd you all get blonde hair, blue eyes, and show up in 1948? That doesn't make sense.
With congregants and do service online.
Charity is another main tenet of Ramadan, so Badad is urging all Muslims to consider donating to frontline workers and causes in this pandemic. Ramadan Mubarak to you all. I'm Mohammed Qureshi.
And it is time for the gardening report.
Fruit trees require some attention this time of year. Apply Green Earth Dormant Spray to kill overwintering insects and diseases. It's safe and it does not harm the environment. Organic gardeners use Dormant Spray. This combination of dormant oil and lime sulfur does a great job of helping you produce tasty fruit from your fruit trees. Apply Dormant Spray to rose bushes and flowering shrubs as well. The secret? Apply when night temperatures are above freezing and before the blossom or leaf buds have broken on your deciduous trees, shrubs, and roses. I'm Mark Cullen with a Green File for 680 News during Gardening Week.
And that report was brought to you by lessmess.ca. Now, the 680 News gas price update. Enpro says the price will not change at midnight. It's holding at 82.9 cents a liter at most GTA stations.
They sell what he just told you to use.
This Sunday, iconic Canadian artists, activists, actors, and athletes share their stories of hope and inspiration in the salute to
the red ones.
workers. Join us for this historic
The
national
red one's a pumpkin seed, Brito. For some reason, the guy is fucking stubborn. He won't let you read the label. He's got it flipped upside down.
COVID-19 relief. Sunday at 6:30 Eastern.
Manufactured in an HACCP compliant facility. Thank you.
Have you heard about
Those letters are real, so I'm not just talking shit when I say them.
With tougher regulations after the financial crisis, traditional banks have cut back on lending to homeowners. With a home equity loan from Capital Direct, the money that you could use is a simple phone call away. Whether it's home renovations, college tuition, or you just want to pay down taxes, Capital Direct can help. Go direct.
Oh my God, it's got a fast before day.
1-800-NEW-CAPITAL.
This shit doesn't go bad, stupid. Why do you humor them? Why do you humor them and put the date on when it don't go bad? Oh, the salt has an expiry date. You're a moron, buddy. Get away from me. I don't want to catch
This
you.
report is brought to you by Subaru Canada. We still have the same construction spots we've had all evening in the GTA right now. None of these are actually causing delays, but we'll tell you where they are just in case. Ramp closures on eastbound 407, westbound Britannia, northbound Bramley, northbound Young, north and southbound Bayview, all shut down heading onto the highway. From Young to the 404, 5 lanes are taken out on the east 407, and then the ramps to Leslie and the 407 are closed as well. Northbound Allen, no access to the westbound 401 collectors for construction. And then northbound on the the 404 from the 407 and north of Highway 7, we have the HOV lane and 3 left lanes closed for construction. Ontario Subaru dealerships are standing by and ready to help you with your essential automotive needs. Keep taking care of each other, and Subaru will take care of you. With the forecast, here's Jason Fraser.
Well, after a decent day across the GTA, we'll end up seeing partly cloudy skies across our area and a low temperature in the single digits. Tomorrow, we're going to start out with mostly cloudy skies and then likely see a quick rain shower move across our area. We're only expecting upwards of 2 millimeters possible, and we'll likely also see some winds gust up to about 50 kilometers per hour. We'll see a high temperature right around 12 degrees, and then tomorrow night we're expecting rain to end and with cloudy skies, and we'll see a low temperature right around 6 degrees. Our overnight low tonight is 6 degrees.
And right now in downtown Toronto, we are sitting at 11 degrees with an overcast sky and similar conditions at Pearson Airport. 680 News Time, 10:43.
How much money would you like to save just by doing something you're already doing? 15 or 25%? How about 30%? With Allstate, safe drivers can save 30% just by doing something they're already doing. Driving safe. That's right, 30% just by driving safe. Visit allstate.ca.
I just did that motherfucking goddamn Velcro. It doesn't stick anymore properly. Oh, well, I'll have it replaced with a plastic zipper. It'll be fine.
As a little kid, I was in the kitchen watching work with the flyest kicks. I was never on no hurt shit. Hear the flyest bitch, I couldn't walk with no hurt shit. Heavy in gymnastics, cause I had to make that work with. Touch niggas living me, fuck niggas killing me. Break her arm and laugh in your face, that got to killing me. Dark clouds surrounding us, you can smell a pound of mountain. All my niggas came from the bottom, I mean the ground and up. I spot him like Ashley in traffic, you couldn't pass me. Made my first walk before Drake got shot in the grassy. That's about the same time that Teddy got touched too. 2 days later, I got brushed in the lunchroom. Day after that, I came back with a pump that held too. Only takes one red gun, I caused hell too. And don't try if a nigga gets caught too. Free agents. Free ops too. Not apologetic, why the fuck you think I shot you? Everyone's a blessing, so just watch you stop you. When I pull up on your block, niggas know it's G-Lock. You know I send shots. Aim it at the dog. When I pull up at the spot, don't bother cop house. My niggas reckless, and the bullets won't stop. Yo,
I'm gonna fight on my enemies. Since I go today, I bet my dogs will remember me. Shooting out the centerpiece. After this centerpiece. Where to God, you cannot stop my energy. They know me for rolling on them late nights. With them youngins trying to get our shit right. Rolling with that sick pipe. Ask SP, you know I got him. It's red lights on a motherfucker.
I can see minute by minute my leg, my whole leg breaking out, fucking leg also.
On the waistline of beating llama. Wait till my mama. I think I'm watching shit, nigga. Yo, man, I like see with the flow drop. Yo, free out, nigga. One with it. My nigga see me lost in this bitch. Yo, my nigga stay food to this bitch. You don't even see locked in this bitch, nigga. The team got, nigga. Cause it's got, nigga. All the way to 5 feet, nigga. You already know, man. Yo, P, I got hot nigga, nigga. You know how we do this shit, man. Yeah. I'm out. One.
My whole fucking leg was breaking out in ulcers. Well, the buses are still running. For now.
The mind of a killer, the mind of a maniac, the mind of a lunatic, the mind of a native. A native who ain't giving up, a native who don't give a fuck, a native.
Oh yeah, that's right. You don't get to pick the time. It's not just the symptoms. You don't get to pick the time.
The mind of a maniac, the mind of a lunatic, the mind of a native who ain't giving up, a native who don't give a fuck, a native with the screw, but they ain't a fucking screw up. I have a few screws and most people don't. I'm a crazy little bastard.
It's all Japanese. Most of it is Japanese. You don't make it like that.
I got it in a very short fuse. The patience that I got, you don't want me to lose. I'm
not finding $100
for destruction. I'm known for the wicked. The wickedness is the blood in my veins, and the ways I'll never change. I'm slowly going insane. She keep fucking with my brain. I'm off to the soft, can't find my way out. I'm from a small town, and we don't fuck around. You can hate all you want, shit ain't gonna stop. Can't stomp up and down the block, keep on romping. I'm romping and rolling and romping. This type of boy, shit ain't gonna stop. The mind of a killer, the mind of a maniac, the mind of a lunatic, the mind of a native who ain't giving up, a native who don't give a fuck, a native with the screws, but ain't a fucking screw. I got the mind of a killer, the mind of a maniac, the mind of a lunatic, the mind of a native who ain't giving up, a native who don't give a fuck, a native with the screws, but ain't a fucking screw.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Christ, Samson, be not, let the beat rock.
You know, they must have had access to some of the tools from their metalwork after war and separations. They scared enemies and identify themselves in the Christians Republic for
He had a beat, he needed me to flow on, so we formed together like Voltron. Shit so sick, it'll make you wanna throw up. Sicker than a mix of liquor, piss, and coleslaw. So raw, disgusting. Nikolai Volkov with the punches and I'm lunging with a bunch of them. Stuff them in your ugly grin for lunch again. I microwave a hungry man until he's fucking dead. Understand? I'm an animal, a baboon, an orangutan with tattoos, driving up fast foods. Swing a dang-a-lang, hang with me. You'll probably catch him a couple chargers. I'm not the hardest, I'm just an artist who's motherfucker retarded. You wanted to harm me? Don't be dumb. You should have come with an army plus some rum and some drugs ready to party. I don't know where my mind is, my mind's lost. I don't know if I'll find it or I'm lost.
all I know is this. You gon' put this shit on like that's the shit, cause I don't know where my mind is, my mind's lost. I don't know if I find it or how it's lost. All I know is this. You gon' put my shit on like holy shit.
Yeah. Doing blow until I throw up. Coke all in my nose crust. Don't trust Cody when he's smoking that stuff. Me and Christopher the illest for sure. Fist the bitch was in trouble before itching to stick my dick in the corpse. Drink until I'm dizzy, drunk and piss on the floor. Fucking your bitch until the clitoris sore. I'm on a mission for the riches and whores. I bottle of the liquor with some pills I can snort. This the sort of shit I spit for kicks when I'm bored. East Coast rider shit. Weed smoke fight a split. We don't like a snitch. Beast mode fight a bitch. G-Bows on them with some heat. So violent. G-Code silent. Jeans go sliding past my cheeks. So 90s with a mean cold smile. I'm a G, no lie. I got a bottle of the Keats and I think I'm gonna drink. So I'm peace and don't find me.
I don't know where my mind is. My mind's lost. I don't know if I find it or how it's lost. All I know is this. You gon' put this shit on like that's the shit, cause I don't know where my mind is. My mind's lost. I don't know if I find it or how it's lost. All I know is this. You gon' put my shit on like holy shit. Now ain't that some shit? Holy shit.
Considering you can't seem to buy those rings. The guy told me is we don't get those. You have to take one off another piece. Oh, really? The other chain. The silver one that the cops got dropped in value. What's it worth? $5 now?
You cut from the same cloth. You was playing Game Boy, niggas was playing Game Gods. Niggas merely rock on your block with the chain on. Just to get hit up, can't make it. Like Trayvon, just stay calm. Niggas got gay on. The stove top, metal like Cragons. Turning them heat rays on. They paid on. That's some precious more. That they only wanted 2 ounces to purchase for. You know we only wanted new houses that's on the shore. But my lawyer gotta study evidence in the court. 2-door sport in the court, playing these greasy looks. After every time I shoot, that ski mask turn to a talk. Still running that nation of domination for Rook. P89 and that barrel slide is too cute.
That actually came out better than if I had done it with the needle nose.
Still better than just standing there and trying nothing. Kill them little pups, I'm a G-dog.
This is not a
I
perfect
have
circle.
them in the streets playing leapfrog. American muscle
not where the chain is, so it won't pop out. It opens up.
Burnt like a prisoner. Let me tell you how I feel. You niggas ain't real. That shot ate your food like a meal. Let me tell you how I feel. You niggas ain't real. That shot ate your food like a meal.
Hold on, let me get some pimpin'. Fuck you think you do it? I pull up in a Buick, blast this music. You know how we do it. Like Montel Jordan and these Jordans. All these bitches is smart. Still I ignore them. So all these girls boring. Anytime I come through, making girls get a push.
I gotta go back and get another one.
You know me. Rolling in a Harley with shorty.
I just hope you got the 40. 20 niggas in dark clothing, that's what we loyal. You should hear the arrogant names these niggas recall. And that bitch was on car. Before Asian or Dream, we had a battery dog. Fuck them up, middle fingers below. Wait with the blocks and block. Hopping out of a car. I was asking them what's up with the top. Passerby's ass police, what's up with the chop? Another body, just another day. You acting like you ain't even know the war was underway. That's when we hit you from a blind side. Sitting in the chair, ain't even thinking how the time flies. Let me tell you how I feel. You niggas ain't real. That shot ate your food like a meal. Let me tell you how I feel. You niggas ain't real. That shot ate your food like a meal. I know they thought they were finished, they came with 3 rounds. Straight up out of G-Town, trains going eastbound. They used to talk about all these niggas, they know it's me now. Package get cop supported, that's how we rebound. F4TG get brony, AR Paisley, Dre Bars, we the hardest up in these streets now. You best not trespass here, baby, just keep out. We ain't fuck around with the steering if we gon' wheel out. You ain't got the metaphor, nigga, that's when that skill out. Big clock, big shot, knocking all of your teeth out. Right now you know they all got heat. They got no parts, but all got beats. Trap music.
I could have taken that opportunity. I guess I could have taken the opportunity to pull out my water bottles. I'm still looking at how it could have been an opportunity. All this rebooting, reloading, bullshit. guess everything's cleared from the memory now. I don't think there's anything left in the memory now.
Yeah. Boulette yo Genzel, kon kon ange, yo dessiné pour moun kwen. C'est comme ça, oui, bah, yo fait.
When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by, what you gon' do when them bullets fly by? When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by, what you gon' do when them bullets fly by? What you gon' do when them bullets fly by? What you gon' do when them bullets fly by? What you gon' do when them bullets fly by? What you gon' do when them bullets fly by? Pop, pop when you hear the clock. Tough down, nigga, cause I'm in your spot. Give it up, nigga, you might get shot. I'm the hot shot, so you gonna get shot. Any nigga out here might feel the pop. My 9mm gonna make you drop. I talk about my 9 cause the shit's so hot. When shit goes down, he's ready to pop. He's stressed out, and I'm trigger happy. I gotta hit the light and it feels so nasty. Believe me, this shit ain't easy. I'm a nigga with attitude, so fuck you pussies. When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by, what you gon' do when the bullets fly by? When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by, what you gon' do when the bullets fly by? What you gon' do when the bullets fly by? What you gon' do when the bullets fly by? What you gon' do when the bullets fly by? What you gon' do when the bullets fly by? What you gon' do when the bullets fly by? Duck like a goose or snitch to the cops. Me, I cock back, let it go for the power. Bullets fly by like a breeze in the summer. Cold dog set, FDLCTE, RIP, and KSP, HOT, IGSME. Yeah, it's me, I let my bullets fly high. Shooting at you niggas like kites in the sky. Blue beam,
I feel like I'm online.
So what you gonna do when my bullets fly by? When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by, what you gonna do when them bullets fly by? When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by, what you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by?
I didn't say nothing before about the gardens as well.
What you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by?
You retarded.
Everyday niggas talking shit. Like they tough in this motherfucking street. But they not, nigga. When the bullets fly by, the niggas tough like
either.
It's your boy, you know, HOT. Cold Dog, Revolution in Process Records, KSP the Zone Records. Fuck you niggas.
When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by, what you gonna do when them bullets fly by? When bullets fly by, when bullets fly by, what you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by? What you gonna do when them bullets fly by?
Anything that goes with flat.
If you're hearing this, you're staying in and keeping your distance. Or you're going to work and providing all Canadians with the essential services they need to get through this unprecedented time. But whether you're at home or on the front lines, you're doing your part. And if you need us, just know that Intact Insurance is here for you. Online or by phone, and with 24/7 claim service. Visit intact.ca or talk to your broker.
Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for Coy Brothers.
The exclusive spring sale on Stihl BR450 backpack blowers is on now.
Only $549.
Steal this deal at Coy Brothers.
KOOYBROS.com.
Right now in Markham, it's mostly cloudy and 8 degrees. In Oakville, mostly cloudy and 7 degrees. And in Pickering, mostly cloudy and 7 degrees. Right now downtown, it's 11 degrees with an overcast sky. James Mackin is our evening show editor. Tijuana Turner joins us at the digital desk. Amber LeBlanc is our news director. The News Watch never stops. 680 News Time, 11 o'clock.
Tell us more about the Marshall Plan. You're not going to tell us? You're not going to tell us?
For breaking news, traffic, and weather, this is 680 News, Toronto.
Good evening. This is Saturday, April the 25th. I'm Eden Dveva.
And I'm Veronica Thor. Here's what's making news this hour.
Irresponsible. reckless, and selfish. Strong words from the Premier after a group of protesters gathered to call for an end to the COVID-19 shutdown. As outbreaks continue to plague long-term care facilities, the province has announced a pay bump for frontline workers.
Toronto's homeless population has seen a surge in COVID-19 cases, with most of the 135 cases coming from the same city shelter.
A coordinated national strategy backed by science. That's what Canada says is being built to help see our country through the COVID-19 pandemic. The NBA is preparing to have some teams reopen their workout facilities while the NFL draft is in the books. Sports at 15.
And coming up in business, Tim Hortons now requiring all employees to wear face masks. What took so long, and exactly how is business doing at Tim Hortons right now? We'll talk to the Chief Operating Officer straight ahead.
It's time, 11:01.
I never made
It's time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Carling Donahue.
No, I made it to
This report is brought to you by Lowe's.
Right.
Not much happening on your major routes now. We just have on the northbound 404 from the 407 to north of Highway 7, the HOV lane and 3 left lanes blocked off for construction. No delays anymore. Westbound 401, no access to the highway from the northbound Allen ramp. And then on the eastbound 407, that's where the bulk of construction is this evening. Westbound Britannia, northbound Bramley, northbound Yonge, and the Bayview ramps all closed heading onto the highway. From Yonge to the 404, we have 5 right lanes closed off, and there's no access to Leslie or the 404 from the east 407. To help you stay safe and at home, Lowe's is offering free parcel shipping and curbside pickup with online purchases at lowes.ca. In Extra Report 11:11 with the forecast, here's Jason Freezer.
Well, after a beautiful day across the GTA, we're likely going to just see some clouds develop in the overnight hours, but no rain to talk about. And we'll see the temperature dip down to the single digits. Our overnight low tonight is 6 degrees.
Yeah,
right
weird
now
pains
downtown,
throughout
we
your
have
body
an
for no
overcast
reason.
sky.
That's
It's
another
11
symptom.
degrees. Similar conditions at Pearson Airport and 10 degrees. 680 news time, 11:02.
Hey, is he supposed to go down to 6?
A small group defied stay-at-home recommendations this afternoon, gathering at Queen's Park to protest the province's COVID-19 emergency order.
The anti-lockdown protesters are calling for the Ford government to lift the new
had a
order and
lockdown
end
yet.
the pandemic shutdown.
You are not
680's
yet
Michelle
under
Mackey has
lockdown.
more on the Premier's reaction.
Signs reading, "Get things back on track,"
Oh
and
my God.
"I want a haircut," visible in the crowd
You
of
need a
40 to
haircut.
50 protesters. And Premier Doug Ford has a stern message for them.
99.9% of the people in this province are working together, side by side. That's the reason we were able to see a flattening of the curve.
The other 0.1%, Ford calls a bunch of yahoos. The Premier says the government is working hard to open the economy as soon as possible, but the health and safety of Ontarians is the first priority. Toronto police tell 680 News that the protesters complied with physical distancing guidelines and that no tickets were issued. I'm Michelle Mackey. The Ford government has announced a significant increase in wages for healthcare workers for the next 4 months. Ford says nurses, personal support workers, cleaners, correctional service officers, and many others will be earning an extra $4 an hour. The Premier says it's needed to maintain staffing levels in busy long-term care homes and hospitals due to COVID-19.
For those looking after COVID-19 patients, for those working in our long-term care homes, for those caring for our most vulnerable, and for those working in close quarters, maintaining order in our correctional facilities. For these heroes, getting up every day, getting back in the fight, getting back to the front lines, comes at a great price.
And average workers putting in at least 40 hours a week could be earning an increase of roughly $3,500 more over the next 4 months.
A group of public interest advocates has sued the city over what they're calling deplorable conditions in the city's shelter system. According to documents obtained by CBC, Goldblatt Partners filed the application against the city to Ontario's Superior Court of Justice. Groups including the Advocacy Centre for Tenants Ontario and the Black Legal Action Centre threatened to file proceedings if the city didn't act to enhance its physical distancing measures. In a statement, the city says it's in possession of the notice of application with action to protect those experiencing homelessness in Toronto.
This is All News Radio 680 News at 11:05. If you plan to get outdoors for some fresh air and sunshine, make sure you're following physical distancing measures. Bylaw officers and police will be checking Toronto parks to make sure we're all keeping at least 2 meters away from each other. Mayor John Tory says work is also underway to figure out the best way to handle problem areas.
We're working with Toronto Public Health. They've been very much involved in this and with our Transportation Services Department to identify
nobody else is going there
except where there are lineups or pinch points on sidewalks that need to be addressed. And we will roll out a plan early next week to address that.
Dogs and cats
Tory says we're all anxious right now and trying very hard to engage in physical distancing, so he's asking people to be kind and considerate to each other. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has a national strategy to get Canada back to business as usual. 680 Stuart McGinn reports.
That's what the police are taking
This is Canada's plan forward.
We need a coordinated approach nationally to avoid any confusion amongst Canadians. We're working together on a plan based on science, data, and expert advice that lays out our common ambition to see our country through this.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says it's crucial the strategy is in place nationwide to avoid any confusion for Canadians. But that doesn't mean it'll all be the same, with every province leading the charge in their own respective situations, seeing as they're being affected by this pandemic so differently. As the federal government looks forward, they also announced today $62.5 million in funding for Canadian fisheries, a market Trudeau says plays an essential role in putting food on our tables and needs help with personal protective equipment and adapting to a shift in demand during this pandemic. I'm Stuart McGinn.
680 News Time, 11:07. After physical distancing measures and a virtual lockdown of the economy, the question on minds across Canada is when will things get back to normal?
Never.
Speaking today, Chief Public Health Officer Dr. Theresa Tam noted the efforts of several Canadian scientists working hard to find a vaccine.
With the COVID-19 pandemic still in high force, there's an urgent need for this accelerated process focused on delivering a safe and effective vaccine. And the world is responding in equal force with 20 institutions and companies working on expedited vaccine development, while over 70 countries are working collectively to accelerate research on treatments.
Remember, they can do those trials anywhere in the world. They don't have to tell you any of the results except the trials they like the results from.
Senior counterparts are looking at some of the epidemic criteria for consideration.
Fire chiefs across the province say the number of residential fires has increased significantly during the COVID-19 pandemic. People are staying home, and as a result, the number of fires in Toronto alone has jumped by 17% over last year. Fire Chief Larry Coco tells 680 News that the majority of cases are cooking or smoking related.
Don't leave your appliance and walk away from it while on the phone.
I left my rice cooker all fucking night and boiled dry.
With smoking, to be very cognizant of your smoking activity.
He adds that smokers need to dispose of their cigarettes responsibly, saying don't throw it off your balcony and don't smoke while you're in bed. Fatalities from fires in the city have also risen by 7% this year.
Peel police are investigating after a vehicle was stolen in Mississauga. The carjacking happened just before 9 o'clock in the area of Derry Road and 10th Line West. Suspect is a male and had a handgun during the robbery. He's described as a skinny person, roughly 5 feet 8 inches, wearing a camo mask and dark clothes. The vehicle was last seen heading westbound.
It wasn't me.
License plate reads CLP 597. Police are asking anyone who might have seen the car to contact police.
Schools in Ontario have been closed since March break, and a lot of parents want to know when they will reopen. But Ontario's Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. David Williams, doesn't have an exact date.
Science so far shows that children have not been a major vector of transmission. They can be positive at times when the rest of the family is harboring or having been in that state. So we want to make sure that that is not a case occurring before we do that. So in a way, the community side does impact the school side.
If there was a guy in an orange jumpsuit with a Canada flag bandana on his face, it might have been me.
The Associate Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Barbara Yaffe, adds the children will have to know how to wash their hands and parents will have to keep children home if they're sick. She says there might be some sort of screening in place for both staff and children and looking at how to maintain physical distancing with the closeness of desks.
Our world has changed.
Well, I guess you just won your battle over class size.
Now Now time for the 680 News gas price update. Empro says the price of gas will not change at midnight. It's set to hold at 82.9 cents a liter. Coming up, traffic and weather together on the ones. 680 News time, 11:10.
Something's always coming up. Home improvements, kids' education, car repairs, credit card bills. Maybe you even saw a real deal on an investment property. Well, don't wait for the money to fall from the sky. Call Northwood Mortgage and start taking care of business. Use your home to save money. Pay off your...
I'm going to cover everything fast enough as I'm thinking, but whatever. So I started this before, but I only got through the first two sentences, I think. The Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan, officially the European Recovery Program, ERP, was an American initiative passed in 1948 for foreign aid to Western Europe. The United States transferred, that's like the civilized white part of Europe, not the Russian communist, Asian-looking kind of Europe, part of Europe. That's Eastern Europe. The United States transferred over $12 billion, equivalent to over $128 billion as of 2020. By the way, the 5 peso coin I was looking for is right here. Economic recovery programs to Western European economies after the end of World War II. Replacing, I don't know what the fuck this is. I didn't read this part. Missed it. Sorry. Replacing an earlier proposal for a Morgenthau plan. Well, I don't know what that is, and it doesn't seem important, so we're going to skip it. It operated for 4 years. No, it says 3, though, down here. Beginning on April 3rd, 1948. Keep track of those days, because they're not very far apart. They go from March... Where is it? March 13th, March 31st, April 1st, April 2nd, and April 3rd. This shit was just put through. $12 billion. $128 billion today. $128 billion today. That's, what do we owe? 350? Probably more than that by now. So, like, a third of what the province owes right now. Just. The goals of the United States, okay, so this has 2 different things. The goals of the United States were to rebuild war-torn regions, remove trade barriers, modernize industry, improve European prosperity, and prevent the spread of communism, capital C, communism. And it's so important, it's highlighted in blue, and it's got a footnote. The Marshall Plan required a reduction of interstate barriers, a dropping of many regulations, and encouraged an increase in productivity, as well as the adoption of modern business procedures. Now remember, back then you needed papers to move around in your own country. So, long title. Listen to this. An act to promote world peace and the general welfare, national interest, and foreign policy of the United States through economic, financial, and other measures necessary to the maintenance of conditions abroad in which free institutions may survive and consistent with the maintenance of the strength and stability of the United States. That's the long title. Enacted by the 80th United States Congress, I don't care. Effective April 3rd, 1948. Okay, citations. Public Law 8472, Statutes at Large 62, Statute 137. Legislative history, I'm used to Canadian numbering systems. Legislative history, introduced in the Senate as S-2202, passed the Senate on March 13th, 1948, 71-19, passed the House on March 31st, 1948, 333-78, and then this here, reported by, I don't know what all this means because I'm Canadian, reported, well, technically by birth, reported by the Joint Conference, by treaty, I'm American, reported by the Joint Conference Committee on April 1st, 1948, agreed to by the House on April 2nd, 1948, 321-78, and by the Senate on April 2nd, 1948, agreed. Signed into law by President Harry S. Truman on April 3rd, 1948. Not even a full month. Okay, 21 days or some shit. And I love this graphic. For European recovery supplied by the United States of America. The Marshall Plan aid was divided. Let me go over there. The Marshall Plan aid, so I have 133 pesos. The Marshall Plan aid was divided, I think that gets me a hooker and a drink, but I'm not sure. The Marshall Plan aid was divided amongst the participant states roughly on a per capita basis.
And again, remember, the whole population was all over the goddamn place because everybody's running for their lives and a whole lot of dead people everywhere. And a lot of people just stopped where they were and laid down and said, fuck this, I'm not moving again. A larger amount was given to the major industrial powers, like Coca-Cola and, they're talking countries, never mind. Coca-Cola is not a country, not technically. Right? Not really. Right? A larger amount was given to the major industrial powers. How come they're allowed to import coca? They didn't have to face sugar rations. They got factories handed to them. Something going on with it. A larger amount was given to the major industrial powers as the prevailing opinion was that their resuscitation was essential for general European revival. Well, makes sense. Somewhat more aid per capita was also directed towards the Allied nations, that's our friends, with less for those that had been part of the Axis or remained neutral. And you know what? I'm going to open up Allied nations for something I got to look at after. Oh, and let's open up that Morgenthau thing before I forget. I will fucking just roll right past it. I'm curious what the fuck it means. Somebody just out of range. Oh yeah, this is all from Wikipedia because I forgot to mention. This is all fucking very important history, so I don't care who. There's no copyright on it. You can just repeat this over and over, and it'd be a good idea to do so. Okay, somewhat more aid per capita was also directed towards the Allied nations, our buddies, with less for those that had been part of the Axis or remained neutral. Axis is the people against us, and neutral is the people that said they wouldn't get involved, but they held all the money and handled all the orders for guns and things. We'll get into that some other point after this. The largest recipient of Marshall Plan money was the United Kingdom. Makes no sense. Receiving about 26% of the total, followed by France, 18%, and West Germany, 11%. That's our part of Germany, so to speak. Those weather dials, some of them say Germany and some of them say West Germany. That's, you know exactly how old that is from that. And if you don't, you're not old enough to hang out with me. Go away. Some you can watch, you just can't hang out with me. Some 18 European countries received planned benefits. Although offered participation, the Soviet Union refused planned benefits and also blocked benefits to Eastern Bloc countries such as Hungary and Poland. Remember, capital C communism. Yeah, they were like, no, we won't take that money because we're a little concerned that you don't like our way of doing things. The United States provided similar aid programs in Asia, but they were not part of the Marshall Plan. So we're not getting into that just yet because they're talking about the Marshall Plan. And I got no connection to Asia. I got lots of connections to the Marshall Plan. If you want to talk about the history of China, People's Republic of China, Republic of China, Taiwan, and Hong Kong, and Macau, and Singapore, and all that shit, we can do that. But we're not doing that right now. We're talking about Europe. Europe, the United States, Canada, Britain, the Allies, the Micmac Warrior Society, the United States Army, the USSR, the Union of Socialist Canadian Provinces. You can see what's going on now. And all this fucking money they're talking about. See, now the problem I have is they're going to try to take all this money out of the country. I think it's good that they spent all this money in the country before they got a chance to give it to foreign countries. But we'll watch. They're still going to find a way to steal billions from us. And I mean, the government here in Canada will find a way to steal billions from the people of Canada. Watch. Its role in the rapid recovery, its role in the rapid recovery has been debated. The Marshall Plans, there's an apostrophe on plan. The Marshall Plan's accounting reflects that aid accounted for about 3% of the combined national income of the recipient countries between 1948 and 1951, and somewhere down here it ended in 51 and got replaced by something else, which means an increase in GDP growth of less than 0.5%. You had growth after all that, you should be glad you had anything, because you did not have an economy except the black market and the military and all sorts of crazy shit before that. You know, people stealing gold teeth out of people's mouths and taking boots off dead bodies. That's not an economy, brethren. After World War II in 1947, industrialist Lewis H. Brown wrote, at the request of General Lucius D. Clay, a report on Did I skip this part before? I think I did. A report on Germany which sirens. A report on Germany which served as a detailed recommendation for the reconstruction of post-war Germany and served as a basis for the Marshall Plan. The initiative was named after United States Secretary of State George. I did skip all this because it's all bullshit. There's nothing to do with what I was getting at. Okay, Marshall spoke of an urgent need to help the European recovery in his address at Harvard University in June 1947. The purpose of the Marshall Plan was to remember these schools and these institutions and things. Some of them are older than the governments, and world wars and things. They don't want to fucking disappear during some sort of world war. They appreciate being protected and safe and things like that. The purpose of the Marshall Plan was to aid in the economic recovery of nations after World War II and to reduce the influence of communist parties within them. Oh, really? Capital C, communists. To combat the effects of the Marshall Plan, the USSR developed its own economic plan known as the Molotov Plan. We're going to open that in a new background tab too. In spite of the fact that large amounts of resources from the Eastern Bloc countries to the USSR were paid as reparations for countries participating in the Axis power during the war. The Russian ruble was not the same as other currencies you think of that travel around the world and do things. It was used in the country only. You won't find rubles outside of Russia until like after 91. So I don't know what they did with that money, how that works. So they must have had correspondent accounts or whatever at fucking Swiss institutions or some shit. The phrase equivalent of the Marshall Plan, quote unquote, is often used to describe a proposed large-scale economic rescue program. There's a footnote there. I guarantee there's going to be a couple more footnotes in a few days referencing Canada. In 1951, the Marshall Plan was largely replaced by the Mutual Security Act, which I'm not so much as interested in as this because I'm concerned about the money plan. Can you just please do what I'm asking nicely, please? Did I touch you the wrong way? I didn't come up with this touch screen idea. Development and deployment. Deploy. That's a military word. See how money and banking and all this shit. Yeah, you end a war and end up with an economy? Really? The Reconstruction Plan, developed at a meeting of the participating European states, motherfucker, was drafted on June 5th, 1947. And what year were we? I remember the dates, not the year. 48. Okay. Damn it. It was drafted on June 5th, 1947. It offered the same aid to the Soviet Union and its allies, but they refused to accept it, as doing so would allow a degree of U.S. control over the communist economies, such as they were at the time. In fact, the Soviet Union prevented its satellite states, i.e. East Germany, Poland, etc., from accepting. Secretary Marshall... East Germany, West Germany, right, okay. We'll get to that. Motherfucker. Secretary Marshall became convinced Stalin had no interest in helping restore economic health in Western Europe. Well, no, because you were pushing capitalism, dummy. You can't force other people to do business your way. You can either sell them the product or not, but you can't force them to do with it what you want them to do with it. President Harry Truman signed the Marshall Plan on April 3rd, 1948, granting $5 billion in aid to 16 European nations. During the 4 years the plan was in effect, the United States donated $17 billion, equivalent to $202.18 billion in 2019, in economic and technical assistance. Oh, that's an interesting one. What exactly is that? To help to recover, is that where you send companies that are basically mercenaries to go do whatever mercenaries do, and you just pay the bill? Technical assistance to help to recover. I think they do that in South Africa. Technical assistance to help the recovery of the European countries that joined the Organization for European Economic Cooperation. The $17 billion. I don't give a fuck. The $17 billion, yeah, it's highlighted. The $17 billion was in the context of a U.S. GDP of $258 billion Oh, nice. In 1948, I wasn't aware of that. Never thought to look it up. Never thought to look up exactly what the number was. I know what happened in the 50s. I just never thought to look up. And on top of $17 billion in American aid to Europe between the end of the war and the start of the plan that is counted separately from the Marshall Plan. Remember, these people are just handing over money, hand over fist to keep things running. Eh? Oh my God, this is horrible. There's a reason Canadians and Americans are liked in Europe. Very much so. Look at that signal mirror shit there, eh? Motherfucker. B-19 and fucking ulcer. I get leg ulcers on my goddamn arms. Can someone explain that to me? The Marshall Plan was replaced by the Mutual Security Plan. I better look. Did I open that one already? We'll open it a second time because I'm not sure. It's not working. At the end of 1951, the new plan gave away about $7.5 billion annually until 1961 when it was replaced by another program. Yes. The ERP, which is what we're talking about, addressed each of the obstacles to post-war recovery. The plan looked to the future and did not focus on the destruction caused by the war. Much more important were efforts to modernize European industrial and business practices using high-efficiency American models, reducing artificial trade barriers, and instilling a sense of hope and self-reliance. So, if you are lucky enough to find an old version of the Book of Popular Science, it's 10 volumes, not the 6-volume set with the color fucking... No, the older books from like the 50s. You go looking through there, you're going to find various articles about mass production and factories and things like this. How in the context of the fact that some of those articles were written from the 20s through to the 50s. There was shit in there on ergonomics, not in the conventional sense, but making sure all the little parts somebody needs to assemble something are within reach so they can just assemble shit all day. And the easier you make it to reach stuff, the more stuff they make. Higher productivity for the national interest. A sense of hope and self-reliance. Right. Instilling a sense of hope and self-reliance. Okay. A sense of... Do it yourself, stupid. What is self-help? If you did it yourself, you didn't need help. By 1952, as the funding ended, the economy of every participant state had surpassed pre-war levels. Well, in currency amounts, perhaps. For all Marshall Plan recipients, output in 1951 was at least 35% higher than in 1938. Things were not good in 1938 anywhere in the world, really. Not really. Some parts, maybe, but for the most part, nope. Over the next 2 decades, so compared to 1928 is what I would want to know. If you compared output of 51 to 1928, I would like to know those numbers. Over the next 2 decades, Western Europe enjoyed unprecedented growth and prosperity, but economists are not sure what proportion was due directly to the ERP, what proportion indirectly, and how much would have happened without it. This way you only give what you can afford, because you never know what you're going to get back. A common American interpretation of the program's role in European recovery was expressed by Paul Hoffman, head of the Economic Cooperation Administration, in 1949 when he told Congress Marshall Aid, there's a comma missing there, Marshall Aid had provided the, quote, critical margin, end quote. Motherfucker. This is B-19 and sickle cell at the same goddamn time. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, I can feel it in waves. They're just bursting and bursting under the skin and the capillaries. Oh my God. Oh. I don't remember where I left off. A common American interpretation of the program's role in European recovery was expressed by Paul Hoffman, head of the Economic Cooperation Administration, in 1949 when he told Congress Marshall Aid had provided the quote-unquote critical margin on which other investment needed for European recovery depended. Meaning people were more willing to put in investment of whatever type because they knew some more money was already being put in by somebody else, right? Is that what that means? That's what I think it means. I'm not sure. The Marshall Plan was one of the first elements of European integration. What the fuck is that? As it erased trade barriers and set up institutions to coordinate the economy on a continental level. And from here you get the European Economic Community and the European Union. That is, it stimulated the total political reconstruction of Western Europe. Well, sort of. Belgium, the fucking Belgians. Belgium, the Benelux region, Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg. Why are you guys so good at making chocolate? What's all this child fantasy worship shit, eh? You fuckers are up to something. No, I'm not coming to cry. No, we got canals everywhere for a reason. I'm gonna stay here. Fuck you. Belgium, yeah, even Van Gogh had a gun, buddy. Remember that. I'll bury you under that dike, eh? Throw you right over the dike. Belgian Van den Kerkhoff. I'll put you in the ground, dog. That's what the word means. Belgian economic historian Herman van der Wee, Jesus Christ, concludes the Marshall Plan was a quote-unquote great success. It gave a new impetus to reconstruction in Western Europe and made a decisive contribution to the renewal of the transport system, the modernization of industrial and agricultural equipment, the resumption of normal production, that's producing food out of the ground, basically, the raising of productivity, and the facilitating of intra-European trade. Because you could drive your goods from one place to another without getting killed by Nazis. Right. Being asked for papers or all that shit. Oh, fuck this.
Lakefront properties. Visit mymuskokacottages.com with the forecast. Here's Jason Fraser.
Well, tonight we'll see in-person clouds develop, but no rain to talk about. We'll see a low temperature dipping down to the single digits. Our overnight low tonight is 6 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, overcast, 11 degrees, and at Pearson Airport, a few clouds at 10. City News Time, 11:32.
Reckless and selfish. Those are just some of the words Premier Doug Ford used to describe those who gathered outside Queen's Park today to protest against new COVID-19 restrictions.
Despite their stance against distancing measures, Toronto police say all demonstrators comply with physical distancing guidelines. 680's Michelle Mackey has more on the anti-lockdown march.
With signs reading, "Get things back on track," and "I want a haircut." A small group of protesters.
You don't deserve a haircut. Want to roll a fucking joint.
Doug Ford says while the demonstrators fight government lockdowns, healthcare workers are fighting to protect the community.
But we've come such a long way. And then we have these people that want to break ranks with 14.5 million people and just go rogue. Again, it's irresponsible, reckless, and it's selfish.
Ford says the government is working hard to open the economy as soon as possible.
What's your community member ID, buddy?
Ontarians
Do you have a member ID number? I need to see your ID number, bro.
Meantime, Premier Doug Ford says frontline workers will be receiving a raise of $4 per hour for the next 4 months as they help in the fight against COVID-19. That includes people working at shelters and long-term care homes. Ford says eligible workers will also receive an extra payment of $250 per month if they work more than 100 hours.
Every day, these brave men and women show up. They take their post at every hospital, at every group home and shelter. They work 12-hour shifts or more. They take risks day in and day out. They do this to look out for us. And as Premier, it's my job to look out for them.
The provincial government says 350,000 workers will be eligible for the pay premium.
Fucked up.
A group of organizations that support Toronto's homeless population are launching legal action against the City of Toronto. The lawsuit alleges many shelters have failed to keep beds at least 2 meters apart and have also failed to provide the homeless population with proper protective equipment. Lawyers from the advocacy group say the close quarters in some Toronto shelters violate sections of the Ontario Human Rights Code. In a statement, the city says it's in possession of the notice of application and will act to protect those experiencing homelessness in Toronto. As of Friday evening, there were 135 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in Toronto's shelter network.
Reopening the economy is on the Prime Minister's mind. 680 Stuart McGinn says Justin Trudeau is cautiously looking to the future.
The Prime Minister says a national strategy is the right way forward when we look at reopening Canada's economy.
If we don't get the next phase right, we risk losing all the progress we've made so far.
Justin Trudeau says after speaking with the premiers last night, they've agreed to develop this strategy based on data and science so that our country takes the right step forward from this health crisis. But both levels of government recognize measures and timing will be different between all provinces, who will ultimately have the final say in how they ease back into normal life. While looking forward, the federal government announced more funding today. $62.5 million is going towards Canadian fisheries. The money will be spent on things like personal protective equipment and refrigerators, as Trudeau says those companies are adapting to a shift in demand during this pandemic. I'm Stuart McGinn.
More refrigerators?
This is 680
Shift
News
in
at
demand, buddy. That
11:36.
don't make a shift in
Ontario
supply.
provincial parks and conservation areas will remain closed until the end of next month as bound to curb the spread of the virus continues. The parks were closed in mid-March and were originally slated to reopen on April 30th. In a statement issued today, the provincial government said the closure will extend until May 31st as the virus has not yet been contained. All car and backcountry camping, as well as the use of public buildings or roofed accommodations, will be prohibited. All campsite reservations up to that date will be cancelled, and those who've already booked will be given a full refund.
Meantime, as Toronto's parks and conservation reserves are still closed, the locally run plots of land that help keep the city fed will be allowed to stay open.
Good.
New amendment to Ontario's state of emergency order will allow people to operate community gardens and allotment gardens. Food security advocates argue that the community gardens are a part of the essential food supply chain and successfully pushed for the reopening of community gardens across Ontario. Toronto's community gardens sit within city-owned parks and land.
Prisoners of war are allowed to grow a garden within their fucking prison, eh?
Scarborough and Etobicoke.
If they get seeds and they throw them on the ground in the water and think they come over and just kill it, they don't kill it.
Physical distancing measures are working to slow the pandemic, but now is not the time to ease restrictions. That was the message today from Chief Public Health Officer Dr. Teresa Tam, who says that hard work is being done by frontline health workers to ensure the safety of residents.
Geez, all that shit. You can't deny food to people. You aren't allowed to come to my land and take away my means to make food. Period. It's genocide.
So my message is that vaccination is an essential activity. It is normal to feel concerned about visiting a doctor's office or clinic at this time, but please know that healthcare providers have precautions in place to prevent the spread of infection.
Tam cautioned that while everyone is hoping for a sprint to the finish, preventing the spread of COVID-19 is a marathon, and that there are no rewards for quitting early.
Like track meet. It's a marathon.
You're listening to All News Radio, 680 News at 11:38. A motorcyclist is fighting for their life in hospital following a serious crash in Brampton. It happened around 7:30 this evening near Beauvert Drive and Brisdale Road. The other driver did remain at the scene and is reportedly cooperating with police. As you've been hearing in traffic, the intersection is closed for an investigation.
That's why I'm willing to tell you that.
You're listening to 680 News. The Ontario government says it's issued new emergency orders to allow staff to redeploy to long-term care homes. As of today, there have been 145 outbreaks in centres across the province. Overall, a total of 625 people in long-term care homes have died from COVID-19 in Ontario, an increase from 573 on Friday. Under new emergency orders, health service providers, including hospitals, will be allowed to temporarily reassign frontline staff to homes in need. Meantime, the first group of Canadian military members have arrived at some long-term care homes to help combat the outbreaks.
And Ramadan is underway, but for millions of Muslims around the world and here in the GTA, this year's Holy Month will be very different.
A big part of Ramadan is nightly trips to the mosque, spending time with family and friends, and connecting with community. But because of the global pandemic, things will be very different this year. Imam Yusuf Badat with the Islamic Foundation of Toronto says the Islamic tenet of preservation of all life will take precedence as mosques remain closed to help curb the spread of COVID-19.
It is very challenging because for most, even my parents, they're saying this is perhaps the first time they've seen in their life that mosques are closed down and they won't be able to have the same environment as they're accustomed to.
But Badat says this pandemic hitting in 2020 means technology can be utilized to keep the community connected.
In Ramadan, we're accelerating some of these programs that will be online, so that way the community stays connected.
Another big part of Ramadan is charity and remembering the less fortunate. He's hoping that will urge people to support organizations and causes that need it most in this pandemic.
Hey, let me ask you something. What's the Quran say about sickle cell, motherfucker?
Traffic in Toronto.
Now, the 680 News gas price update, and predicts the price will not change at midnight. It's holding at 82.9 cents a liter at most GTA stations. Your traffic and weather reports are 60 seconds away. 680 News time, 11:40.
Remember, it's my blood cells exploding.
To the podcast Chatter That Matters. Thanks to the incredible support of RBC, we're focusing on the heart of the Canadian economy, small businesses. We'll travel across Canada, meet different owners, learn about their dreams and what's happened since COVID-19 has shut down our economy. Paul Amber is a partner at HealthHubSolutions.ca, and they want to put the future of healthcare in the patient's hands. But with COVID-19, no one can focus on the future. Does HealthHub and Paul have the financing resilience to wait it out? Our experts weigh in. Download Chatter That Matters wherever you get your podcasts. And thanks again to RBC for your support of Small Business Matters.
Spend $10, get 10 tidbits free. Offer on qualifying purchases of $10 before taxes at participating restaurants for a limited time. Not valid for delivery or restrictions apply.
680 News time, 11:41. Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Traffic first. Here's Carling Donahue.
This report's brought to you by Pizza Pizza. Right now, traveling on the eastbound 407, the westbound Britannia, northbound Bramley, northbound Yonge, and north and southbound Bayview ramps to the highway are all shut down. From Yonge to the 404, we have 5 right lanes closed on that highway, and then there's no access to Leslie or the 404. The northbound Allen ramp to the west 401 collectors is shut down.
Yeah, that would be reasonable.
From the 407 and north of Highway 7, 3 left lanes in the HOV taken out for maintenance. Pizza Pizza is delivering the new tamper-proof pizza box.
Sure, they would make sure you
size pizza, receive it in a locked box that can only be opened by you. Safe, reliable delivery. That's Pizza Pizza. It reports at 11:40. Rather 11:51 now with the forecast. Here is Jason Fraser.
For a decent day across the GTA, we'll end up seeing partly cloudy skies across our area and a low temperature in the single digits. Tomorrow, we're going to start out with mostly cloudy skies and then likely see a quick rain shower move across our area. We're only expecting upwards of 2 millimeters possible, and we'll likely also see some winds gust up to about 50 kilometers per hour. We'll see a high temperature right around 12 degrees, and then tomorrow night we're expecting rain to end and with cloudy skies, and we'll see a low temperature right around 6 degrees. Our overnight low tonight is 6 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, an overcast sky, it's 11 degrees, and similar conditions at Pearson Airport and 10 degrees. Well, many are missing the cherry blossoms at High Park, but don't worry, the City of Toronto is working on a virtual walkthrough of the park. According to a release from the city, residents will be able to experience the cherry blossom season through multiple live stream events and videos. There's no word yet when the cherry blossoms will make their online debut, but the city promises that it's coming soon. 680 News Time, 11:43.
The early bird deadline in the Princess Margaret Home Lottery is in 6 days. Don't miss our world-famous $1.5 million early bird prize.
I can't believe how fucking bad that was. The little bumps all over, man. It was like chicken fat, man.
Yeah, trash the trash, bro. Nah, but that's not. Yeah, you know that red and black guy? He ain't no fucking battle rapper. He ain't no fucking good rapper.
Little motherfucker.
Yeah, trash the trash, bro. Nah, but I see that guy in a fucking. I'm a face from a such shit. Confront him or some shit from how whack he is, man. Yeah, you're real red black and I'm fucking that cat. Man, I catch black as fuck, bro. What the fuck you saying, man?
Yeah, what is that smell? It smells like pussy coming from the days of hell. Yeah, what is that smell? It smells like pussy coming from the days of hell. Yeah, what is that smell? It smells. Yeah,
think about it. What I just went through with that happening under my skin in one small part of my body. Imagine that happening inside the gastrointestinal tract of an insect that has not experienced that ever before. Ever in its evolution. Because if they do it, they fucking die.
Whose daddy is this? Always dropping my fucking bags. Whose daddy is this? Yeah, that was feeling good when I was all down. Bet you pussies not laughing now. I'm feeling disgusting. I'm too lazy. You'll see the flame. This is a human combustion. The drug addicted, rougher gifted, outlaw slinging these bangers. Going through dirt with these rounds like I'm driving a Wrangler. Was a battle rapper, but wasn't really great at the time. If you gain muscle, it takes focus one stake at a time. Yeah, bitches. Well, I got some bad news. I'm coming up the shelf because I'm nuts with a nice taste like cashews. A bad dude on the mic, so rude on the mic. Fucking buffoons, give me food, I fucking chew on my sight. Do what I gotta do to prove that I'm right. I did my dirt, man, I ain't losing my sight. But it's time to take a fire, ride the fire. I'm a ghost rider. When it comes to bars, so look far, I'm the known supplier. I'm fucked up like that methadone. Burying these rappers nowadays, I gotta say, bro, I got it set in stone. Yeah. What is that smell? It smells like pussy coming from the days of hell. Yeah. What are these types? The type of are they too scared to fight? Man, yeah. Whose daddy is this? Always dropping my fucking bags. Whose daddy is this? Yeah. That was feeling good when I was all down. That you pussies not laughing now.
Who the fuck let you out the basement? Whack grab behind y'all, the type of writer statement. Caught him slacking, I've been running out of patience. Went to dust my mic and I brought it back to the basics. I've been aiming for the top since I done got down. You're flying paper planes, you come away and they get shot down. Stay on my way, I'm switching lanes in the box now. We headed for the top, who gives a fuck what you thought now? Me and Raiden, we go way back. Step back, watch us slay that exclusive up and Dre track. You find me out here on my grind, homie, where my pay at? You new boots, step out of line, we running where you stay at. That's some real shit. Get to talking, we get to jumping on you real quick. This new music's whack, dog, it's got me feeling real sick. I'm from the old school, we drop it on you real slick. I'm kissing on your grave, and I'm leaving with your main bitch. Yeah.
What is that smell? It smells like pussy coming from the days of hell. Yeah. What are these types? The tightest type, but are they too scared to fight? Man, yeah. Whose daddy is this? Always dropping my fucking bags. Whose daddy is this? Yeah. That was feeling good when I was all down. Bet you pussies not laughing now. Yeah.
I better make these niggas run for my nigga, 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 run. I better make these niggas run for my nigga, just to blast off the blue steel, cap hill. You looked at his man, and his man field is real. Out here, shit hits the fan hard. I open niggas doors to their crib like the landlord. This shit wasn't planned, God. Niggas try to humble me. I told this bitch to leave my house when she was trying to comfort me. This bitch thought I dissed her, so she told her bro to
run for me. Came on a fight king, but I wasn't. I made him run for me. Yeah, I got my gun out. Told this nigga turn around. Have 5 seconds to run, or you gon' flat the ground. Took off, fell face first when he heard the sound. I ain't even hit this nigga. I think his sound was out. Nigga went in shock, and I never seen his face again. I did it by myself. I wasn't trying to catch a case again. Next day he called my phone off of my tape. Told him come where I'm at. It's gonna be a shot.
Run for my nigga, 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 run for my nigga.
Run from a nigga when I ride with the fifth out. Do a home invasion, get the fuck, tell him sit down. I didn't give a fuck about that bitch that he did out. She's sitting right there and I still slap this whip out. Yellow take the place, call the corner the fastest. Niggas say they want my head, well now I'm laughing. The big pump to the straight lines get fastest. And if you do, then the scene get drafted. Stressed out, who got a blunt, can you pass one? Wake up every day with thoughts like it's my last one. These cops better free me for I'm cause hell. And I got more bonds than the Don jail. Fucking wild, sight fixed when I fuck the 9. There ain't no limit to this living, nigga, fuck this guy. Trust him why? I can't trust him with a fucking try. Fuck these guys, I'm an egg, I'm better monkey lies.
Run for my nigga, 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 run for my ladies niggas, run for my nigga, 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 run for my nigga.
Did that not work? Did I cover the sensor? What did I do?
Times is hard, no doubt, different ways to struggle. No stranger to the racket or failure to raise a hustle. Plus what? About $20 for a day's work. Out of luck, I turn a white tee into a gray shirt. Ain't no punk on me, maintain Hollywood respect. One thing I hate the local jet. Got the good connect, no stranger to the snipe game. Cheeks taste like cigarettes. From the butts on the ground that I ride with the filter ain't no sleep devil. Yeah, cracker, that's only dead time. Personify the subway train. Holler red line from Hollywood to Hershey. Hoods up, heads down, hold it, I'm a cursing. Call it a conversion. If I only knew a camera crew to follow me in person. No A&E, you wanna see K to V. Hit a jar, can't say to me so angrily. I got one of idiots. I work double shifts, y'all don't see the pain. And that's where the trouble is. Imagine it that generation or X stabbed in the back. Dirty needles, good kids, hurting people more. They erase me like this. Wipe the hate from my lips. Blood and H in the mix. Drip all the way to my wrist. Yeah, I know what an atheist is. I live forever as a blood stain. My name will exist in this bathroom stall. How I last you all. Push the plunger, catch tags and blast the wall. Ain't no telling where I can go from here. Up and clear, I see through the smoke and mirrors. I live harder on purpose to provoke my peers. My life is overrated, man. I've been a joke for years. It's overrated, man. I've been a joke for years. And I don't need to tell y'all at times it's hard. And you don't need to tell me that I've been scarred. I'm not a fraud. Let me believe that I'm in charge. I got the keys and I'ma drive this car. Paint behind these bars. Need a minute with my mind on pause. Hollywood, pull my back, my feet will shine these stars. One hit, one fix, one more time. I toss, spiking my wrist. Crucify me, climb the guy. Hey yo, good times, bad times. Hollywood sign, fat line. Step into the dawn to your flat line. I stick the dick with the chrome with a black nine. Skid roll, no place to call a home. If you lack spine, if you can win, yeah, you can roll. Yeah, that's fine. See these dudes forgot their PD rules. I read graffiti like news while I PT cruise. Lift the views, hit the pipe early like hitting snooze. I lick the views, hit the pipe early like hitting snooze. I never wanna wake up perpetual insomniac. In retrospect, I guess it sounds better when I'm on the track. Need a storm at, I'm in drug floor. I'm in that white room, walls are black. I do all of that, call me back. Let me know though, this the no-dos. Running from imaginary people, no logos. Rip the photos, hot bars, your sister photos. Mr. Monkey Water, Mr. Coco. Sweat confused, he did It's the logo, the bright and sunny shit. $60, yeah, in the soul. Too quick, that's the money quick. Said, come with this, yo. When's this guy leaving? I bounced from the telly quick. Now I'm dry heaving. Still got the cash though. Delivers my game. Let go, deliver my pain. My aim, don't remember my name. Yeah, the city is straight. Cast for all of the stones. Sinners remain carved in all of the thrones. No judgment, can't trust my. So I catch a bus ride. 22 stolen my time. But too much pride standing there on Julian. Family reunion. Vanity going to the rail. Read the two of them. Resolved in the day's work. Simple soul sacrifice. No more pain, hurt. Feel the soul. Cast the dice. Burn both ends. I gotta light this candle. I learned from old friends that my life's a gamble. Yeah, cause my life's a. And I don't need to tell y'all the times it's hard. And you don't need to tell me that I've been scarred. I'm not a fraud. Let me believe that I'm in charge. I got the keys and I'ma drive this car. Pain behind these bars. Need a minute, put my mind on course. Hollywood, pull my back from people, shine these stores. One hit, one fix, one more time. I toss back in my wrist. Crucify me, climb the car. And I don't need to tell y'all the times it's hard. And you don't need to tell me that I've been scarred. I'm not a fraud. Let me believe that I'm in charge. I got the keys and I'ma drive this car. Pain behind these bars. Need a minute, put my mind on pause. Hollywood, pull my back, my feet will shine these stars. One hit, one fix, one more time. I toss back in my wrist. Crucify me, climb the car, yeah. Cadillac Ron, Makina bitch, yeah.
That's horrible. I feel much better now. And it comes and goes that fucking fast, eh? And no, this is not caused by the scratching because the bumps are all over here where I didn't scratch, eh? Where I did scratch, there's nothing here, there's only a little bit here. But all this here, I wonder how much of a volume of red blood cells I just lost.
I'm just chilling with my boys and I can get it so whoop. I'm just chilling with my boys and I can get it so whoop. I'm just chilling with my boys and I can get it so whoop. I'm just chilling with my boys and I can get it so
whoop. They see me in the dark right through you. I don't give up. The shit penetrates to you. You're gonna give a fuck when it comes to you. You see how we go.
I'm just chilling with my boys and I can get it so whoop. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can hit it so whoop. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can hit it so whoop. I'm just chilling with my boys and I can hit it so whoop. My boys and I can get it so whoop. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can hit it so whoop. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can hit it so whoop. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can hit it so whoop.
I know you're all listening to the media telling me when to go out. Because you're all fucking at the fucking store lined up at the same time. There's no line up. You don't want to go outside. It's nice. Go outside. It's nice. Now there's 20 fucking people lined up in the store. it's only 90 seconds a person, but now there's 20, like 20, 30 minutes. I don't know. I didn't wait to find out. I wasn't going to the store because I knew better. Because of the time when you kept telling everybody to go out, they got to do their shopping and during the nice weather. Ready for war. Ready for war. Watch, we're gonna hear the beat.
Search Save 30% with Allstate for more information. Terms and conditions apply.
Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for CanadaMaskSupply.ca. The Government of Canada has stated that the use of a non-medical mask or facial covering can be an additional measure you can take to protect others around you. CanadaMaskSupply.ca offers personal, non-medical masks and face shields at reasonable prices. Buy now at CanadaMaskSupply.ca.
James Mackin was our evening show editor. Tijuana Turner joined us at the digital desk. Amber LeBlanc is our news director.
And they bought them.
News
I don't know what's happening in your jurisdiction, but these people are wearing them. 99.9% of people are fucking.
I'm Josh Ritchie. You're listening to a national newscast. Here's what's making news right now.
National newscast,
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says talks have now started on how to reopen the economy in each province and keep Canadians united. Canada's top doctor, Dr. Theresa Tam, says doctors continue to search for a vaccine, but she urges Canadians to stay patient as more and more Canadians wish to get back to normal. In Ontario, frontline workers are receiving a slight boost from the government there with a $4 an hour wage increase. And in an effort to help the homeless on the West Coast, those who live in tent cities in both Vancouver and Victoria are being moved into hotels.
In sports, the first ever remote NFL draft
nobody else is
as
saying
two
it.
lucky Canadians hear their names called. More at 15.
And coming up in business, a credit union has raised a huge sum from its members, $200 million, to fund loans for small companies pivoting due to the pandemic.
More on these stories coming up in 1 minute.
I don't know why
on
your
All News
belly
Radio.
didn't explode, but since your belly didn't explode, I'm definitely telling you,
Traffic
motherfucker.
Center, I'm Michael Ranger. This report brought to you by Mazda of Toronto. Just a little bit of overnight construction as we started off the morning. Some ramp closures to be aware of. Westbound 401, the northbound Allen ramp to the highway that is closed. That is long term.
Just kept
Not going to be open for the foreseeable future. Eastbound 407, numerous ramp
Should be
closures.
letting the other ones go. The ones that fucking get sick, you should let them go, because maybe then they'll learn not to
Ramps to Leslie and the 404 are closed as well. Mazda of Toronto is adapting to your needs. Right now, enjoy purchase from home solutions, payment deferral, and more. Visit Ontario's #1 Mazda volume dealer at MazdaofToronto.com. Next report is at 12:11. Now let's check your forecast.
Not from the light, but if you smash one,
on your Sunday.
blood
Cooler
gets
than
in a
our
cut.
seasonal
Now you
average
got
high
it.
of 14 degrees, and we're expecting some wet weather for much of your Sunday. It's also going to be quite windy, winds gusting up to 60 kilometers an hour at some point in the afternoon. A low of 4.
50,
Your high
50,
for
50,
today,
50.
10
But actually going to be 60. Thank you. Thank you.
The ease
It's
back
like,
to normal
40
is still
to
ways
50,
off, but
60,
Prime Minister
70,
Justin
80, or
Trudeau
even
says talks
90.
have started
Well,
on
why
how
did you
to
say
reopen
40?
the economy and keep Canadians united. Stuart McGinn brings us the latest. The Prime Minister says the premiers and the federal government have come to an agreement to build a national strategy for opening Canada's economy back up again.
The economy and the realities of each province and territory are unique, so the timing and specific measures will be different across jurisdictions.
Justin Trudeau says the coordinated approach backed by science and data from across the country will help avoid any confusion for Canadians, but he stressed the importance of this next phase being approached correctly so we don't take any steps back. As part of Trudeau's daily address, he also announced more funding, this time going to Canadian fisheries.
That's wartime shit. There's a daily address from the Prime Minister, the Premier, and the
processing
Mayor
plants for personal protective equipment and supplies as they adapt to new protocols and changing demand. Trudeau says they continue to play a key role in putting food on our tables. I'm Stuart McGinn. After physical distancing measures and a virtual shutdown of the economy, the question on minds across Canada is, when will things get back to normal? Speaking on Saturday, Chief Public Health Officer Dr. Theresa Tam noted the efforts of several Canadian scientists working hard to find a vaccine.
With the COVID-19 pandemic still in high force, there is an urgent need for this accelerated process, focused on delivering a safe and effective vaccine. And the world is responding in equal force, with 20 institutions and companies working on expedited vaccine development, while over 70 countries are working collectively to accelerate research on treatments.
Tam adds, when it comes to relaxing social restrictions and easing back into a functional economy, she and her counterparts are looking at some of the epidemic criteria for consideration. Now in Ontario, the Ford government has announced a significant increase in wages for healthcare workers for the next 4 months. Ford says nurses, personal support workers, cleaners, correctional service officers, and many others will earn an extra $4 an hour. The Premier says it is needed to maintain staffing levels in busy long-term care homes and hospitals due to the pandemic.
For those looking after COVID-19 patients,
what do
for those working in our long-term care homes, for those caring for our most vulnerable, and for those working in close quarters, maintaining order in our correctional facilities, for these heroes, getting up every day, getting back in the fight, getting back to the front lines, comes at a great price.
An average worker putting in at least 40 hours per week would earn an increase of roughly $3,500 more over the next 4 months. A small group of protesters are urging the provincial government in Ontario to lift the emergency order and end the pandemic shutdown. They took to Queen's Park on Saturday to share their message, and Premier Ford is furious. Michelle Mackey has the story.
Signs reading, "Get things back on track," and "I want a haircut," visible in the crowd of 40 to 50 protesters. And Premier Doug Ford has a stern message for them.
99.9% of the people in this province are working together, side by side. That's the reason we were able to see a flattening of the curve.
The other 0.1%, Ford calls a bunch of yahoos. The Premier says the government is working hard to open the economy as soon as possible, but the health and safety of Ontarians is the first priority. The protesters complied with physical distancing guidelines, and no tickets were issued. I'm Michelle Mackey.
Across the country in BC, with 2 more deaths from COVID-19 confirmed in that province on Saturday, they've hit 100 total province-wide. As Bethlehem Merriam reports, there's also been a jump in cases with 95.
The dramatic spike in cases is linked to the Mission Correctional Institution, where 106 inmates and 12 staff members have contracted the virus. Dr. Bonnie Henry says over the last few days, they've tested all inmates and staff with any symptoms at all.
I think we are making headway in dealing with this issue. There are currently only 2 inmates who are in hospital at this time, but it is a very challenging virus.
An emotional Dr. Henry also added, like all the deaths recorded, one of the latest ones is a tragedy. The first individual in a First Nations community. I'm Bethlehem Merriam.
Instead of attending the usual large gatherings Ramadan brings, most of it will be enjoyed online this year. Momin Qureshi joins us with more.
Can't you do that? What's wrong with
Most people know Ramadan is the time of year where Muslims fast from sunup to sundown from food and water. Yes, not even water. But it also usually involves nightly trips to the mosque and spending time with family and sharing meals with friends. Yusuf Badad is the Imam at the Islamic Foundation of Toronto, who says because of the global pandemic, everything has changed. He says the Islamic principle of preservation of all life takes precedence right now, so everyone has to observe the holy month from a distance and stay home. But in 2020, there are still ways to stay connected. Charity is another main tenet of Ramadan, so Badad is urging all Muslims to consider donating to frontline workers and causes in this pandemic. Ramadan Mubarak to you all. Ramadan Mubarak to you all. I'm Momin Qureshi.
A sad reality of the pandemic is that many now need to get their affairs in order if something bad is to happen to them. Travis Prasad reports from Vancouver. More people are now working to figure out their wills.
Sonia Northeast is at high risk for severe illness from COVID-19. The 34-year-old mother of 2 just made a will.
Give it away while you're alive. The government gets half.
High and dry.
Also, give away half while you're alive, and then they get half of half.
Willful is an online will company that has seen demand increase in BC by 625% this past month.
They always rip us off, so we spend the money before they can steal it from us.
And ensuring that you have these
Don't steal the money now,
According to Willful, just 1 in 3 British Columbians had an up-to-date will pre-pandemic. Aaron Burry with Willful says your estate plan should also include power of attorney documents. That way, if you're too sick to communicate, someone you trust can make financial and medical decisions on your behalf. In Vancouver, Travis Prasad, City News.
Germs, they're everywhere, and the pandemic has made us more aware of them. Now, one entrepreneur in Vancouver has created a device designed to help you avoid contact with them when out in public. Miranda Fatur joins us with more on the invention and a new initiative in British Columbia aimed at getting young people involved in business.
Keychain-sized copper device is called the Comate. Verdicchio says the idea hit him when he was trying to solve one of his own problems.
To get out of my building to the garbage, I have to go through 3 doors. And it's just nasty, really.
The Comate costs about $30, with $1 of every sale going to Food Banks Canada. And it's not just adults coming up with new ideas. Face of Today, a Vancouver-based mental health resource center, is hosting a startup contest encouraging youth to get into the entrepreneurial spirit.
We are looking for, business ideas that maybe are specific to providing a solution or a need to the goods and services that have been completely removed from COVID-19.
The final date to submit startup ideas is May 25th. In Richmond, Miranda Fatur, City News.
It's 10 minutes past the hour. You're listening to All News Radio.
Smart Local Union 285 reminds you that most job site accidents involve young, inexperienced workers during their first 6 months of employment. In fact, around the world, a worker is killed every 30 seconds. April 28th is the annual International Day of Mourning. Even though special gatherings across the country have been canceled, please take a moment to remember those injured or killed and commit to a safer workplace. A special message from the International Association of Sheet Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Workers, Local Union 285.
The early bird deadline in the Princess Margaret Home Lottery is in 5 days. Don't miss our world-famous $1.5 million early bird prize. A stunning Kawartha lakefront cottage built with over 3,000 square feet of luxury. It comes fully furnished, complete with dock. All this could be yours, along with $30,000 cash. Don't wait. The early bird deadline is in 5 days. Tickets at princessmargaretlotto.com.
News is always changing. Now more than ever. Listen 3, 4, 5 times a day.
This is 680 News.
To play us on your smart speaker.
Picking the apples.
Traffic Center, I'm Michael Ranger. This report brought to you by Queensway Hyundai. Roads are very lightly traveled.
So at 8:30 in the evening tomorrow.
We're just looking at a little bit of overnight construction. If you're traveling northbound on the 404 from the 407 to north of Highway 7, the HOV and the 3 left lanes have road work going on. But again, everything remains up to speed going past this. Some ramp closures affecting the eastbound 407. No access to Leslie, no access to the 404. Both shut down for overnight construction. Buy with confidence at Queensway Hyundai, now offering purchase from home solutions, 6-month payment deferral, and concierge services. Here to service the community, visit queenswayhyundai.ca. Next report is at 12:21. Now here's your forecast.
A daytime high of 10 degrees on your Sunday, but it's going to be a wet one. You're going to need your umbrella if you do have to head outdoors. Also, a gusty day. Winds gusting out of the east up to 60 kilometers an hour, a low of 4. Monday, partly cloudy skies with a daytime high of 10 and a low of 3. Your high for today, 10 degrees.
Canada's chief public health officer says there isn't enough evidence to say whether people who have recovered from COVID-19 are immune from getting it a second time. She was responding on Saturday to reports that some countries are considering the possibility of providing so-called immunity passports to citizens who've already been infected. The World Health Organization also says there is still currently no evidence that people who have recovered from the virus have antibodies that protect them from getting infected again.
We got some idea now about some of the antibody response, and some of these responses are quite delayed. We don't know when the sort of peak of the antibody response might be reached. We definitely don't know how long the antibody response might last for, and what it means if someone gets reinfected. So all of those are unknown.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says any plan to reopen provincial economies will be based on limiting the spread of infection and not on presumed immunity to the virus. You're listening to All News Radio.
The big story.
Explain that.
We're at home, so are you, but we've got the stories to get you
through. These other countries, the leaders are saying the exact opposite.
Or wherever you get your podcasts. Today's show's
not
Dr.
real,
TNC is your choice of the Apple iPad or
The Apple AirPods Pro wireless noise-canceling earphones with a bundle of accessories. The iPad is engineered for multitasking and high-performance video, and the AirPods deliver powerful immersive audio. Enjoy big savings today only with 12 easy pay payments on either today's showstopper or both. Shop tsc.ca. Today's shopping choice.
When you use a Waramps key tag, you protect your keys. If you lose your keys, the finder can call the Waramps or drop them in any mailbox. And the Waramps will return them to you by courier for free. Order your key tags today at waramps.ca.
Somebody somewhere knows that that car is parked in the license plate.
Roto-Rooter wants you to know that they remain ready to help you with any of your drain, plumbing, or disinfection needs.
I never asked
Thank you for understanding as they take preventative measures to ensure everyone's health is a top priority. Contact them at rotorooter.com.
This is All News Radio. I'm Josh Ritchie. Here's what's making news right now. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says talks have started on how to reopen the economy and keep Canadians united. He says each province's economy is different, so the plan for each part of the country will be approached differently. He says the coordinated approach will be backed by science and data in an effort to avoid confusion for each province. And the Ford government has announced a significant increase in wages for healthcare workers for the next 4 months in that province. Ford says nurses, personal support workers, cleaners, correctional service officers, and many others will earn an extra $4 an hour. The Premier says it is needed to maintain staffing levels in busy long-term care homes and hospitals due to COVID-19.
Every hour and a half, you can afford a Big Mac.
I'm Sam Pike from Sportsnet. Over in the NFL, the computer screen's flash as the first ever 2020 remote trap finishes up. And on Thursday with the first pick, the Cincinnati Bengals selected LSU quarterback Joe Burrow. And Burrow's coming off a very good season, a record-breaking one where he threw for 60 touchdowns.
Got my back to the wall, fighting my inner demons. Like, what's the meaning of it all? Cause I don't know what to believe in. The reason I'm breathing seems to be misleading. But fact is, I do this for a living. Look what I'm achieving. I'm on the bigger and better things, still I'm dreaming. I'm feeling like a diamond in the rough, still gleaming. I can see you feeding for it, but you know it's what the deal is. The realest to do it, so don't deny it. You feel it, I kill it every time. With a militant mind, I drop bombs when I rhyme. You can feel it on the front line. Prime time lyricist, yeah, I've been killing this. I do it for the love, and you can feel the thrill of it. Despite it all, I'm on the road, so the high grade, doing 100 down the highway, sitting sideways on the road, smoking on the coast by the ocean. Imagine if I put it all in the open. You don't want to hear it out loud. Nah, you don't want it with me feeling like the man of the year. So let me paint the perfect picture clear so you can visualize it. I'm on another level, so don't try to despise it unless you realize it. The dream I'm visualizing is one of a kind of slide rising above the occasion. Embracing the fact I'm First Nation, replacing everything you hate with what you loved. That's just what it is, and this is how it goes. I came up from the low and now you feel me now. So shout out to the person that I used to be. Cause truthfully, I came up from the bottom, now I'm on top. Murdering these MCs, homicide is not stop. I make beats and I rap to them. Ready for war, you know what it is. You feel me now? I'm feeling like the man now. Cause I ain't never looking back, no.
All we do is fight and kill.
Focus on the plan now. Cause in my mind, I'm ready for war. In my mind, I'm ready. In my mind, I'm ready for war. In my mind, I'm ready. In my mind, I'm ready for war. Now let's go.
Six spitter on a mission for 6 figures. The first thing on my list, get my dick bigger. So when I fuck the world, I find it hard to fit it in. A life's a bitch, and I'm a fucking idiot for sticking with her. Get the picture. There will never be anybody better than me. Incredible as ever shredded Benny MC. Brain matter will scatter all over the banners to messing with me. Take a second and listen. I got a lesson to teach. Been away, but now I'm here with new material. To show these shitty rappers what I'm here to do. Start to spit some other shit. I can smell the fear in you. You ain't tough with all your crew missing, stitching like a stool pitching. Getting riches is the new mission. Need the money, need the pussy. Treat it like a new addiction. Fuck with all the shit that you've been spitting, all the shit that you've been talking. Shove it back in your heart. It's not the dopest rapper you know. In the back of the leg, pimp slapping a hoe. I told the bitch to stop with all the diva shit. Nothing for me to beat her in front of people. The weeding inside of the Peter pit. I'm a piece of shit. Even if they see me and call the police, I plead the fifth. Not one for dry snitching. I'm drunk, my mind's missing. Sipping rum with 9 bitches. They not done till I'm finished. Not a bad guy, just made some bad decisions. Not respect the business. Try to rap the riches. Make the cash and split it with the homies. Hope I ain't the last to get it. Got a rhyme, but what happened if it's nothing but half finishing? Suicidal psychopath. You can try to write the rapper's height is that, but you and I know I'm the man. Now tell me where my rifle at. About to take the titles back. Part of the blood with no pulse. Where your vitals at?
Feeling like the man now. Cause I ain't never looking back no more. Got me focused on the plan now. Cause in my mind I'm ready for war. In my mind I'm ready. In my mind I'm ready for war. In my mind I'm ready. In my mind I'm ready for war. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Max Kaiser. This is the.
They came back from South Africa to Britain. Was it Curious George in the man in the yellow hat?
Instrumental.
Let out a Blitzburg, nigga. I'm ready. Yeah. Hey, cruising down the street with my AR. Strapped in the whip. We all trying to score. Better get low, cause we flip cars. Ride high the tent. We seen it from far. Cruising down the street with my AR. Strapped in the whip. We all trying to score. Better get low, cause these hit hard. Strap high the tent. We seen it from far. I ain't gotta slide out the rap real quick, I'ma hop out the whip. Cruise down street on 40 R15, got 50 in the clip. Can't run from this, ain't no kicking and shoot through bricks. Pour off the glass, him donkey shit. Block for fat with the rubber grip. Little creeps don't leave no clues. Come through late night, quick cruise. The thing gets stiff, don't move. Flex, I switch that, hey, cruising down the street with my AR. Strapped in the whip, we all trying to score. Better get low, cause we flip cars. Ride high the tent, we seen it from far. Cruising down the street with my AR. Strapped in the whip, we all trying to score. Better get low, cause these hit hard. Strapped out of 10, we seen it from far. No trap bags when I come through. Them niggas know how these do. All they heard some loud shots when the cop came, gave no clues. I put in work, but that's never wet. And I put in work with that top too. AK like Bruce Lee, got kicked back, no kung fu. A young nigga with a lot of cash, I fuck this bitch and passed her to the clan. He mad, he had no pound, so we cannot decide. No conversation in my Jason mask. Hey, cruising down the street with my AR. Strapped in the whip, we all trying to score. Better get low, cause we flip cars. Ride high the tent, we seen it from far. Cruising down the street with my AR. Strapped in the whip, we all trying to score. Better get low, cause these hit hard. Strap high the tent, we seen it from far.
What's in these bricks, cruising my shit, I feel like the shit. Money ain't shit, a bitch ain't shit, I'm trying to get rich. Shooting ARs, ain't shooting out of cars, pop out when I blitz. Me and bro don't mix, a brick for the kicks, ain't selling no nicks. I'ma feed my thumb to the arms I got. Spin these bands at tomorrow a lot. Get it for the low, we try and get a lot. Young boss nigga for school, not top. They ain't crazy, no gonna see real. Ain't changed, never told, kept it real. Sitting there trying to get a couple mil. How get the chop, I ain't taking no deals.
The other cohorts, and some people will do substantially worse.
I'm Safe Kaiser.
Some people just attach
Parking lots and streets are the new playground for some people bored and looking for something to do during this pandemic. Crystal Ladaris is in Calgary and reports that staying in your car may seem cautious, but some Calgarians are parking and gathering together.
In Crescent Heights, there's a well-known view of the Calgary skyline, and some people are not following distancing guidelines. Dr. Vanessa Meyer-Stevenson is an infectious diseases physician with the Cummings School of Medicine.
Even though we think we may have followed these measures to the T, there are still cases and scenarios where we just don't know whether or not we may have had some form of interaction, whether from an individual, through a conversation, whether through a fomite, so an inanimate object that may be carrying some of the virus.
Spring weather is only going to draw more crowds, and there are concerns of relaxing who you let into your boundaries could undo weeks of public health measures. Crystal Ladaris, City News.
Now taking a look south of the border, New York is closing in on 2 months of lockdown, and the state's governor says it's having an impact. Mark Remillard brings us the latest.
Governor Cuomo acknowledging Saturday the difficulty of his stay-at-home order.
It's been 56 long days. Generations are called upon to deal with high levels of difficulty. We are called upon to deal with this crisis.
And while he says it's been tough, it's not been for nothing.
Well, what did we accomplish? 100,000 fewer serious infections.
Deaths in the state have ticked up over the last 24 hours, but new hospitalizations have once again declined. Mark Remillard, ABC News, New York.
Put it in the wine chiller.
It's 25 minutes past the hour. You're listening to All News Radio. Coming up next, we'll have the business report. I'm here with Bill Coy of Coy Brothers, and
The Stihl backpack blower has a powerful 2-stroke engine, perfect for commercial use or for the residential user who has a heavily treated lot or larger property. On sale for $549.
Buy online, pick it up curbside. Steal this deal at Coy Brothers.
1919 Wilson Avenue,
You just throw it in the back, throw money, and you throw it in the back of the truck.
Cleaned out the closet, reorganized the basement, and
Who stereotypically walks around with backpack leaf blowers?
Cause we flip cars,
Very
subtle.
It's not always racist, sometimes it's racial, but not quite racist. You can't quite put your finger on it being racist.
We all trying to score. Get low, cause these hit hard. We sailing from 4. Curfew, no sandal. Shut up and hit this mandal. Vandal come through 4 niggas like Rambo. AR the commando. Pop up with the mop, up slide on the bando. That's spot me camo. XD don't stand up. Shots flip through his flannel. Then it's back to the bando. Noodles up on the floor, though. Big gun like 6'4". Slap boot, that's a quick score. Hit his vein, that's a kick door. He ain't gang, he ain't get scored. Get off through hang like that. He ain't really trash right back. Think a bitch for a night cap. Pair of chicks for a right back. No cup, give it right back. I ain't right back down the street. Strapped in the whip. We all trying to score. Better get low, cause we flip cars. Ride behind the tent. We sailing from 4. Cruising down the street with my AR. Strapped in the whip. We all trying to score. Better get low, cause these hit hard. Strapped behind the tent. We sailing from 4.
Connect with customers, clients, and business partners in ways that the pandemic no longer allows for self-employed people.
The Money Van City is lending comes from a surge of members investing in a 1-year term deposit with a 3% interest rate. Vrooman says it raised a little over $200 million in just under 6 weeks. But I asked her if this lending will affect the credit union's loan loss provisions.
We are very well capitalized and very liquid as a credit union. We have significant reserves that we've built up over the good times that we've experienced in our economy to be deployed exactly for times like this, the proverbial rainy day. And I think if ever there was a rainy day, this is it.
The city also has a federally chartered bank based in Toronto for institutional investors who want the same 3% on deposits of at least $250,000.
At GIC, which performs exactly the same way to the market outside of British Columbia, primarily in Ontario, for institutional investors.
And City President and CEO Tamara Vrooman. In the Business Center, I'm Richard Detman. We all have a part of this, and regardless if what you do is considered essential, or you simply need to pick up a few essentials for your family, getting you there is important to us. That's why at Toyota, we're taking the necessary safety measures to ensure our parts and service departments remain operational, to keep you moving forward safely and reliably. Because if others depend on you, you can depend on us. Contact your local Toyota dealer or visit shoptoyota.ca for more information.
While you are hopefully staying safe and healthy, many of you are probably at home. Maybe use the time to spring clean, like that old car taking up space in your garage. When you donate your car to Cars for Kids, that old car lives on. By giving kids a chance to succeed,
buddy, I know you're upset about your Skidoo,
but
we got kids some wheelchairs and shit,
You'll receive a tax credit. See for yourself how simple it is. Go to carsforkids.ca or call 877
you're not getting that on my browser history just yet. We're going to call you from a payphone, man.
Live and always
I'm not stupid.
This is All News Radio.
Now taking a look at the national forecast. Sunday in Halifax, mainly sunny, a high of 14. In St. John's, some more sun there with a high of 8 degrees. In Ottawa, mainly cloudy and 10. Also 10 in Toronto with a chance of some showers through. 17 there. In Regina, a mix of sun and cloud and 18 degrees. Now heading west to Calgary, sunny and 14 degrees. Clearing in Edmonton with a high of 15 for the day. And then on the west coast in Vancouver, 15 degrees and a chance of showers.
Can we just get some rain across the whole country all at once and then some all this shit the fuck away?
I'm Josh Ritchie. Here's what's making news right now. Prime Minister Trudeau says talks have now begun to figure out a plan to reopen the economy in each province. While Canadians itch to get back to some form of normal, Canada's top doctor says we must remain patient as doctors work to find a vaccine. Ontario Premier Doug Ford has announced a wage increase for frontline workers in that province. Millions of Muslims around the world are now marking the month of Ramadan, but doing so in a different way than usual.
In sports, the NHL ponders how to return as COVID-19 precautions continue to put a halt to the hockey action. More at 45.
And coming up in business, a credit union has raised a huge sum from its members, $200 million, to fund loans for small companies pivoting due to the pandemic.
More on these stories coming up in 1 minute on All News Radio.
From the 680 News Traffic Center, I'm Michael Rain.
Item number 500666. The fuck, man?
We're still looking at a very quiet drive if you're out on the major highways. Everything is moving well. A little bit of overnight construction.
Not what I was looking
some ramps
for.
are shut down. Westbound 401, the northbound Allen ramp to the highway, that is closed long term, not going to be open for the foreseeable future. Eastbound 407 ramps to Leslie and 404, those are both shut down for overnight construction. All your other major routes, again, problem free. St. Louis Bar and Grill thanks you for supporting local businesses, including your local St. Louis restaurant through takeout and delivery. Their deepest gratitude goes to the first responders, keeping us all safe. Next report at 12:41. Now let's check your forecast.
A daytime high of 10 degrees on your Sunday, cooler than our seasonal average high of 14 degrees, and we're expecting some wet weather for much of your Sunday. It's also going to be quite windy, winds gusting up to 60 kilometers an hour at some point in the afternoon. A low of 4. Your high for today, 10 degrees.
What? What level 4? What?
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has a national strategy to get Canada back to business as usual. Stuart McGinn has more.
This is Canada's plan forward.
We need a coordinated approach nationally to avoid any confusion amongst Canadians. We're working together on a plan based on science, data, and expert advice that lays out our common ambition to see our country through this.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says it's crucial the strategy is in place nationwide to avoid any confusion for Canadians. But that doesn't mean it'll all be the same, with every province leading the charge in their own respective situations, seeing as they're being affected by this pandemic so differently. As the federal government looks forward, they also announced today $62.5 million in funding for Canadian fisheries, a market Trudeau says plays an essential role in putting putting food on our tables and needs help with personal protective equipment and adapting to a shift in demand during this pandemic. I'm Stuart McGinn.
Physical
distancing measures are working to slow the pandemic, but now is not the time to ease restrictions. That was the message on Saturday from Chief Public Health Officer Dr. Theresa Tam, who says that hard work is being done by frontline workers to ensure the safety of residents.
We are in a pandemic, and we have all committed to protect ourselves and our families with physical distancing, to stick to essential activities only. So my message is that vaccination is an essential activity. It is normal to feel concerned about visiting a doctor's office or clinic at this time, but please know that healthcare providers have precautions in place to prevent the spread of infection.
Tam cautions that while everyone is hoping for a sprint to the finish, preventing the spread of COVID-19 is a marathon, and that there are no rewards for quitting early. Meantime, in Ontario, Premier Doug Ford says frontline workers will receive a raise of $4 per hour for the next 4 months as they help in the fight against COVID-19. That includes people working at shelters and long-term care homes. Ford says eligible workers will also receive an extra payment of $250 per month if they work more than 100 hours in that month.
Every day,
you give the $4 to the homeless guys who are homeless no more. They'd be out of the way somewhere.
They take their post at every hospital, at every
They're always smoking and drinking. How
shelter.
the fuck are they supposed to wear a
They work
mask?
12-hour shifts or more. They take risks day in and day out. They do this to look out for us. And as Premier, it's my job to look out for them.
The provincial government says 350,000 workers will be eligible for the paid premium. Staying with Ontario's Premier, Ford says that he's furious at the bunch of yahoos who decided to flout physical distancing measures and emergency laws to protest outside Queen's Park in Toronto on Saturday afternoon. Toronto police say the protesters complied with physical distancing guidelines and that no tickets were issued. Michelle Mackey is covering that story.
With signs reading, "Get things back on track," and "I want a haircut," a small group of protesters took to Queen's Park.
Can we vote them off the island? Can we send them somewhere in New York? Would you like some guinea pigs for vaccines?
But we've come such a long way.
Hey, they don't believe
And
it's
then
real.
we
Tell
have
them it's
these
not
people that
real.
want to break ranks with
Not real.
14.5 million people and just go rogue. Again, it's
Rogue.
irresponsible, reckless, and it's selfish.
Ford says the
Because
government
it's
is working
implied
hard
that we've
to
all
open the
agreed
economy
to
as
do
soon as
this
possible,
together.
but the health and safety of Ontarians is the top priority.
Let's have 2 shots
Michelle
open.
Mackey.
I could have got that done. I can't get it
There
done
are
now.
95 new cases of COVID-19 in BC, along with 2 new deaths, as Bethlehem Merriam explains. That pushes the province-wide death toll to 100.
The dramatic jump in cases are related to continued community outbreaks at a poultry processing plant and a federally run Mission Correctional Institution. 106 inmates and 12 staff members have tested positive so far. Dr. Bonnie Henry says in the last few days, they've tested all inmates and staff with any symptoms.
And so
What about the ones?
that, with these new measures, with the new infection prevention
What
and
about the
control
ones without
measures that have
symptoms?
been put in place
What
in this
about the ones
facility,
without
that we're
symptoms?
able to support everybody who's in the facility.
An emotional Dr. Henry also added one of the latest deaths is linked to a First Nations community. She called it a tragedy for all of us.
Fuck
Bethlehem
you!
Merriam.
Easter certainly looked different for Christians, and now Muslims celebrating Ramadan have been forced to adapt. Kareem Gouda reports the celebration is going virtual this year thanks to COVID-19.
Typically,
the mosque in Burnaby on Canada would be busy at a time like this.
Any given Friday, we cater to about 800 to 1,200 people that pray here.
But because of physical distancing, it's been forced to close. Imam Yahya says that means people can't get together for Ramadan.
The mosques usually have these fast-breaking gatherings.
Services have been moved online, but he's trying to look at the positives.
This experience of Ramadan during a pandemic will enable us to be more grateful for the things that we took for granted.
He estimates there are about 40 to 50,000 Muslims across the Lower Mainland. I'm Kareem Gouda. Researchers across Canada are testing a drug's effectiveness on treating COVID-19 and even preventing it. We're speaking with the lead researcher at McGill University in Montreal, Dr. Todd Lee.
Hydroxychloroquine has been on the market in Canada for decades.
The drug has been used to treat malaria and lupus and is now being tested on COVID-19. The international study started a month ago out of University of Minnesota and made its way to Quebec, Alberta, and Manitoba. They're studying 350 patients and how the drug affects the virus after having a few days of symptoms.
If they have a diagnosis of COVID-19 and they've been sick with symptoms for less than 4 days, those are the type of patients we're very interested in for the treatment trial.
Dr. Lee has put out a call for volunteers for the trials. Their goal is to study 1,500 people for both the early treatment and post-exposure studies. You can go online to covid-19research.ca to fill out a survey to see if you're eligible to be studying with hydroxychloroquine. In Montreal, Alicia Ribertucci, City News.
Alberta is known for its rodeo culture, but unfortunately, this summer's slate is likely not going to happen due to public health protocols. However, some events are being altered to work under the restrictions. Charles Saski reports from Edmonton.
I threw the bottle on the ground, rinsed it out for 2 or 3
competing in
times,
Canada and the United States. Thurston has written off this summer for his home province.
But next summer, I'm sure a lot of this will be cleared up, figured out. One would hope anyway.
One would hope. Thank you, you fucking genius. You have a solution? No, shut up. You can produce the word? No, shut up.
Organizers tell us they hope people catch Heritage Festival online and order food or pickup for delivery.
Our reach is so huge, and the economic impact of this festival is so big. So many people.
You should have so many deliveries coming out of this shit right now.
In any way we can continue to outreach and help these groups to make a little bit of extra money is really important.
From Edmonton, Charles Askew, City News.
There has been more movie release shuffling in Hollywood due to this pandemic, and Jason Nathan says some superhero films are being pushed back.
This doesn't make any sense.
Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness shifting dates because of the coronavirus shutdown from November next year to March 2022. That's the second time it's been pushed back. It was originally scheduled to be out next May. And the upcoming Spider-Man movie was going to hit theaters July of next year. Now that goes to November 2021.
The sequel for the animated Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse is now dated for October of 2022, and Thor: Love and Thunder, which will have Natalie Portman taking up the hammer, has been pushed up a week to February 11th, 2022. You're listening to All News Radio.
This Sunday, iconic Canadian artist, activist, actors.
No. Oh, shit. I said I was going to do it, right? I didn't do it. Damn. Now, it said ingredients, and I said, what? And then it says spring water and ozone. They ozonified it. It says with ozone added. I thought that meant ozonified. Okay, my bad. Is there a technicality there? Natural spring water from Wellington County, Ontario. I want the Toronto tap. I don't want your spring water. The water, give it to the dogs. They like that. Give it to the dog. There you go. There you go. Oh, the Marshall Plan. We'll get back to that. Don't worry. I'm going to press it, what, 2 more times to pause it. And that works.
Fuck it is, nigga. You're not listening to rap music. Grinding, that's the motto we live by for timing. Playing games, we got no time. Grind till our stacks so high. Right. For all the niggas who are close by, if you ain't about to please stay on the Lord's side. Big gun, eagle eye, time to get your shows right. Grind. That's the motto we live by, right. Tell all of your folks that
these niggas act sick like my niggas won't air you or talk tough till you see me creeping in your rear view. So I dare you, if it's me you wanna harm G. Shots make your heart stop, I'm out in the heartbeat. Always on my feet cause niggas snake for the right price. So in these dark streets I keep it close like a nightlight. When I let it go they taking off like a race. Niggas always rap, why you think this mask on my face? Why you think I'm on this block making cash different ways? Nipping to these heads with shots pushing back your waves. Your mom catching graves when my niggas niggas sit and laugh, but it's a straight face when I stick 'em for the stash. Yo, cause John knows I got some stacks at my base, but I'm still robbing niggas like I'm flat on my face. Still shooting shots, no shoes, get 'em laced. Do the same dirty, get away with no trace.
Grinding, that's the motto we live by, put time in. Playing
Alright, you need a goddamn grinder.
Till our stack so high, right? For all the niggas who are close by, if you ain't out, please stay on the Lord's side. Big gun, eagle eye, that'll get your souls right, grind. That's the motto we live by, right? Tell all of your foes sides. Yo, I'll ride out for the close ones. Crunch time, do time for the close ones. When it comes down in the long run, you niggas broke, I'm the man with the long gun. You're fucking with the wrong one. If my niggas broke, I'ma break. I'ma get you smoked out like a dope head. Nigga, owe you from this chrome lead. You owe me, pay me, or I flip things. Anything I find is mine, and I'm a jack. Certain niggas shouldn't chip, better off with a jack. Certain niggas shouldn't grip, freeze when they see bitch. Freeze when they see goonies. But it's nothing like the movie. Bunch of young youths with nothing but a tune. But we still on that fuck early. And the streets done tough me. I'm counting money, got me feeling so lucky. Still feeling cursed cause I sleep with a duffy. You niggas all sweet and me I'm on my munchies. I mean on my crunchies. So come try slap me. I love guns and my gun loves me. Strap on my side like a wife and a huggy. Day shit, night shit, no kid cuddy. Rubber band money, slap on the 50s. Come try jack me, I brought the strap with me. Nigga, I brought the strap with me.
Yeah, every time I say that, I'm thinking of my dog. I'll be with you soon.
Drop my berry bonds on him. I'm dropping bombs on him. Dropping shit like a pigeon. I'm going Saddam. Low rise. Slow rise. Drop it. Yeah. Low rise records, baby.
Oldra's gonna smoke my way through it like the H1N1.
It's the L-O-W-R-Y-Z-E. Make a left 6 breeze, bitch, believe me. You can only wish to do the things that we do. For your 6, stand up if you feeling the movement. It's the L-O-W-R-Y-Z-E. Make a left 6 breeze, bitch, believe me. You can only wish to do the things that we do. And 306, stand up if you feeling the movement. It's like a movie, how I do steady pursuing this fictional plot. Blistering hot, rapper burying your props. Each song is another grip for the 45 walk. United we stand, united we fall, so fuck them all. I stay ahead of my game, ahead of my time. I feel the drive in my brain, you feel the force in my lines. This game make you pain with the every you roll. Cause every part fucking great comes from my soul. I try my hardest just to lace these tracks with such grace. But often question myself just to see if it's a waste. Test myself sometimes past the limits of control. But do it all at any cost just to go and roll. Me, I gotta do it and I'm heavily pursuing this dream. But every fucking time I do it, it seems it gleams past the fucking point of observation. Now I'm steadily taking out the faggots that we hate. It's the L-O-W-R-Y-Z-E. Make your MCs freeze, bitch, believe me. You can only wish to do the things that we do. And 306, stand up if you feel it. It's the L-O-W-R-Y-Z-E. Make your MCs freeze, bitch, believe me. You can only wish to do the things that we do. And 306, stand up if you feeling the movement. No one thought I had skills, but I proved them all wrong. Another 6 script for another 6 song. Now I'm rolling with the illest crew in all of Saskatoon. Making hits, making tracks, gonna be famous soon. The tightest tracks you've heard coming from low rise. Gotta please the people's taste, gotta feed their cries. E-Block, Saskatoon, that's a place, it's our turf. Cause to make it in this game, you can't be insecure. So many people tend to get lost in the tracks, and then nobody helps them and they don't bring it back. But when you hear these tracks, you'll feel right at home. It's for all the underdogs, so they won't feel alone. Nevertheless, I put my rhymes to the test. Should I invest in the quest of becoming the best? Dreamcast and derelict, bringing you another track. So just turn off your genre if it's something you can hack. It's the L-O-W-R-Y-Z-E. Make your MC MC sprays, bitch, believe me. You can only wish to do the things that we do in 306. Stand up if you feeling the movement. It's the LOWRYZE. Make a MC sprays, bitch, believe me. You can only wish to do the things that we do in 306. Stand up if you feeling the movement.
I smoke chronic in hotbox cars, and I still choke writing 16 bars. There's proof of damage, many scars, late at night writing under the stars. Fate faves of war, that's why I'm so hardcore. Too profound to be sold in stores. Me and derelict, the definition of evil. Fierce to the feeble, like the tip of a needle, the way my clothes hit people. I take stages, smear ink all over the pages. You want to battle, with the fuck are the wages? I'm serving faceless and violent outrages. Psychologists can't even case this. They say everything I write is tasteless. As time, if anyone spent time to educate this, embrace this, like I'm running a three-ring circus. Everything I drop is surplus, serving its purpose, like the Canadian military service. Got you shaking nervous, like there's a hole in your epidermis. No soul for the worthless. Go ahead and say my name, curse it. Couldn't control it, had to disperse it. Now my shirt's ripped.
It's the LOWRYZE. Make a MC sprays, bitch, believe me. You can only wish to do the things that we do in 306. Stand up if you feeling the movement. It's the LOWRYZE. Make a MC sprays, bitch, believe me. You can only wish to do the things that we do in 306. Stand up if you feeling the movement.
Motherfucking, my legs are full of holes, my legs are full of holes in my motherfucking head. I don't give a fuck what these assholes said. Put them all in the concrete red. Motherfuckers.
You already know what it is.
They tryna throw a gun on me. It's only allegations. If it was mine, it was in case they tried to run on me. 3 to 5 is what they asking, but I won't bite the bait. Got a little daughter to raise, so I'ma fight the case. When I got that phone call, man, I couldn't talk that clock. You an angel, I'm white in that wooden box. That's the vision I could never remove. And if I go, it's cause I'm dancing with the devil in the heavenly mood. That's like mixing water with oil and crippling with their blood in that. Fuck this game shit. I just really want my brother back. I want that joy put back in his mother's heart. I want them bullets reversed that hit his brother's heart. When I back the ratchet ahead and back in the ways. And we ain't friends, this ain't back in the day. 2017, I probably put the map to his face. Fuck these shows, I'm strapped up at the back of the stage. I'll shoot it up and then I'll join the crowd. On my hit shit, while I'm running, disassemble it on some sick shit. Take the springs out so we won't shoot in ballistics. And that's how you get away with charges on some sick shit. Yeah, I was raised with the savages. Grew up with them savages, never ran in my damage kicks. I only slapped back and stood tall. And this rap shit ain't the only way I put my hood on. Put my hood on with a black mask and a broken strap. Still bang 6 and dented whips when I hold it back. Why'd I roll with that? In these streets, there ain't no holding back. Gotta move, needing the street busting and older strap. I got 7 in that fifth, like my block number. 17 in the clip for my blockbusters. I ain't gotta wait for my team. This ain't no blockbuster. My young boy was 14 when he shot something. 15 in that Beretta he bust. I stayed reppin'. I never changed my sweater in months. Even when I got knocked, nigga, I was reppin' the same. A week later, 10 bands just to get out the cage. Fake love, handshakes and hugs. There's 8 in the snub. That's 2 more than the 38 I gave to my cuz. And if you know me, you know that I've been real. Since a little youth, I'm the block riding big wheels. But I'm a lot older on this block with the big steel. Peanut butter Glock left his brains on the windshield. Rock, paper, scissors, spin kick like a windmill. 4/5 clip hang lower than the windshield.
They say crime pays, so I'm outside with a 9's wave. Dark clouds follow me everywhere I go. I'm hearing voices talking to me while I'm sleeping at night. Eyes open, can't move, ain't a person in sight. Premonitions and visions, you can see the red in my eyes like the red light underneath the black 45. How you got it done, but you ain't walking with it. It's like a pit bull locked in a cage. Truth through flesh when it bark after it bite. Flee the scene low key, quiet storm playing on the getaway. Roll a blunt to calm my nerves. Adrenaline still rushing through my veins. It was either me or him, so for that I couldn't complain. Simple message for you little niggas, better stay out the way. Test my arms, then I bear arms. It's only right. I do you niggas like they did King, cause of hell that the red light. You try to reach, then I'll wheel it with the mat.
All of you people fucked up the road.
Broad day shooters, you know about it. In the West End, everybody heard about it. On that Master P, all my niggas got about it. When you claim lit, niggas coming through the alley. Yellow tape on your strip, hella shells on the floor. That's how my niggas do it when it's time for the war. Some my niggas do it when it's time for the war, nigga.
No way to fix that without just punching on
nigga. Fifth for the motherfucking grind, nigga. Slap world all day, nigga.
Half a fucking joint. Nigga, joint and a half. I don't know how to fucking do that one. What the fuck did you do to these people? I don't understand what the fuck is happening with this to make you do that.
Yo. Yeah.
Fucking leg is covered with holes on one side. And the bumps on the other fucking side. Damn. Oh, this is getting me some fucking joint, eh?
Like I'm the last of a dying breed. Twin hammers look like the Siamese. I got that beam from the Japanese. My French girl waves, you can remind me of mac and cheese. It is what it has to be. I'm killing out who's after me. They have to see me rich and I swear it wasn't financially. Like who be frontin' for? They flying like there's a trampoline. These bitches could've married a guy. It was a Magdalene. My shot like a little bro, a tag-along. It's these instrumentals we got with bragging on. It's Rosewood, Beer Brook, Cliffs, Bridges, with Sugar Man.
This all ties back into the 9x19 Parabellum Showcase.
We was slapping it back and forth like a tetherball. Used to live on French Street, right in the Esplanade. Bitches run the ship and make us film it like espionage. You know that's why they set for it. Like why you niggas ain't protect your neck for it? Chopping in shifts to be win. Like connect for the cylinder, always a spin. I connect for it right into the dome when I get it out the chest to drawer rapper. When you go on tour, it's all music. Maybe when we go on tour, it's all shootings. Like other shots got kicked, I gotta shoot it. Nigga, if you talk that talk, you gotta do it. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a down breed. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a down breed. Like he just wanna go on tour and make music. But every time you go on tours, it's all shootings. The last of a dying breed.
Yeah, I'm the last of a dying breed. I uppercut these fucks in the chin and they fly with ease. I bleed what I have to bleed. This blood's what I have to see. So thick, go sit with your fam. I call it Applebee's. Who the fuck trying to get stuck? Tell them ask for me. That match pack about to get struck. I brought the gasoline. I've never lost. I got OGs to get it back for me. Call me down, climb with a crown. Call me your majesty, God. They try to handle me, Lord. No, I'll play that. The bullets in that gray Mac 8-track. They go way back. About it up, top your mark, look where the safe at. Put numbers on your head, you already covered in face tats, boy. Why they always trying to snake that, boy? Charlie got the defibrillator to shake that, boy. Forget about it, you turn me to Rocky ASAP, boy. I'm the last of a dying breed, they wanna break that, boy. Like, you're bringing all that beef to the farm, my man's branded you. If you don't get respect in the streets, I can't stand with you. They tell you you a threat on the beat, your man's scamming you. The Benz is like a beast when it spins. Crash Bandicoot, pull up with a camera crew. Cannons in your face now. Anybody that's liking to us is liking face down. White boy, nice with a pen. This ain't no 8 Mile. We playing hopscotch in the spots where the body's traced out. Cause when you go on tour, it's all music. And baby, when we go on tour, it's just shootings. Drive-bys, your eyes wide shut, we gone Kubrick. See, we ain't really about all that talk, we just do shit.
I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a down breed. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a down breed. Like he just wanna go on tour and make music. I'm the last of a down breed. But every time you go on tours, it's all shootings. I'm the last of a down breed.
the fuck is Canada? Oh, there it is. Why are we in the second tier here? Why is Canada down here? And why is that next Canadian guy?
One knock, two knock, three knock, four. No one's there, so I'm coming in total. One knock, two knock, three knock, four. I'm coming in total. One knock, two knock, three knock, four. No one's there, so I'm coming in total. One knock, two knock, three knock, four. I'm coming in total. I don't knock, I don't pick locks. I kick doors down and let go shots. Call me hot shot, real life nightmare. And the S, I make niggas cry gangsta tears. No alcohol, no beer. Like Freddy, I'll kill you in your nightmares. Where the cash at? Where the stash at? Fuck around, we gon' find where your girl's at. She's in the strip on the floor like the doormat. Break it back to blue sky, cause you know you whack. Cool dogs, that's what you be thinking of a rap. This ain't fiction, we thinking of a rap. 1 crib, 2 crips, 3 crips, 4. Cool dogs, nigga, 6 bloods on the floor. 1 crips, 2 crips, 3 crips, 4. 1 dog, nigga, 6 bloods on the floor. Booyah! Knock, 2 knock, 3 knock, 4. No upstairs, so I'm coming in total. 1 knock, 2 knock, 3 knock, 4. Open up stairs, I'm coming in total. 1 knock, 2 knock, 3 knock, 4. No upstairs, so I'm coming in total. 1 knock, 2 knock, 3 knock, 4. Open up stairs, I'm coming in total. Coming in total. No matter what, by the window, by the door. Yes, picking on the light for the dog. That's a show, cause we know what you got on the stove, on the table, and your money's in the box. So I'm picking on the light, coming through the door, blasting. No move, nothing in the ass. One bad move, then you get your ass kicked. Yo, I'm not in the mood, so the peach gas. You see the eyes of a wolf, and I hope you see it. Cold dogs around, so your ass is frozen. Wolf, motherfucker, now you about to get defeated. My bad, you the one who chose it. And if we able to give no options, not more made, but a man on a mission. It's not a good dream, but a bad situation. More like a nightmare, you are the victim. 1 knock, 2 knock, 3 knock, 4. No upstairs, so I'm coming in total. 1 knock, 2 knock, 3 knock, 4. Open up stairs, I'm coming in total. 1 knock, 2 knock, 3 knock, 4. No upstairs, so I'm coming in total. 1 knock, 2 knock, 3 knock, 4. Open up stairs, I'm coming in total.
Joseph Stalin, Franklin D. Roosevelt, and Winston Churchill sitting side by side.
Pick the flex you with the Sorrento. It's the only thing that's switching up. The game chill like mental.
kinfolk. I've been broken, came up and lost that and still cope. You niggas joking, still broke. Free my niggas in and out. I'm about to hit the books, I'm the accountant. Tunnel vision, Rook versus all them crooks, I am surrounded. Pretty like the pound get. My right barking louder than these gang events. Ain't none of you has been a threat. I'll show you how this 30 get. That's my age guard, it's then the next planet for the president. These pussies on the internet, so flashing on my game rap. I never knew about Snoopy and Connect. I was the first female to rap no rappers rap. You twisted cause I cut the dress, so principled on older heads. You surely broke this bread though, when I was talking about my kinfolk. Them years ended zero, excuses on the decade.
And changing demand, Trudeau says they continue to play a key role in putting food on our tables. I'm Stuart McGinn. After physical distancing measures and a virtual shutdown of the economy, the question on minds across Canada is, when will things go back to normal? Speaking on Saturday, Chief Public Health Officer Dr. Teresa Tam noted the efforts of several Canadian scientists working hard to find a vaccine.
With the COVID-19 pandemic still in high force, there is an urgent need for this accelerated process, focused on delivering a safe and effective vaccine. And the world is responding in equal force with 20 institutions and companies working on expedited vaccine development, while over 70 countries are working collectively to accelerate research on treatments.
And we let them get away with not following all the
Relaxing
regulations.
social restrictions and easing back into a functional economy, she and her counterparts are looking at some of the epidemic criteria for consideration. Now in Ontario, the Ford government has announced a significant increase in wages for healthcare workers for the next 4 months. Ford says nurses, personal support workers, cleaners, correctional service officers, and many others will earn an extra $4 an hour. The Premier says it is needed to maintain staffing levels in busy long-term care homes and hospitals due to this pandemic.
You're going to need masks,
Looking
right?
after
Where's Suzanne again?
COVID-19 patients,
I'm not.
for those working in our long-term care homes, for those caring for our most vulnerable, and for those working in close quarters, maintaining order in our correctional facilities.
Those
for
quarters.
these heroes,
They got units with no COs on them.
day,
I don't know how the fuck they
getting
got
back
that.
to the fight, getting back to the front lines, comes at a great price.
An average worker putting in at least 40 hours a week would earn an increase of roughly $3,500 more over the next 4 months. A small group of protesters are urging the provincial government in Ontario to lift the emergency order and end the pandemic shutdown. They took to Queen's Park on Saturday to share their message, and Premier Ford is furious. Michelle Mackey has the story.
Signs reading, "Get things back on track," and "I want a haircut," visible in the crowd of 40 to 50 protesters. And Premier Doug Ford has a stern message for them.
99.9% of the people in this province are working together, side by side. That's the reason we were able to see a flattening of the curve.
The other 0.1%, Ford calls a bunch of yahoos. The Premier says the government is working hard to open the economy as soon as possible, but the health and safety of Ontarians is the first priority. The protesters complied with physical distancing guidelines, and no tickets were issued. I'm Michelle Mackey.
Now across the country in BC, with 2 more deaths from COVID-19 confirmed in that province on Saturday, they've hit 100 total province-wide. And as Bethlehem Merriam reports, there's also been a jump in cases at 95.
The dramatic spike in cases is linked to the Mission Correctional Institution, where 106 inmates and 12 staff members have contracted the virus. Dr. Von Henry says over the last few days, they've tested all inmates and staff with any symptoms at all.
I think we are making headway in dealing with this issue.
What about people without
There are currently
symptoms?
only 2 inmates who are in hospital at this time, but it is a very challenging virus.
An emotional Dr. Henry also added, like all the deaths recorded, one of the latest ones is a tragedy, the first individual in a First Nations community. I'm Bethlehem Merriam.
The first case related to a First Nation community coming from Alert Bay in BC, a tiny community off northern Vancouver Island. Renee Bernard reports the town has now extended its state of emergency.
The victim is a 59-year-old woman with 4 grown children. Chief of the Numgees First Nation, Don Svanvik, says given Cormorant Island only has 1,500 people, this is a sad occasion. A cluster of cases has been identified on the island, and just how many people are in the hospital, Svanvik can't say.
I don't have any official numbers, so I believe there is one more.
Local physician Dr. Dan Cutfeet took to Facebook to keep people's spirits up.
These are challenging times, and I think everyone's tired and ready for their old lives to resume.
Chief Svanvik says the memorial for the woman will have to wait until gatherings can happen again. I'm Renee Bernard.
Mosques will be empty this year as Ramadan celebrations are starting to look different thanks to the pandemic. Kareem Gouda is in Vancouver and brings us more.
Imam Yahya works at the Big Mosque in Burnaby on Canada Way.
We've tried to make our services accessible to as many platforms as we possibly can.
That includes YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram.
Although the community does appreciate our efforts in trying to move things online, it's not the same as an in-person lesson or sermon, so they are definitely looking forward to coming back.
Yet, since all the mosques are closed, they're also not able to get together for a meal when they break their daily fast after sunset. I'm Kareem Gouda.
A sad reality of the pandemic is that many now need to get their affairs in order if something bad is to happen to them. Travis Prasad reports from Vancouver, more people are now working to figure out their wills. Sonia Northeast is at high risk for severe illness from COVID-19. The 34-year-old mother of 2 just made a will.
If I end up getting it, I don't want my kids left high and dry with nothing.
Sonia isn't alone. Willful is an online will company that has seen demand increase in BC by 625% this past month.
COVID has really caused people to think about planning for an emergency and ensuring that you have these foundational docs in place.
According to Willful, just 1 in 3 British Columbians had an up-to-date will pre-pandemic. Aaron Burry with Willful says your estate plan should also include power of attorney documents. That way, if you're too sick to communicate, someone you trust can make financial and medical decisions on your behalf. In Vancouver, Travis Prasad, City News. Germs, they're everywhere, and the pandemic has made us more aware of them. Now, one entrepreneur in Vancouver has created a device designed to help you avoid contact with them when out in public. Yeah. Miranda Fatur joins us with more on the invention and a new initiative in BC aimed at getting young people involved in business.
Keychain-sized copper device is called the Comate. Verdicchio says the idea hit him when he was trying to solve one of his own problems.
To get out of my building to the garbage, I have to go through 3 doors. And it's just nasty, really.
The Comate costs about $30, with $1 of every sale going to Food Banks Canada. And it's not just adults coming up with new ideas. Face of Today, a Vancouver-based mental health resource center, is hosting a startup contest encouraging youth to get into the entrepreneurial spirit.
We are looking for, business ideas that maybe are specific to providing a solution or a need to the goods and services that have been completely removed from COVID-19.
The final date to submit startup ideas is May 25th. In Richmond, Miranda Fatur, City News.
You're listening to All News Radio.
Introducing Irwin's new Command Lock Tape Measures, built for extra control with a finger break, up to 14-foot reach, and a high-contrast DuPont Mylar film-coated white blade. Plus, it comes in a high-impact resistant case. When every quarter-inch matters, these tapes are designed with your job in mind. New Irwin Command Lock Tapes, built for the trades. Available only at Canadian Tire stores across Canada. Find out more at irwintools.ca.
Your home is more than just a place to live. It's your window of opportunity. With a home equity loan from Capital Direct, your home can provide valuable.
I'm trying to find. Thank you. I have found like 4 versions of South Africa and not the version I'm looking for. The Orange Free State and the South African Republic were the first countries in the world to declare postal orders to be legal tender as an emergency currency. Really? At this time, it is currently difficult to distinguish between the currency issues and the normal postal notes. I don't know what that means unless you show me pictures, motherfucker. You don't seem to have pictures.
Oregon for this construction,
It's
and
gone.
it is affecting some ramps there. Northbound Young, northbound southbound Bayview ramps to the highway are closed. Eastbound 407 ramps to Leslie and the 404 are shut down. Looking at the West 407, northbound Allen ramp onto the highway, that is closed. That one is long-term construction, going to be closed for the foreseeable future. Your next traffic report is at 1:21. Now let's check your forecast.
A daytime high of 10 degrees on your Sunday, but it's going to be a wet one. You're going to need your umbrella if you do have to head outdoors. Also, a gusty day. Winds gusting out of the east up to 60 kilometers an hour, a low of 4. Monday, partly cloudy skies with a daytime high of 10 and a low of 3. Your high for today, 10 degrees.
Canada's chief public health officer says there isn't enough evidence to say whether people who have recovered from COVID-19 are immune from getting it a second time. She was responding on Saturday to reports that some countries are considering the possibility of providing so-called immunity passports to citizens who have already been infected. The World Health Organization also says there is still currently no evidence that people who have recovered from the virus have antibodies that protect them from getting infected again.
We've got some idea now about some of the antibody response, and some of these responses are quite delayed. We don't know when the sort of peak of the antibody response might be reached. We definitely don't know how long the antibody response might last for, and what it means if someone gets reinfected. So all of those are unknown.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says any plan to reopen provincial economies will be based on limited and spread of infection and not on presumed immunity to the virus. You're listening to All News Radio.
Coronavirus updates and breaking news.
All on the Be the First to Know newsletter.
Sign up now at 680news.com/newsletters.
Here's the top 10 reasons to get 10 Tidbits free. They're fun, awesome, tasty, shareable, delicious, snackable, craveable, dippable, delectable, and free. Spend $10, get 10 Tidbits free. Offer and qualifying purchases of $10 before taxes at participating restaurants for a limited time. Not valid for delivery orders. Other terms apply.
As an essential service, Roto-Rooter wants you to know that they remain ready to help you with any of your drain, plumbing, or disinfection needs. Thank you for understanding as they take preventative measures to ensure everyone's health is a top priority. Contact them at rotorooter.com.
The Princess Margaret Home Lottery is over 80% sold. Don't miss the incredible $6.8 million grand prize, a contemporary $1.6 million Upper Beaches grand prize, and a stunning country home in Prince Edward County. Homes, cottages, condos, cars, and more. It's one big prize after another. Over 80% sold. Don't miss out. Buy your tickets now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com.
Oh yeah, I'm going hands, holes in my legs and arms. Allies of World War II. This gets interesting. Micmac Police Warrior Society. You drop the P in times of war. Allies of World War II. The Allies of World War II called the United Nations from the 1 January 1942 declaration were the countries that together opposed the Axis powers during the Second World War, 1939 to 1945. The Allies promoted the alliance as means to control German, Japanese, and Italian aggression. Ow. So, it's listed in this strange order, the Big Four: United States, Soviet from December 1941, Soviet Union from June 41, United Kingdom, China since July 37, other Allied combatant states: India, Canada, Australia, that's not the Canadian flag, New Zealand, South Africa, Philippines. Oh, is that the flag at the time? Is that what's happening? And I know that because I just looked at the South Africa page. Okay, so what happens if I click on Canada? You're going to show me Canada 200 years ago. Philippines, Brazil from August 42, Mongolia from August 45, Mexico from May 42. Status: military alliance. United Nations, right? They just called it the United Nations, did they not? I know this is unofficial. Anglo-Polish Alliance, March 31st, 1939. Tehran Conference, November 28th, December 1st, 1943. Bretton Woods Conference. Oh, this gets interesting. July 1st to 15th, 1944. Yalta Conference, February 4th to 11th, 1945. United Nations formed April 25th, June 26th, 1945. Potsdam Conference, July 17th to August 2nd, 1945. And there's 4 red vertical stripes. This is the United Nations honor flag. I don't know anything about that. Used as a symbol of the wartime allies circa 1943-1948. It's just 4 red vertical stripes. The Allied leaders of the European theater, Joseph Stalin, Franklin D. Roosevelt, and Winston Churchill meeting at the Tehran Conference in 1943. So the reason I couldn't find what the fuck I was looking for was because I clicked through from, I guess I gotta go to the countries portal or some shit. Damn. Can I just enlarge this somehow? Oh dear, Doug. Oh, this guy looks like a fat, chubby motherfucker too. I wasn't sure. He looks pretty big on the coin too, eh? That's Stalin looking like Stalin. It's Churchill looking like Churchill. Oh damn, this shit. I remember the Russians wouldn't take none of the money from, they took the reparations, but not the economic recovery plan, the program. I have at least 3 pages. I think I closed one on South Africa. They all say South Africa. They're not the same thing. They're not the same thing.
The Filipino Emergency Task Force says employees are worried about their health and feeling pressure to head back to work, even if they are still showing symptoms of the virus.
The Filipino
Action Dignity has been urging workers to
Force.
tell their stories publicly, but many are afraid they may not be rehired if they speak out. Lori Paris,
Hey, if you
the
don't
Canadian
not
Press.
speak out, I would
Change is
never
coming
hire
to
you.
Oppenheimer
So,
Park in Vancouver. Those who live in tent cities in both Vancouver and Victoria are being moved into hotels. Lisa Usda reports while the move is voluntary for now, an enforcement option will become mandatory in a few weeks.
oh,
Going to address and take these sites down by the middle of May. The police will play a role in that.
But the expectation, Social Development Minister Shane Simpson says as many people will want to move. But with some support workers already pulling services out of fear, he says this must happen now.
Public safety is a significant issue at all of these sites, and police will be there to support that public safety, both for the residents of those sites and for the people who are coming and working on the site.
This includes movers to take people's possessions to
You have to
storage or
regulate
new
yourselves
spaces.
if they
In Vancouver,
will.
they're using 8 hotels and the Cole Harbour and Roundhouse community centers. So far, nearly 700 spaces there, 2,700 around BC. I'm Lisa Usda.
This is All News Radio.
This is 680 News.
Toronto.
The numbers are staggering. In Canada, on average, 2 employees are killed every day in work-related incidents. Many more are injured or become sick from hazardous substances. UA Local 853 Sprinkler Fitters of Ontario points out that April 28th is International Day of Mourning, a day to remember those killed or injured. On April 28th, let's pause to remember those lost or hurt while working and commit to a safer workplace. A message from the membership of UA Local 853 Sprinkler Fitters of Ontario. Visit ualocal853.org.
To the nurses and doctors who doubled their shifts, to those wiping down every surface and keeping us safe, those who keep the lights on and the food coming, to all frontline and emergency workers, Subaru dealers salute you. In fact, while we continue to provide essential services to all Subaru customers, we'll drop everything to put you first. Simply visit us online, because that's how we'll safely plan every appointment. From your Ontario Subaru dealers, let's all stay safe.
Listen 3, 4, 5 times a day.
This is 680 News.
From the 680 News Traffic Center, I'm Michael Ranger. Still a very quiet drive if you were out on the major routes this morning. A little bit of overnight construction going on East 407. Some ramp closures there. The northbound Yonge, northbound, southbound Bayview ramps to the highway shut down. Eastbound 407 ramps to Leslie and the 404 are closed as well. Westbound 401, one ramp closure to take note of there. Northbound Allen ramp to the highway shut down. That is for long-term construction. It's GP Bikes, no HST sale, plus up to 60% off, open online and by phone for easy curbside pickup. Get your new motorcycle with finance rates as low as 0%. GP
fucking up front with
your
the
Power
keys in it,
Sports
right?
Authority.
Right.
Next traffic report at 1:31. Now let's check your forecast.
Daytime high of 10 degrees on your Sunday, and we're going to be seeing some on and off showers throughout the day, a low of 4. Monday, partly cloudy skies with a daytime high of 10 and low of 3. Tuesday, a touch warmer, a daytime high of 11 with a mix of sun and cloud, and a low of 5. Your high for today, 10 degrees.
Coming up at the bottom of the hour on All News Radio, we'll have more on the federal government's plan to get each province's economy back up and running. Prime Minister Trudeau says that each province's economy is unique, so the plan for each part of the country will be approached differently. If you're graduating this year, you may be getting the short end of the stick. A study from the University of Calgary's School of Public Policy shows that you could be making less than other graduates. Save Kaiser has more.
While the COVID-19 pandemic isn't a traditional recession, it could have impacts you see during traditional recessions. Christine Neal is an economics professor who wrote a report showing the average student who graduates during the pandemic may be making 9% less for the first work year compared to someone who graduated outside a recession.
As time goes by, they start to catch up. So that after 10 years, they're now earning pretty much what the average was.
Meaning some students could still feel that effect and earn less than the average for a decade after they graduate.
Some people will be fine and do well as well as the best from the other cohorts, and some people will do substantially worse.
I'm Save Kaiser.
Parking lots and streets are the new playground for some people bored and looking for something to do during this pandemic. Crystal Ladaris is in Calgary and reports that staying in your car may seem cautious, but some Calgarians are parking and gathering together.
In Crescent Heights, there's a well-known view of the Calgary skyline, and some people are not following distancing guidelines. Dr. Vanessa Meyer-Stevenson is an infectious diseases physician with the Cummings School of Medicine.
Even though we think we may have followed these measures to the T, there are still cases and scenarios where we just don't know whether or not we may have had some form of interaction, whether from an individual, through a conversation, whether through a fomite, so an inanimate object that may be carrying some of the virus.
Spring weather is only going to draw more crowds, and there are concerns of relaxing who you let into your boundaries could undo weeks of public health measures. Crystal Ladaris, City News.
And now south of the border, New York is closing in on 2 months of lockdown, and the state's governor says it's had an impact. Mark Remillard brings us the latest.
Governor Cuomo acknowledging Saturday the difficulty of his stay-at-home order.
It's been 56 long days. Generations are called upon to deal with high levels of difficulty. We are called upon to deal with this crisis.
And while he says it's been tough, it's not been for nothing.
Well, what did we accomplish? 100,000 fewer serious infections.
Deaths in the state have ticked up over the last 24 hours, but new hospitalizations have once again declined. Mark Remillard, ABC News, New York.
You're listening to All News Radio. Coming up next, the Business Report.
Cancer connects us all. We all have a story to tell.
I was 13 years old when I first heard the word cancer.
Being diagnosed with colon cancer was an overwhelming shock.
I'm Eric McCormack. Research, including clinical trials, helps to change the story for cancer patients across Canada.
I am now 9 years cancer-free.
Join Stand Up to Cancer Canada and the Canadian Cancer Society to learn more about the groundbreaking research.
Oh, you thought I totally forgot it. I narrowed it down to 9 windows apparently. President Harry Truman signed the Marshall Plan. No fucking prelude. Let's just go. President Harry, you can fucking comment the timestamps if you want. President Harry Truman signed the Marshall Plan on April 3rd, 1948, granting $5 billion in aid to 16 European nations. During the 4 years the plan was in effect, the United States donated $17 billion, equivalent to $202.18 billion in 2019, in economic and technical assistance to help the recovery of the European countries that joined the Organization for European Economic Cooperation. I read part of this before. I'm skip down. The ERP addressed each of the obstacles to post-war recovery. The plan looked to the future and did not focus on the destruction caused by the war. What, you mean like demining? Anyway. What about razor wire and anyway, canisters of gas and shit? Much more important were efforts to modernize European industrial and business practices using high-efficiency American models, reducing artificial trade barriers, let me see your ID, and instilling a sense of hope and self-reliance. By 1952, as the funding ended, the economy of every participant state had surpassed pre-war level. Fuck, I've read all this shit before. Where the fuck was that? Oh, please, load a new page. By the end of World War II, much of Europe was devastated. It says wartime destruction. Just in case you're wondering what destruction and when it happened around the war, it was wartime destruction. By the end of World War II, much of Europe was devastated. Sustained aerial bombardment during the war had badly damaged most major cities, and industrial facilities were especially hard hit. The region's trade flows had been thoroughly disrupted. Millions were in refugee camps living on aid from the United States, which was provided in the guise of the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration and other agencies. You thought I was reading them all out of order, didn't you? The United Nations have been approved by a 3-month conference that bookended Victory in Europe, capital V in Europe, and you can click on it to see them highlighted. Food shortage, I'm not going to. Food shortages were, I got the coins to remind me. Food shortages were severe, especially in the harsh winter of 1946 to 47. From July 1945 through June 1946, the United States shipped 16.5 million tons of food, primarily wheat, to Europe and Japan. Why Japan? Fuck Japan. It amounted to 1/6 of the American food supply and provided 35 trillion calories. Gee, this is how they do the bean counting. It provided 35 trillion calories, enough to provide 400 calories a day for 1 year to 300 million people. You can't live on 400 calories a day, but they expected you to. I'm anemic. I can go to 5,000 calories a day. Especially damaged was transportation infrastructure, as railways, bridges, and docks had been specifically targeted by airstrikes, while much merchant shipping had been sunk. Look up the Canadian pipe bomb. Although most small towns and villages had not suffered as much damage, the destruction of transportation left them economically isolated. Most. Yeah. It depends, because a lot of places got shot up and tore up and run through. None of these problems could be easily remedied, as most nations engaged in the war had exhausted their treasuries in the process. Oh, so you got to figure out how to do things without money. That's interesting, isn't it? The only major powers whose infrastructure had not been significantly harmed in World War II were the United States and Canada. Oh, yeah, look how far away we were. Good to have a friend that lives, just a hop, skip, and jump away. They were much more prosperous than before the war, but exports were a small factor in their economy. Much of the Marshall Plan aid would be used by the Europeans to buy manufactured goods and raw materials from the United States and Canada. Oh, thank you. And this is how you get the money back that you throw into nationalizing all the means of production. Oh, which is what we just did. And GM just reopened the Oshawa plant to make masks. Why are we sending back defective masks? We should be burning them and saying, fuck you, give us our money or we'll kill you. Tell us who these people are selling us bad masks. Tell us who they are selling us moldy masks and all this shit. I want to know who they are. I want to know who placed the order, because then that person will tell us who their boss is. It'll go up the line. I swear to God, you think I didn't learn from the cops? Oh, yeah. Oh, it don't work on drug dealers. It's the other way around. No, you tell us who these motherfuckers are, and we will bury these motherfuckers. Sell us defective masks twice? Really? Really? Oh, the government is engaging in some serious peacekeeping right now by not letting that information leak. I just need a screenshot of the damn bill of lading, motherfucker. I can fucking find your ass. The only major... Initial post-war events. Along with the UN, many humanist ideas were circulating over the 5-year period that ensued its formation. The World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. Thank you. Date from this time. One of the ideas proposed in 1947 at the United Nations Conference on Trade and Employment, UNCTE, This is where you get these 5-letter acronyms. You have US, blah blah blah, UN, blah blah blah, and it was the UK, was the International Trade Organization, ITO, the GATT was first conceived around that time too. Citation needed. What the fuck is the GATT? Please just make this simple for me. Where'd it go? General Agreement on Tariffs and Trades between many countries. Okay, I'm not reading that because I don't give a fuck about that. I didn't sign it. You're gonna tax what? You can't even steal my blood and sell it. You can't even steal my blood and sell it. So it doesn't. We could go look up Coca-Cola.
Measures are working to slow the pandemic, but now is not the time to ease restrictions. That was the message on Saturday from Chief Public Health Officer Dr. Theresa Tam, who says that hard work is being done by frontline workers to ensure the safety of residents.
We are in a pandemic, and we have all committed to protect ourselves and our families with physical distancing, to stick to essential activities only. So my message is that vaccination is an essential activity. It is normal to feel concerned about visiting a doctor's office or a clinic at this time, but please know that healthcare providers have precautions in place to prevent the spread of infection.
Tam cautioned that while everyone is hoping for a sprint to the finish, preventing the spread of COVID-19 is a marathon and that there are no rewards for quitting early. Meantime, in Ontario, Premier Doug Ford says that frontline workers will receive a raise of $4 an hour for the next 4 months as they help in the fight against COVID-19. That includes people working at shelters and long-term care homes. Ford says that eligible workers will also receive an extra payment of $250 a month if they work more than 100 hours in that month.
Every day, these brave men and women show up. They take their post at every hospital, at every group home and shelter. They work 12-hour shifts or more. They take risks day in and day out. They do this to look out for us. And as Premier, it's my job to look out for them.
The provincial government says 350,000 workers will be eligible for the paid premium. And staying with Ontario's Premier, Ford says that he's furious at a bunch of yahoos who decided to flout physical distancing measures and emergency laws to protest outside Queen's Park in Toronto on Saturday afternoon. Toronto police say the protesters complied with physical distancing guidelines and that no tickets were issued. Michelle Mackey is covering the story.
With signs reading, "Get things back on track," and "I want a haircut," a small group of protesters took to Queen's Park. Premier Doug Ford says while the demonstrators fight government lockdowns, healthcare workers are fighting to protect the community.
But we've come such a long way. And then we have these people that want to break ranks with 14.5 million people and just go rogue.
Break ranks.
Again, it's irresponsible.
Go rogue.
And it's
militant.
Ford says the government
Did
is
he
working
not
hard
just use
to
the
open
terms?
economy as soon
Thank
as
you.
possible. But the health and safety of Ontarians is the top priority. I'm Michelle Mackey.
In BC, there were 95 new cases of COVID-19 and 2 new deaths. As Bethlehem Merriam explains, that pushes the province-wide death toll to 100.
The dramatic jump in cases are related to continued community outbreaks at a poultry processing plant and a federally run Mission Correctional Institution. 106 inmates and 12 staff members have tested positive so far. Dr. Bonnie Henry says in the last few days, they've tested all inmates and staff with any symptoms.
And so we're hopeful that with these new measures, with the new infection prevention and control measures that have been put in place in this facility, that we're able to support everybody who's in the facility.
An emotional Dr. Henry also added one of the latest deaths is linked to a First Nations community. She called it a tragedy for all of us. I'm Bethlehem Merriam.
Oh, I'm
As you
sure
heard
you
there,
feel
the
our
first death
pain.
from a First Nations community in BC stems from a known cluster of cases in Alert Bay off northern
Cigarettes
Vancouver
acted as
Island.
currency.
Renee Bernard has more.
We've been told the victim is a 59-year-old woman with 4 grown children. Chief of the Numgees First Nation, Don Svanvik, says he knows the family well, but so does everyone else in the tight-knit community. As for any memorials for her,
We'll have to do that when we get all this behind us.
local physician Dr. Dan Cutfeet issued a message on Facebook to say testing is being extended to all members of the community.
I think everyone needs to know that we are
Not just the
testing
ones that look
everyone
sick.
and anyone with respiratory symptoms, so like coughs,
that's
stomach
pretty
issues,
sad.
fevers.
Chief Svanvik says he knows of at least one other person who is in the hospital but doesn't know how big the outbreak is. Renee
1989.
Bernard.
Easter certainly looked different for Christians, and now Muslims celebrating Ramadan have been forced to adapt. Kareem Gouda is in Vancouver and reports the celebration is going virtual this year thanks to COVID-19.
Typically, the mosque in Burnaby on Canada Way would be busy at a time like this.
Any given Friday, we cater to about 800 to 1,200 people that pray here.
But because of physical distancing, it's been forced to close. Imam Yahya says that means people can't get together for Ramadan.
The mosques usually have these fast-breaking gatherings.
Services have been moved online, but he's trying to look at the positives.
This experience of Ramadan during a pandemic will enable us to be more grateful for the things that we took for granted.
He estimates there are about 40 to 50,000 Muslims across the Lower Mainland. I'm Kareem Gouda.
Researchers across Canada are testing a drug's effectiveness on treating COVID-19 and even preventing it. We're speaking with the lead researcher at McGill University in Montreal, Dr. Todd Lee.
Hydroxychloroquine has been on the market in Canada for decades.
The drug has been used to treat malaria and lupus and is now being tested
get
on
malaria, we have
COVID-19.
sickle
The
cell.
international
Fuck off.
study started a month ago out of University of Minnesota and made its way to Quebec, Alberta, and Manitoba.
Oh, yeah.
They're studying
The immune
350
system thing works
patients
both
and how the
ways.
drug
That's
affects the
kinda
virus
funny.
after having a few days of symptoms.
If they have a diagnosis of COVID-19 and they've been sick with symptoms for less than 4 days, those are the type of patients we're very interested in for the treatment trial.
Dr. Lee has put out a call for volunteers for the trials. Their goal is to study 1,500 people for both the early treatment and post-exposure studies. You can go online to covid-19research.ca to fill out a survey to see if you're eligible to be studying with hydroxychloroquine. In Montreal, Alicia Ribertucci, City News.
Alberta is known for its rodeo culture, but unfortunately this summer's slate is likely not going to happen because of public health protocols. However, some events are being altered to work under the restrictions. Cheryl Sasaski reports from Edmonton.
Zeke Thurston is a professional saddle bronc rider competing in Canada and the United States. Thurston has written off this summer for his home province.
By next summer, I'm sure a lot of this will be cleared up, figured out. One would hope anyway.
At least one summer event will go forward as best it can. Heritage Festival in August will now be a virtual event. Organizers tell us they hope people catch Heritage Festival online and order food or pickup for delivery.
Our reach is so huge, and the economic impact of this festival is so big to so many people in the city and all of Northern Alberta, that any way we can continue that outreach and help these groups make a little bit of extra money is really important.
From Edmonton, Cheryl Tasascu, City News.
This is All News Radio.
My name is Aaron Waxman, and in times of uncertainty,
It is in
we
fact
can
a
take solace in the
swastika on
fact
a
that those that we
Deutsch
care about, our
Reich
family, our friends, and those in
1938.
our community are safe
Oh,
and are practicing physical
It's a
distancing and staying at home. At my firm, I've encouraged staff to work from home and to follow the guidelines to staying safe. I know these are difficult times, but we can take this moment to reflect on how much we have to be grateful for. I wish you and your family only peace and good health.
David Jones here from Hire the Gardener.
Nazi
Yes,
coinage.
we're still open during COVID-19. The Gardener has put extreme measures in place to keep you and our staff safe and are only providing contactless essential services. Just watch and wave to us through the window. With that in mind, help us honor a hero. Visit hirethegardener.com and nominate a frontline worker who could win free service this season. Help us thank the people keeping us safe. Visit hirethegardener.com.
The big story. I'm your host, Jordan Heath Rawlings. We'll take you through this crisis one day and one story at a time. Listen at thebigstorypodcast.ca or wherever you get your podcasts. From the 680 News Traffic Center, I'm Michael Ranger. Some overnight construction on the eastbound 407. Numerous ramp closures there. Westbound Britannia, northbound Bramley ramps onto the highway shut down. Road work going on the East 407 from Yonge over to the 404. 5 right lanes are gone, and this is closed ramps as well. Northbound Yonge, northbound and southbound Bayview ramps onto the highway are closed. East 407 ramps to Leslie and the 404 also shut down for overnight construction. Northbound Allen ramp to the westbound 401 collectors, that is closed long term. You can still access the westbound 401 Express from northbound Allen Road. Your next traffic report at 1:51. Now let's take a look at your forecast.
A daytime high of 10 degrees on your Sunday, but it's going to be a wet one. You're going to need your umbrella if you do have to head outdoors. Also, a gusty day. Winds gusting out of the east up to 60 kilometers an hour, a low of 4. Monday, partly cloudy skies with a daytime high of 10 and a low of 3. Your high for today, 10 degrees.
Canada's chief public health officer is warning against provinces relying on the strategy of COVID-19 herd immunity to reopen businesses and schools. That strategy involves exposing a large proportion of the healthy population to the novel coronavirus in a measured, gradual way to help them develop a natural immunity. Tam said despite evidence indicating the old and chronically ill are most vulnerable, young and healthy people can also suffer severe symptoms from the disease.
The idea of sort of generating natural immunity is actually not something that I think should be undertaken. I personally think that, we, as the chief medical officers, we would, really be extremely cautious about that kind of approach.
Tam says there is currently no evidence that people who have recovered from COVID-19 cannot catch it a second time. You're listening to All News Radio.
News is always changing. Now more than ever. Listen 3, 4, 5 times a day. This is 680 News.
You're listening.
Play us on your smart speaker. Ontario, our efforts are making a difference. Physical distancing is...
Oh, this is so interesting. Economics of 1948. Deutschmark. 1948 currency reform. Whatever. History. Before 1871, a mark had been the currency of... This will all add up soon, don't worry. If you don't remember the 90s, you don't remember the Deutschmark trading against the dollar. History. Before 1871. So, before you met the Wet'suwet'en people, right? A mark had been... Oh, yeah. A mark had been the currency of Germany since its original... What is the apostrophe? Original unification in 1871. I don't give a fuck about German history, but let's read this. Before that time, the different German states issued a variety of different currencies, though most were linked to the Währungsstaller. Yes, I'm reading German with a Dutch accent. Go fuck yourself. A silver coin containing 16 2/3 grams of pure silver. Although the mark was based on gold rather than silver, a fixed exchange rate between the Währungsstaller and the mark of 3 marks equals 1 whatever was used for the conversion. 1873 to 1948. Oh, this gets interesting. This gets so interesting. The first mark, known as the gold mark, I'll give you a clue, couple of clues. You get 3 guesses why it's called that. Was introduced in 1873 with the outbreak of World War I. The mark was taken off the gold standard. Okay, so that would have been 1914, right? Well, 1812 to 1814. Every 100 years we got a big fucking war. Ontarians are just not happy. My neighborhood signed up 2,500 people to go to this fucking war. Kick your fucking asses. With the outbreak of the currency thus became known as the, in French I would say papier mark, but it's not, it's German, so, but the paper mark, especially as it's how it's spelled, especially as high inflation then hyperinflation occurred and the currency became exclusively made up of paper money. The paper mark, not coins. Coins belong to the people. Notes belong to the My grandmother always said Queen, but that's because of where we live. The Central Bank of Canada is owned by the Queen, the right of Canada, the Queen of England, whatever the fuck. One and only shareholder. So we borrow the money from her and we pay it back to her, and if we don't, fuck her. What she lose? Nothing. A bunch of fucking pieces of paper with her picture on them. The paper mark, the papier mark, fuck you, was replaced by the, I don't know what this is, Renton mark. I didn't read it because it lasted about 2 months or some shit. RM from November 15th, 1923, and the Reichsmark in 1924. 6 months. Early military occupation following World War II. During the first 2 years of occupation, the occupying powers of France, United Kingdom, United States, and the Soviet Union were not able to successfully negotiate a possible currency reform in Germany. Okay, so you guys are not thinking with your heads. Due to the strains between the Allies, I wouldn't have needed a smartphone to make shit move, bro. Due to the strains between, I would have needed a double beam scale, and we got them. Okay, bro. Due to the strains between the Allies, each zone was governed independently as regards to monetary matters. The U.S. occupation policy was governed by the Directive JCS 1067, in effect until July 1947, which forbade the U.S. military governor, quote, to take any steps to strengthen German financial structure, end quote. That means you can't even protect the bank from getting robbed. As a consequence, a separate monetary reform in the U.S. zone was not possible. Each of the Allies printed its own occupation currency. Why? Currency reform of June 1948. The Deutschmark was officially introduced on Sunday, June 20th, 1948, on a Sunday, wow, by Ludwig Erhard. The old Reichsmark and Rentenmark were exchanged for the new currency at a rate of 1 Deutschmark equals 1 Reichsmark or Rentenmark for the essential currency such as wages, payment of rents, etc., and DM1 equals RM10 for the remainder in private non-bank credit balances with half frozen. This is where your money goes. Well, not my money. This is what happened in Germany. But that's economic reform. Watch. What? It would be easier to just flatten everybody's bank account right now than to pay. We're paying people to make money, to pay rent, to pay us back. The government's saying, wait a second, fuck everybody, no one's getting paid. Oh, looks like they're paying extra, but this is all words for now. Oh, and things get better here. Large amounts were exchanged for RM10 to 65 Pfennig, which is pennies. Okay. In addition, each person received a per capita allowance of 60 Deutschmark in 2 parts, the first being 40 Deutschmark and the second 20 Deutschmark. So on the first of the month you get 40, and on the 15th you get 20 or some shit like that. A few weeks later, Erhard, acting against orders, issued an edict abolishing many economic controls which had been originally implemented by the Nazis and which the Allies had not removed. He did this, as he often confessed, on Sunday because the offices of the American, British, and French occupation authorities were closed that day. Fucking idiots. He was sure that if he had done it when they were open, they would have countermanded the order. They would have shot you. The introduction of the new currency was intended to protect Western Germany from a second wave of hyperinflation and to stop the rampant barter. What's wrong with barter? And black market trade. What's black market exactly? Where American cigarettes acted as currency. Really? Really? So Canada got 12 cigarettes a day per soldier. And they didn't all smoke, maybe lots of them, but not all of them. So more than 12, really. Although the new currency was initially only distributed in the 3 Western occupation zones outside Berlin, the move angered the Soviet authorities, who regarded it as a threat. Well, you regard everything as a fucking goddamn threat. The Soviets promptly cut off all road, rail, and canal links between the 3 Western zones and West Berlin, starting the Berlin blockade. Yeah, so you just made the money just worthless, right? No, fuck you, no trade. In response, the US and Britain launched an airlift of food and coal and distributed the new currency in West Berlin as well. Because it goes tit for tat. I didn't see what your second message was, bro. I don't really give a fuck. It's just said weird shit, bro. Economics of 1948 currency reform. Since the 1930s, prices and wages have been controlled, but money had been plentiful. That's how they get you. That meant that people had accumulated large paper assets and that official prices and wages did not reflect reality as the black market dominated the economy and more than half of all transactions were taking place unofficially. Off the books this year. The reform replaced the old money with the new Deutschmark at the rate of 1 new per 10 old. This wiped out 90% of government and private debt as well as private savings. That's what you get for hoarding the money. You should have spent it and boosted the economy. That's what the central bank would have said. Now give it back. That's what they would have said. Prices were decontrolled and labor unions agreed to accept a 15% wage increase despite the 25% rise in prices. Did you catch that, man? The result was the prices of German export products held steady while profits and earnings from exports soared and were poured back into the economy. I don't know, that's what it says. I'm just reading it. The currency reforms were simultaneous with the $1.4 billion in Marshall Plan money, thank you, coming in from the United States, which primarily was used for investment. We'll get back to that in a minute. In addition, the Marshall Plan forced German companies, as well as those in all of Western Europe, to modernize their business practices and take account of the wider market, like the European Union. Oh, okay. Marshall Plan funding overcame bottlenecks in the surging economy caused by remaining controls, which were removed in 1949 and opened up a greatly expanded market for German exports. German beer, German cars, German, I don't know, watches, and I don't know, shit made out of leather or something. What the fuck do they make? Overnight, consumer goods appeared in the stores because they could be sold for higher prices. While the availability of consumer goods is seen as a giant success story by most historians of the present, the perception at the time was a different one. Prices were so high that average people could not afford to shop. Now that's the difference between the price you see things listed for on Kijiji and what it actually is selling for, or Amazon, or whatever the fuck. Especially since prices were free-ranging, but wages still fixed by law. Therefore, in the summer of 1948, a giant wave of strikes and demonstrations swept over West Germany. What do we have today? Demonstration. Leading to an incident. Oh, shit. Hey. I am the pale horse. That's a good girl. Leading to an incident in Stuttgart where strikers were met by U.S. tanks. Oh, there, I'm infantry. I wouldn't get in a tank. That shit was dangerous. Stuttgarter Vorfall. Only after the wage freeze was abandoned, Deutschmark and free-ranging prices were accepted by the population. Ah, interesting. Currency reform in the Soviet occupation zone. In the Soviet occupation zone of Germany, later it's 5:55 a.m. if you want to make a wish. In the German occupation zone of Germany, later the German Democratic Republic, the East German Mark, also named Deutschmark from 1948 to 1964, and colloquially referred to as the Ostmark, literally Eastmark, was introduced a few days afterwards in the form of Reichsmark and Rentenmark notes with adhesive stamps to stop the flooding in of Reichsmark and Rentenmark notes from the West. In July 1948, a completely new series of East German Mark banknotes was issued. Yeah, I'm only going to go so much further with this article. No, I think I'm going to stop right there.
Medical masks for frontline healthcare workers. CanadaMaskSupply.ca offers personal, non-medical masks and face shields at reasonable prices. Proudly made in Canada for Canadians. Buy non-medical masks and face shields now at CanadaMaskSupply.ca.
Wow. Big story. I'm your host, Jordan Heath Rollins. We're at home, so are you, but we've got the stories to get you through this. Listen at thebigstorypodcast.ca or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Richard Denman. Canada's largest credit union is offering loans at attractive terms to small businesses in British Columbia that are pivoting to fight the coronavirus. Van City President and CEO Tamara Vrooman has the details.
Up to $150,000 for 6 months, of which will be at zero interest, and the balance of the loan at prime +3 to allow the necessary capital to flow for things like moving to online, to shifting business models. Some are like manufacturing or moving into the health sector for much needed sanitary and health supplies.
And for self-employed people who have been in business more than 2 years, Vrooman also says there are bridge loans up to $10,000.
To help bridge cash flow, but also make key investments, maybe in setting up video conferencing capabilities, ability to connect with customers, clients, and business partners in ways that the pandemic no longer allows for self-employed people.
The money Van City is lending comes from a surge of members investing in a 1-year term deposit with a 3% interest rate. Vrooman says it raised a little over $200 million in just under 6 weeks. But I asked her if this lending will affect the credit union's loan loss provisions.
We are very well capitalized and very liquid as a credit union. We have significant reserves that we've built up over the good times that we've experienced in our economy to be deployed exactly for times like this, the proverbial rainy day. And I think if ever there was a rainy day, this is it.
Van City also has a federally chartered bank based in Toronto for institutional investors who want the same 3% on deposits of at least $250,000.
At GIC, which performs exactly the same way to the market outside of British Columbia, primarily in Ontario, for institutional investors.
Van City President and CEO Tamara Vrooman. In the Business Center, I'm Richard Denman.
Introducing Irwin's new Command Lock Tape measures, built for extra control with a finger break, up to 14-foot reach, and a high-contrast DuPont Mylar film-coated white blade. Plus, it comes in a high-impact resistant case. When every quarter-inch matters, these tapes are designed with your job in mind. New Irwin Command Lock Tapes, built for the trades. Available only at Canadian Tire stores across Canada. Find out more at irwintools.ca.
Many local businesses are anxious, and while we will recover, many places may not without our help.
Join 680 News and Scotiabank in Operation Support Local and help the places you love stay open.
Shop online or even order takeout. It all starts with you. To submit or find a local business to support in your area, visit 680news.com/.
From where? They're shutting down all the fucking places you want to eat.
In partnership with our friends,
Tim Hortons is going to be the only thing to survive. Tim Hortons if you want, McDonald's if you drive.
Toronto.
Now taking a look at the
You
national
get paid in
forecast.
McDonald's dollars, some little
Halifax mainly
buckets.
sunny at
Watch.
14 on Sunday.
I
In
think the
Ottawa,
government
mainly
has a
cloudy,
stash,
high
but I
10,
think
also
at
10
least
in
the
Toronto
Chinese
with a
government
chance of
probably
some
has a
showers.
stash.
In
That's
Calgary,
foreign
sunny
exchange,
at 14, and in Vancouver,
Foreign
a chance of
exchange
showers
reserves.
and a high of 15 degrees.
#1 for breaking news. This is All News Radio.
Good morning, it's Sunday, April 26th. I'm Josh Ritchie.
And I'm Jas Karen Cooner. Here's what's making news right now.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says that talks have now started on how to reopen the economy in each province and keep Canadians united.
Chief Public Health Officer Dr. Theresa Tam says doctors continue to search for a vaccine, but she urges Canadians to stay patient as more and more itch to get back to normal.
In Ontario, frontline workers are receiving a slight boost from the government there with a $4 an hour wage increase.
In an effort to help the homeless on the West Coast, those who live in tent cities in both Vancouver and Victoria are being moved into hotels.
In sports, the first ever remote NFL draft finishes up as 2 lucky Canadians hear their names called. More at 15.
And coming up in business, a credit union has raised a huge sum from its members, $200 million, to fund loans for small companies pivoting due to the pandemic.
More on these stories coming up in 1 minute on All News Radio.
I don't think it's a good investment.
From the 680 News Traffic Center, I'm Michael Ranger. Still looking at a very, very quiet drive if you're out on the major routes this morning. Not a lot of cars out there looking at some of the cameras around the city, just dealing with a little bit of overnight construction, which means some ramps are closed, but everything does remain up to speed. Northbound Allen ramp to the westbound 401 collector is closed for long-term construction. You can still access the westbound 401 express from Allen Road. Eastbound 407 ramp to Leslie and the 404, they are shut down for overnight construction. Northbound Young and northbound southbound Baby ramps onto the East 407, they are closed as well. Your next traffic report at 2:11. Now let's check out your forecast.
A daytime high of 10 degrees on your Sunday, cooler than our seasonal average high of 14 degrees, and we're expecting some wet weather for much of your Sunday. It's also going to be quite windy, winds gusting up to 60 kilometers an hour at some point.
Oh, that train's slow and heavy. What is that?
Unique. So the timing and specific measures will be different across jurisdictions.
Justin Trudeau says the coordinated approach backed by science and data from across the country will help avoid any confusion for Canadians. But he stressed the importance of this next phase being approached correctly so we don't take any steps back. As part of Trudeau's daily address, he also announced more funding, this time going to Canadian fisheries. $62.5 million has been allocated to the industry and its processing plants for personal protective equipment and supplies as they adapt to new protocols and changing demand.
If you work in the fish processing plant, I want you to have a face shield on at all times. Anyway, I actually had one.
After physical distancing measures and a virtual shutdown of the economy, the question on minds across Canada is when will things go back to normal? Speaking on Saturday, Chief Public Health Officer Dr. Theresa Tam noted the efforts of several Canadian scientists working hard to find a vaccine.
With the COVID-19 pandemic still in high force, there's an urgent need for this accelerated process focused on delivering a safe and effective vaccine.
There it is. That's got to be so. The other one has to be way the fuck down. Oh, I see what's on the trains. I don't tell you. Why would I tell you? I don't need to know. I see what's on them. Oh, I hear cars. Really? Yeah, let them find that under my nail when I'm dead. That's pretty. Oh, are you serious? Oh yeah, I was looking up the South African Orange Free State pound and all this other shit. All right, free state. Yeah, free for who? There's a dip in the rails. The cars go like this as they go up, so you can see them. Oh, I'm pretty sure I could pick up their radios with that scanner. I just don't know the fucking frequency. There's too many of them to check. I'm gonna assume that was just a bird. I don't know what the fuck that was. A bird. I'm just gonna call it a bird. I don't know what the fuck that was. I don't know what I wish my window had been closed, but it wasn't. Could have been listening to music or something. Damn. You did this logistical shit just to the World War II shit wrong. Lots of things you did. All sorts of shit. You did lots of things right, you did lots of things wrong. I'm not judging, but you did it wrong. Oh, no. Now listen to me. Listen to me. To Nickel Pop. Kind of sort of makes sense. And my grandfather would not buy anything from South Africa. Kind of sort of makes sense now, because who was doing the work and who was making the money? Kind of makes sense, because that's all blood. That motherfucker knew. My mom didn't know. He knew. My mother didn't, and I found out. Bad black blood. Sang Noir Mao. Oh, that train might take 20 minutes to go by because it's going so slow. Well, I don't want to burn that whole cigarette because I can get a bunch of joints out of that. I get like at least 2 more joints out of that fucking cigarette. So fuck it. Oh yeah, I get more later. See, this is the thing. There's always a catch. If I would just let it melt, the water would help the fucking heat get to the ice, right? But I'm not satisfied to sit and wait. No, can't do it. Motherfucking Dutch air. You can't see it, but there's a sneeze guard over Tupac. In case he sneezes. And that'll be my thing. I'll be the guy whose Tupac poster started sneezing, exhaling weed smoke.
Traffic and weather.
Turn to 680 News.
Toronto.
From the 680 News Traffic Center, I'm Michael Ranger.
Propane cylinder.
Westbound Gardner, west of Spadina.
Bouncing off
as you
the
approach the
Gardner.
exhibition area, you'll see multiple police vehicles there with the flashing lights. They're in the right lane, so you need to get over into the two left lanes, one of the two left lanes to get around this. Everything is moving fine. Roads are very lightly traveled, but again, collision westbound Gardner, west of Spadina, approaching the exhibition. Right lane is blocked. Other than that, a little bit of overnight construction on the East 407, northbound Young, northbound, southbound Baby ramps to the highway, 407 ramps to Leslie, and the 404 are shut down, all for overnight construction. Your next traffic report is at 2:21. Now let's check your forecast.
A daytime high of 10 degrees on your Sunday, but it's going to be a wet one. You're going to need your umbrella if you do have to head outdoors.
Still way too bright.
A gusty day. Winds gusting out of the east up to 60 kilometers an hour, a
still
low
too
of 4.
bright.
Monday, partly cloudy skies with a daytime
This should
high
look
of 10
way more
and a
red.
low of 3. Your high for today, 10 degrees.
Canada's chief public health officer says there isn't enough evidence to say whether people who have recovered from COVID-19 are immune from getting it a second time. She was responding on Saturday to reports that some countries are considering the possibility of providing so-called immunity
The virus
passports to
mutates.
citizens who have already
So I
been
went from
infected.
SARS to SARS-2,
The World
and
Health
you didn't
Organization
catch that it
also
mutated.
says there is still
It's called
currently no
SARS-2
evidence that people
for a
who have
reason.
recovered from the virus have antibodies that protect them from
This
getting
virus
infected
is so
again.
incredibly different.
We got
It's
some
one
idea in there
fucking
about some of
allele
the
different.
antibody response, and some of these responses are quite delayed. We don't know when the sort of peak of the antibody response might be reached. We definitely don't know how long the antibody response might last for, and what it means if someone gets reinfected. So all of those are unknown.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says any plan to reopen provincial economies will be based on limiting the spread of infection and not on presumed immunity to the virus. You're listening to All News Radio.
The big story. I'm your host, Jordan Rawlings.
You're gonna measure the lumps on my head to see my background and all that too, Mr. Dr. Scientist.
Hi, it's Tony Chapman, host of the podcast Chatter That Matters. Thanks to the incredible support of RBC, we're focusing on the heart of the Canadian economy, small businesses. Paul Ambrose, a partner in HealthHubSolutions.ca, a promising Canadian tech company that wants to put the future of healthcare in the patient's hands.
It was an equipment company. Now we're a digital healthcare company.
Experts to weigh in.
Sex, money, get murder is what I fantasize. Sex, money, get murder is what I fantasize. Sex, money, get murder is what I fantasize. Sex, money, get murder is what I fantasize.
Plenty promises, no family ties. Beating court cases surround me like a gang of flies. I seen it done to keep it moving, only fantasize about my equilibrium. I need to answer why. I need these banknotes and millions and pauses for my mini men to lay up in the B and see this D up in between my thighs. I fantasize about these angry guys. Kill my fam, they never knew I wanna murder guys. You an accident murderer, you wanna earn your pies. Coming off niggas looting all these hammers fly. I came up off the noodles. The hustle game is crucial. You govern, then they shoot you. Understand my whys. I can still be on my hammer shit. No, but they ain't seeing me burning like this cannabis. I'm paramount on analysts. Pick the fluctuate, the Sorrento. It's the only thing that's switching up. The game chill like menthol. Yo, who are you? It's Kimbo. I've been broken, came up and lost that and still cold. You niggas joking, still broke. String my niggas in and out. I'm about to hit the books, I'm the accountant. Tunnel vision, rip versus all them crooks I am surrounded. Pretty like the pound get. My fight barking louder than these gang events. Ain't none of you has been a threat. I'll show you how this 30 get. That's my age guard, it's in the next planet for the president. These pussies on the internet. So flashing on my DNA rap. I never knew about Snoopy and Connect. I was the first female to rap no rappers rap. You twisted cause I cut the dress. So principled of older heads. You surely brought this bread though. When I was talking about my kinfolk, them years ended zero. There's deuces on the decade. You jump on so it's still fade. I'm coming through the fuck it up like Luke Cage. I'm wavy like
what I fantasize. Sex, money, get murder is what I fantasize. Sex, money, get murder is what I fantasize. When y'all were getting shot up, I was getting my bars up. I'm still getting caught when the depression's around us. Sex, drugs, and murder for money. You coming from me, I'm fucking gully. You still living, then you was lucky. You a public figure trying your best. In this fight, we fight to the death. You bitches lost your sight and your breath. Taking your senses for granted. Became a pain in Maryland Manson. You and your homie gon' be sharing your casket. We carried a ratchet and said that you a burial package. It's very relaxing. The way we taking care of the packets. Get carried in plastic and dumped from an aerial vantage. My mom used to say I'm always taking advantage. Nah, cause really I ain't taking the fat shit. Like these are kind of people that reporting the flag shit. And all my work float like a stain in a damn ship. So I defend this bitch, I be strapped like Stan Smith.
Fuck this happened. Got bit by a bug and the music stopped. What the fuck? That's too weird. I'm gonna kill it. Yeah, it was starving and it started to run as soon as it bit me. Oh, I know it's starving because it's fucking flat as hell. Which means it's gonna run like hell as soon as I put it down. I just know these little bastards and they're flat. They're hard to fucking squish, but it's gonna die right now. Get it off my damn hands. Motherfucking hell, get the fuck lost. I'm gonna kill you, buddy. Oh, this ain't no blood. It's dead, but there's no blood. And what the fuck just happened to the music? Am I off the internet again? See the fucking icon. What the fuck? What the fuck happened to the music? I'll just skip to the next damn track. What the fuck was I? Click, not play. Make music. Make sounds. Please. To go with the weed. Please. Come on. You can do it. What is the problem? Is it a volume issue?
Vito Rizzuto was the head of the Montreal Mafia. Now, he was a man with many enemies, but Rizzuto died of natural causes.
The Mafia, a secret order dedicated to Cosa Nostra, this thing of ours.
You violate the law about this life and you're gonna burn in hell. Nothing burning in your hands.
They do that. Wait, monster come up, grab you, eat for like 60 seconds and run again.
They wanna shoot me down, click, pow, pow. Niggas wanna hate, cause I'm getting on now. They wanna shoot me down, click, pow, pow. Niggas wanna hate, cause I'm getting on now. Cause I'm getting on now, niggas wanna hate. Cause I'm getting on now, they wanna shoot me down. Click, pow, pow. Had more respect for the crack, not rap as people get. Cause they blast you with a Mac, and that's that. It's fucked up how niggas want my head over fame. It's a shame, cause I love their minds. Insane like G, but not quite like me. One of a kind on my grind. Fuck yeah, I'm a hood hopper. I'm well known all over. My niggas is connected with AJ. Every day's payday. Mervin will kill you if you kill me and burn your kids. Paranoid, keep a 9 mil, make your blood spill. Lay there in a pool full of blood. You're a fraud, your life's on pause. Mad, that mine is next. Only heard none yet. Life dedication, Malcolm X invasion. Black Zion and Honey's a diva. First tracking, the only one there when I touch my first million. Fuck your reasons, you don't listen. Be strong, my career is in crosshair, not mine, and definitely North Shores. We're hard to the fall, dear Lord. We've been here before. Mission impossible, survive death more than 20 times. And talk crimes, you're worth a dime. B.I.G. ready to die. Thug like Park 50 before he got shot. Wait for them shots. Ain't afraid of nothing. Listen, little bitch, come get it. I can't be a conscious rapper. All my life been a gangster and mobster, fucking monster. Fuck you haters. Niggas wanna hate, cause I'm getting on now. Niggas wanna hate, cause I'm getting on now. Niggas wanna hate, cause I'm getting on now. They wanna shoot me down, click, click, pow, pow. Niggas wanna hate, cause I'm getting on now. They wanna shoot me down, click, click, pow, pow. Niggas wanna hate, cause I'm getting on now. They wanna shoot me down, click, click, pow, pow. Niggas wanna hate, cause I'm getting on now. They wanna shoot me down, click, click, pow, pow. Niggas wanna hate, cause I'm getting on now. They wanna shoot me down, click, click, pow, pow. Niggas wanna hate, cause I'm getting on now. Niggas wanna hate, cause I'm getting on now. You can't shoot me down. No, click, click, down. No. They used to guns. 10 guns before. Bobby Shmurda, 20 guns. Yeah. You can tell who the real niggas is. Shit is real, bitch ass niggas. Stop threatening fucking bullshit online. Come in real life. We're waiting. Limitless. Try to dumb it down for these niggas and be conscious. But this is real life shit. You gotta talk about it, nigga. Yeah. Ruckus. Rap till death.
And some people will do substantially less.
I'm Safe Kaiser.
Parking lots and streets are the new playground for some people bored and looking for something to do during this pandemic. Crystal Ladaris is in Calgary and reports that staying in your car may seem cautious, but some Calgarians are parking and gathering together.
In Crescent Heights, there's a well-known view of the Calgary skyline.
Malcolm X video will be on Much Music, will be on Vivo, will be everywhere in the fucking world, nigga. Either you like it or not. Hate it. Buy you this one, man. I'm murdered too. Hey. I give you 10,000 life.
That leads to the European Union Euro.
All these fake niggas acting like I didn't work. Yeah, fucking like I let it rip, it won't be a first shot. In the hood with my gun, niggas go I lurk. Yeah, back in the day when a nigga had his burner. All these fake niggas acting like I didn't work. Yeah, fucking like I let it rip, it won't be a first shot. In the hood with my gun, niggas go I lurk. Yeah, all these fake niggas holler when I'm up. Never wanna start in my hill. I don't give a fuck, call me on, pick it up. Spend my life, it's been rough. Niggas think I won't shoot now, bitch, call my bluff. I'm chopping, I'm getting real hot. Finish strap for the cleans, work like a mop. Extended clip with the hollows, that's on my Glock. It's outside, reach apart, that's where I rock. Outside, that's where I rock. Extended clip, hang the Glock. Dirty strap, cleans like I'm up. Hey. Coming out with the lava. Hey. Back in the day when a nigga had his burner. All these fake niggas acting like I didn't good. Say I cock up like I let it rip, it won't be a first shot. In the hood with my gun, niggas go alert. Back in the day when a nigga had his burner. All these fake niggas acting like I didn't good. Say I cock up like I let it rip, it won't be a first shot. In the hood with my gun, niggas go alert. Yeah. One day nigga gon' be rich from my dog. I better get her in a big crib. I don't check a fucking basketball, never fucking couch in that bag. Nigga, I'ma do a couple laps. Stacking, I'm getting that guap. And nigga talk tough like you ain't really hot. Seen you last week, nigga, seen you get stomped. Why the fuck you acting like you really on a block? You ain't on a block, you be talking to the cops, trying to get me knocked in. Kicked in the door looking for a gun. Lame ass niggas, you already bums. Go to bed hungry, nigga, are you fucking dumb? Chase that nigga down the block, I made a fucking run. Always been about the shit since I was really young. Kicking doors, stuffing niggas just for the fun. Southside, Richard Park, back on the day when a nigga had his burner. All these fake niggas acting like I didn't go. Say I fucking like I let it rip, it won't be a verse. Yeah, in the hood with my gun, niggas know I lurk. Yeah. Back in the day when a nigga had his burner, all these fake niggas acting like a dick dirt. Shit, I talk, I think I let it rip, it won't be a verse. In the hood with my gun, niggas know I lurk. Yeah.
Visit Canada.ca/coronavirus regularly for the latest instructions on how you can help stop this pandemic.
A message from the Government of Canada.
The latest traffic and
I care about immunity. I care about shedding live virus.
This is 680 News.
I'm Richard Denman.
I think with D19, I'm going to be a disease vector. You're not fucking listening to
small businesses in
you.
British
Call me all
Columbia
day
are
today.
pivoting to fight the coronavirus. Van City President and CEO Tamara Vrooman has the details.
Up to $150,000 for 6 months, of which will be at zero interest, and the balance of the loan at prime +3 to allow the necessary capital to flow for things like moving to online, to shifting business models. Some are like manufacturing or moving into the health sector for much needed sanitary and health supplies.
And for self-employed people who have been in business more than 2 years, Vrooman also says there are bridge loans up to $10,000.
To help bridge cash flow,
We didn't get all the way
also
through the
make
Marshall
key
Plan
investments
yet.
maybe in setting up video conferencing capabilities, ability to connect with
Remember,
customers,
it's 2020, not
clients, and business
1944.
partners,
Remember.
in ways that the pandemic no longer allows for self-employed people.
The money Van City is lending comes from a surge of members investing in a one-year term deposit with a 3% interest rate. Vrooman says it raised a little over $200 million in just under 6 weeks. But I asked her if this lending will affect the credit union's loan loss provisions.
We are very well capitalized and very liquid as a credit union. We have significant reserves that we've built up over the good times that we've experienced in our economy to be deployed exactly for times like this, the proverbial rainy day. And I think if ever there is a rainy day, this is it.
Van City also has a federally chartered bank based in Toronto for institutional investors who want the same 3% on deposits of at least $250,000.
At GIC, which performs exactly the same way to the markets outside of British Columbia, primarily in Ontario, for institutional investors.
Van City President and CEO Tamara Vrooman. In the Business Center, I'm Richard Denman.
The early bird deadline in the Princess Margaret Home Lottery is in 5 days. Don't miss our world
We're
famous
well and cold.
$1.5
We're well and
million
bright.
early
They
bird
want
prize.
cold
A
and
stunning
fresh.
Kawartha lakefront cottage built by Linwood with over 3,000 square feet of luxury. It comes fully furnished.
Not interested, bro. Where were we? The only major powers whose infrastructure had not been significantly harmed in World War II, I don't repeat myself, were the United States and Canada. They were much more prosperous than before the war, but exports were a small factor in their economy. Much of the Marshall Plan aid would be used by the Europeans to buy manufactured goods and raw materials from the United States and Canada, yes. So late 40s, 50s, 60s, all that furniture and machinery and tools and tractors and lawnmowers and all that crap and stupid shit you made and you thought was, that's why you got paid so much money. People needed to buy that to replace what got blown up. And once they did that, they didn't need another one. So you didn't plan for that. That's why you got a pension and the guys came after you didn't. You got the watch and they didn't. The Call of the Wild Human, Canadian. Oh, what the fuck was that? Initial post-war events. Along with the UN, many humanist ideas. So the United Nations gang, is that a humanist gang? It's equal opportunity, multicultural for sure. Along with the UN, many humanist ideas were circulating over the 5-year period that ensued its formation, the UN. The World Bank and the International Monetary Fund date from this time. One of the ideas proposed in 1947 at the United Nations Conference on Trade and Employment was the International Trade Organization. The General Agreement on Trades and Tariffs was first conceived around that time too. Blah, 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 blah. Slow recovery. Much of Europe's economies were recovering slowly as unemployment and food shortages led to strikes and unrest in several nations. We had a strike. We had a demonstration today. They used the word demonstration down here somewhere. Agricultural production was 8 strikes. Everybody worked, so it was different. And yeah, there was no unemployment during and after the war. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we had a lot of bodies to bury, I guess. And unrest in several nations. Agricultural production was 83% of 1938 levels. Industrial production was 88%, and exports 59% of what? Europe as a whole? Exception, remember, transportation's fucked, so all the means production that are left and everything like that is now localized. There is no international, national, interprovincial market for nothing. Oh, you might not need papers, but the road is all fucked up. You can't get the part for your truck, whatever. Your horse is fucking starving, some bullshit. Oh, you can make it there, but the water over there is no good for the animals, right? Some sort of bullshit, because all the dead bodies and things. Exceptions were the United Kingdom, but listen to some of why. The Netherlands and France. Well, the Dutch are very hustlenomic. Where by the end of 1947, production had already been restored to pre-war levels before the Marshall Plan. Italy and Belgium would follow by the end of 1948. I don't trust either of you. The government of Italy and anything in Belgium, I don't trust you. I don't trust you. In Germany and I don't fucking trust you. In Germany and Benelux region, I know you can just come and go as you please. I can get to you too, buddy. In Germany in 1945 to 46, housing and food conditions were bad. No shit. As the disruption of transport markets and finances slowed a return to normality. Isn't it normalcy? Normality? In the West, I feel like there should be speedometer, odometer, tachometer, normality meter, like the way these people talk. In the West, bombing had destroyed 5 million houses and apartments, and 12 million refugees from the East had crowded in. So that's more than that's. You're probably looking at like about 20 million people with no house. Food production was 2/3 of the pre-war level in 1946 to 48. While normal grain and meat shipments no longer arrived from the East. The drop in food... Are you paying attention to why? Look it up. The drop in food production can be attributed to a drought that killed a major portion of the wheat crop. Why wheat? Well, a severe winter destroyed the majority of the wheat crop the following year. You should have made all sorts of beer, because you could have lived off the beer. You could have stored the beer. You would have aged beer, because there was nothing else to eat, and you would have the drunken years. Just like, no, you had wheat. Why did you have wheat? Why did you grow wheat? The following year, this caused most Europeans to rely on a 1,500 calorie per day diet. Hold on. Does that know what they're telling you now is like pretty much normal? Furthermore, the large shipments of food stolen from occupied nations during the war no longer reached Germany. No, you can't count on that shit. Industrial production fell more than half and reached pre-war levels at the end of 1949. While Germany struggled to recover from the destruction of the war, the recovery effort began in June 1948, moving on from emergency relief. The currency reform in 1948, we just covered that, was headed by the military government, really, and helped Germany to restore stability by encouraging production. If you have money, then it makes sense to produce stuff, because then you can pay for stuff, and you can get stuff. And of course, you buy dumb shit, and that's why it means production just gets devoted to dumb shit. The reform revalued old currency and deposits and introduced new currency. We read that. Taxes were also reduced. Taxes! And Germany prepared to remove economic barriers. You had no fucking buildings in your whole country, eh? Like, seriously? During the first 3 years of occupation of Germany, the UK and US vigorously pursued a military disarmament program in Germany, partly by removal of equipment, but mainly through an import embargo on raw materials, part of the Morgenthau Plan approved by President Franklin D. Roosevelt. The Morgenthau Plan is to disarm Germany entirely without totally stripping it of industrial shit, just almost completely. Not fully, not totally fully, but no bullets or guns for you people. They didn't want them having nothing that went in bang. Mainly to the import embargo. So so you cannot ship the raw materials of anything to do with arms. Essentially, is what they're sort of getting at there. Nicholas, there's more, but like, just if we're just going by that one sentence, that's what they're talking about. That's what they're implying. Nicholas Balabkins concludes that, quote, as long as German industrial capacity was kept idle, the economic recovery of Europe was delayed. Well, no, only technically because Germany is part of Europe. End quote. Let them starve. Fuck your economy. I'll come pick the change out of your fucking pockets. By July 1947, Washington, the cotton of your clothes will not burn hot enough to melt the coins, motherfuckers. By July 1947, except for the lead ones, which I don't want, I'll just melt those into bullets. By July 1947, Washington realized, the place, realized that economic, which war are we in, right? Which century? We've been fighting for 500 years. We've been fighting 500 years with white people around us. By July 1947, Washington realized that economic recovery in Europe could not go forward without the reconstruction of the German industrial base, deciding that quote, orderly, prosperous Europe requires the economic contributions of a stable and productive Germany, end quote. Well, you have to do something with them. In addition, the strength of Moscow, you notice how they referred to orderly, prosperous Europe. And then when it came to Germany, they just said economic contributions and stable and productive. But orderly, they just applied to Europe. Orderly, yeah. In addition, the strength of Moscow-controlled communist parties in France and Italy worried Washington. There was a fascist party in the Netherlands or some shit. In the view of the State Department under President Harry S. Truman, the United States needed to adopt a definite position on the world scene or fear losing credibility. Really? Did you not just win the war? Did you not just win the war? Like, is that not enough? Like, credibility on what? Did you not just win the war? The package of sugar says United States. The package of flour says United States. There's, like, the emergent, it's this insecurity that fucks everything up. The emerging world, the World Security Conference or some shit it's called, the emerging doctrine of containment as opposed to rollback. No, I don't know what rollback is. Is that going back from communism? I don't think that's ever happened. Argued that the United States needed to substantially aid non-communist countries to stop the spread of Soviet influence. Why are there so many S's? There was also some hope that the Eastern Bloc nations would join the plan and thus be pulled out of the emerging Soviet bloc, but that did not happen. I think we covered that already, did we not? Scrapping of the Morgenthau Plan. I skipped past it, but they want to disarm Germany. Only he let that memo out way too early. They used it in Nazi propaganda and it convinced them to fight onwards, right? So that's why you gotta keep your mouth shut sometimes, right? In January 1947, Truman appointed retired General George Marshall as Secretary of State. Yeah, I think I gotta read all this. Secretary of State. In July 1947, Marshall scrapped Joint Chiefs of Staff Directive 1067, implemented as part of the Morgenthau Plan under the personal supervision of Roosevelt's Treasury Secretary, Henry Morgenthau Jr., which had decreed, quote, take no steps looking toward the economic rehabilitation of Germany or designed to maintain or strengthen the German economy, end quote. Yeah, they were serious. Shut it down. They didn't have buildings and they still made a rule that said you cannot spend money in this country or we'll kill you. Thereafter, JCS 1067 was supplanted by JCS 1779. stating that, quote, an orderly and prosperous Europe requires the economic contributions of a stable and productive Germany, end quote. The restrictions placed on German heavy industrial production, were partly ameliorated. Permitted steel production levels were raised from 25% of pre-war capacity to a new limit placed at 50% of pre-war capacity. That's scrap yards, motherfucker. And all the steel tins where my food comes in, my cups, my coffee tins, this shit. And this came from India, actually. And it has no impurities in it. I know it. But the steel panels and the sidewalks that say India are all fucking rusting. Why did we buy those? Why do I have to see those? 50% of pre-war capacity. Well, pre-war, now see, that's kind of excessive. That's a lot because pre-war, a lot of that steel was going into planes and tanks and shit that they weren't getting back to recycle. So they weren't building no more of that shit with this 50% of, what's the term here? Permitted steel production levels. Just melting down old steel shit and making new steel shit. With the communist, although not so, this could have been the airplane or bullet or gun or some shit. With the communist, although non-Soviet insurgency threatening Greece. Where the fuck am I in this? And Britain financially unable to continue its aid, the president announced his Truman Doctrine on March 12, 1947, quote, to support free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities, or by outside pressures. I'm an armed minority, but I'm not an outside pressure. I'm from here. With an aid request for, well, sort of. I couldn't exist nowhere else. This is I'm your fucking fault, eh? You don't get to blame me for this. Oh, I was bred to survive, so I wouldn't suggest trying to stop this one. With an aid request for consideration, the coroner, I don't pronounce what? With an aid request for consideration and decision concerning Greece and Turkey, also in March 1947, former U.S. President Herbert Hoover, really? In one of his, I'm from Canada, bro. In one of his reports from Germany, argued for a change in U.S. occupation policy, among other things, stating there's the illusion that the new Germany left after the annexations can be reduced to a, quote, pastoral state. Morgenthau's vision. It cannot be done unless we exterminate or move 25 million people out of it. I didn't pre-read that, too. I didn't expect the exterminate word. Oh, I expect extermination. I never expect the word. Hoover further noted that, quote, the whole economy of Europe is interlinked with German economy through the exchange of raw materials and manufactured goods. The productivity of Europe cannot be restored without the restoration of Germany as a contributor to that productivity. Hoover's report led to a realization in Washington that a new policy was needed. Almost any action would be an improvement on current policy. Quote, end quote. In Washington, the Joint Chiefs declared that the, quote, complete revival of German industry, particularly coal mining, end quote, was now of, quote, primary importance, end quote, to American security. We need that cheap coal, motherfucker. The United States was, why did we knock down the coal fucking plant? We should have left it there just in case. It was a navigational marker. Fucking idiots. The United States was already spending a great deal to help Europe recover. Over $14 billion was spent or loaned during the post-war period through the end of 1947 and is not counted as part of the Marshall Plan. Okay, so we're up to how many billions? Much of this aid was designed to restore infrastructure and help refugees. Britain, for example, received an emergency loan of $3.75 billion. Restore infrastructure and help refugees. So Britain was one of the countries whose economy did really well. Yeah, they had money to do it with. The United Nations also launched, it's easy to get shit rebuilt when you can pay a guy to do it. He can buy lunch with the money and a new set of clothes and all that bullshit. Oh, I can buy a hammer because I'm going to need a hammer. The United Nations also launched a series of I'm going to need a shovel. The United Nations also launched, that's going to be the other official motto of the fucking Drainage, Waste, and Ventilation Squad. The United Nations also launched a series of humanitarian and relief efforts almost wholly funded by the United States. These efforts had important effects, but they lacked any central organization and planning, and failed to meet many of Europe's more fundamental needs. Already in 1943, the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, UNRRA, was founded to provide relief to areas liberated from Germany. UNRRA provided billions of dollars of rehabilitation aid and helped about 8 million refugees. It ceased operation of displaced persons camps. That's a thing. I'm an internally displaced person. Displaced person camp is a thing. Just like Indian reservation is a thing. Africville is a thing, or it was. In Europe, it ceased operation of displaced persons camps in Europe in 1947. Many of its functions were transferred to several UN agencies. No. I think this is one. Deutschmark? Oh, there was more to the Deutsch. You thought some of you thought that I caught myself, but didn't really because I forgot this. You know, I didn't finish yet. I'm not done. Oh, where do I start from? Where do I start? I'm just going to read this whole damn paragraph. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. Economics in 1948 currency reform. I stopped here. I went back a bit and stopped here, and I'm going to go past. Economics in 1948 currency reform. Since the 1930s, prices and wages had been controlled, but money had been plentiful. I know I'm repeating myself. It makes sense. That meant that people had accumulated large paper assets and that official prices and wages did not reflect reality as the black market dominated the economy, and more than half of all transactions were taking place unofficially. The reform replaced the old money with the new Deutschmark at the rate of 1 new per 10 old. This wiped out 90% of government and private debt as well as private savings. Prices were decontrolled, and labor unions agreed to accept a 15% wage increase despite the 25% rise in prices. Only 25%. We were paying $3 for a $1 loaf of bread thanks to the G. Weston family cartel, for like 15 years, We got to tell them who we are to get a $25 gift card back. I'm just going to hijack a load of bread. We got a loaf of bread, man. No, a load of bread, man. The result was the prices of German export products held steady while profits and earnings from exports soared and were poured back into the economy. I guess the currency reforms were simultaneous with the $1.4 billion in Marshall Plan money coming in from the United States. It's in basket weaving, which primarily was used for investment in its buying equipment from the United States and Canada to make factories to build more shit. That can't be the same train. In addition, the Marshall Plan forced German companies as well as those in all of Western Europe to modernize their business practices and take account of the wider market. That book of popular science 10-volume thing I was talking about. Marshall Plan funding overcame bottlenecks in the surging economy caused by remaining controls, which were removed in 1949. Well, what exactly do you mean were removed? There's a lot of controls out there, bro. And opened up a greatly expanded market for German exports. Overnight, consumer goods appeared in the stores because they could be sold for higher prices. While the availability of consumer goods is seen as a giant success story by most historians of the present, I'm not most historians. I got a book about historians. You think I'm joking? I got a book about historians. It's 100 and change years old. I got a book about historians, motherfucker. I do a background on the niggas who do the background check on me. The perception at the time was, most historians of the present, the perception at the time was a different one. Prices were so high that average people could not afford to shop, especially since prices were free-ranging, but wages still fixed by law. That's confusing. Therefore, it is confusing. That's been stopping for 2 minutes there. That's how much weight is on that train. These might be some empty cars at the back. Therefore, in the summer of 1948, a giant wave of strikes and demonstrations, like we had today, a demonstration, swept over West Germany, leading to an incident in Stuttgart where strikers were met by U.S. tanks. Whoa. Stuttgarter Wortfalle. Folly? Is that folly? Is an A with 2 dots, an O, and an E, a Y, folly? Only after the wage freeze was abandoned, Deutschmark and free-ranging prices were accepted by the population. And then it gets accepted as currency. Currency reform in Soviet occupation zone. In the Soviet occupation zone of Germany, later the German Democratic Republic, the East German mark, also named Deutschmark, from 1948 to 1964, and colloquially referred to as the Ostmark, literally Eastmark, was introduced a few days afterwards in the form of Reichsmark and Rentenmark notes with adhesive stamps to stop the flooding in of Reichsmark and Rentenmark notes from the West. Why? What difference does it make? In July 1948, at the time, I'm not talking about COVID times or drug times. These people weren't shipping cocaine and smoking crack. But they were on methamphetamine, though. But they were producing it pharmaceutically. In July 1948, a completely new series of East German mark banknotes was issued. How many pill presses were made in Canada and shipped to Germany to rebuild the pharmaceutical industry? And you want registration numbers and papers for every pill press imported to Canada? Bank Deutscher Länder and the Deutsche Bundesbank. Later in that, yeah, I'm speaking German with a Dutch accent. Fuck you. Later in 1948, the fuck your Nazi ass. The Bank Deutscher Länder, quote, Bank of the German States, end quote, assumed responsibility, followed in 1957 by the Deutsche Bundesbank. The Deutschmark earned a reputation as a strong store of value at times when other national currencies succumbed to periods of inflation. Maybe, I don't know, in the 50s, maybe. I don't know what they were doing. Weren't they building Volkswagens and shit? It became a source of national pride and an anchor for the country's economic prosperity, particularly during the years of the Wirtschaftswunder in the 1950s. I don't know what the fuck that is. Currency, let's find out later. Currency union with the Saarland. The population in the Saar Protectorate rejected in a referendum the proposal to turn it into a European territory. Oh, shit. (1947 to 1956). Okay. Oh, where'd it go? Saar Protectorate existed from 1947 to 1956, part of Germany that France tried to hang on to. Whatever. Currency union with the Saarland. The population in the Saar Protectorate rejected in a referendum the proposal to turn it into a, quote, European territory, end quote. Despite French pre-referendum claims that a no vote would mean that the Saar would remain a French protectorate, it in fact resulted in the incorporation, look up that word, putting a body to, of the Saar into the Federal Republic of Germany on January 1st, 1957. The new German member state of the Saarland maintained its currency, where's the apostrophe, the Saar franc, which was in a currency union at par with the French franc. On July 9th, 1959, the Deutschmark replaced the Saar franc at a ratio of 100 francs equals 0.8507 Deutschmarks. They went down to 2 decimals off the penny, motherfucker, just to prove the point that your money is not at par with ours. When you see 4 digits like that, that's what they're saying. Your money's not at par with ours. They're putting it in your face. German reunification. The Deutschmark played an important role in the reunification of Germany. Cash is king. It was introduced as the official currency of East Germany in July 1990, for which the Deutschmark. Hold on a second. Replacing the East German mark. Okay, July 1990. Replacing the East German mark their DDR. DDR. The German Democratic Republic. The Deutschland Republic. In preparation for unification on October 3rd, 1990, East German marks were exchanged for German marks at a rate of 1-to-1 for the first 4,000 marks and 2-to-1 for larger amounts. Well, I guess you just didn't declare larger amounts, did you? Before reunification, each citizen of East Germany coming to West Germany was given the Gründungsgeld, I don't know, welcome money, a per capita allowance of 100 Deutschmarks in cash. How many times did you jump the turnstile to get that? The government of Germany and the Bundesbank were in major disagreement over the exchange rate between the East German mark and the German mark. It all depends what the people say it's worth. How much is the weight over here, brethren? France and the United Kingdom were opposed to German reunification and attempted to influence the Soviet Union to stop it. Dummies. However, there was barking up. You're barking up a tree, or the person up the tree has a gun to shoot your stupid dog ass. However, in late 1989, France extracted German commitment to the monetary union in return for support for German unification. Ooh, monetary union. What are we looking at now? Okay, I've already opened it, but I better open it again. No, it's right here. It's right here. Economic and Monetary Union of the European Union. This is not simple. The Economic and Monetary Union, EMU, I think they intend, is an umbrella term for the group of policies aimed at converging the economies of member states of the European Union at 3 stages. The policies cover the 19 Eurozone states as well as non-Euro European Union states, because those exist too. Each stage of the EMU consists of progressively closer economic integration. Only once a state participates in this 3rd stage, it is permitted to adopt the euro as its official currency. As such, the 3rd stage is largely synonymous with the Eurozone, but it's not the exact same thing, but it's pretty close. The Euro convergence criteria are the set of requirements, it doesn't matter what they are, or the set of requirements that needs to be fulfilled in order for a country to join the Eurozone and give up your currency, sort of. You get a fixed exchange rate. I would stick with the fixed exchange rate and not adopt the other currency if it was me. An important element of this is participation for a minimum of 2 years in the European Exchange Rate Mechanism, ERM2, in which, why is it 2? You've done this before, eh? In which candidate currencies demonstrate candidate currencies. Oh, you're already a currency, eh? Not to our standards. In which candidate currencies, cigarettes are more of a currency than your fucking banknotes, buddy. Go wipe your ass with that shit. Get out of my office. In which it's a walk-up window in the US, eh? But I bet you get to at least go into the office in Europe. In which candidate currencies demonstrate economic convergence by maintaining limited deviation from their target rate against the euro. Well, once you say that's what it is, you can basically do that all day if you want, because you're only going to get so many people trying to transfer money. 19 EU, how big is your fucking economy? Don't brag, bullshitter. 19 EU member states, including most recently Lithuania, have entered the 3rd stage and have adopted the euro as their currency. I know I skipped 72 years, just hold on. All new EU member states must commit to participate in the 3rd stage in their treaties of motherfucker. Got both alarms that time. That's interesting. Where are we? All new EU member states must commit to participate in the third stage in their treaties of accession. Accession, not ascension. Accession. Only Denmark, whose EU membership predates the introduction of the euro, has a legal opt-out from the EU treaties, granting an exemption from this obligation. Oh, Denmark, interesting. You can sort of tell them to fuck themselves with their euro notes, eh? That is not money here. Fuck off. Oh, it's the eurozone, but that's not euro money. That's not our money. Get out of here. The remaining 7 non-euro member states are obliged to enter the third stage once they comply with all convergence criteria. So if you fail to maintain that exchange rate, so if you just don't control the exchange rate, because why should you during a time of pandemic, you'll never comply with all the convergence criteria. You'll never be forced to adopt the euro. Interesting. Now, okay, let's go back to the Deutschmark. Oh, coins. Damn, I didn't know those were here. Ooh, nice. 1 Deutschmark 2001. Oh, okay. I'll show you in a second when I get there. Stability. The German mark had a reputation as one of the world's most stable currencies. Stability. The German mark had a reputation as one of the world's most stable currencies. So which currency would you like to be paid in? The account is denominated in marks. This was based on the monetary policy of the Bundesbank. The policy was quote-unquote hard in relation to the policies of certain other central banks in Europe. Remember, I read Rin Tin Tin in French. I didn't get the same story you got. The hard and soft was in respect to the aims of inflation and political interference. This policy was the foundation of the European Central Bank's present policy towards the euro. Oh. The German mark's stability was greatly apparent in 1993 when speculation on the French franc and other European currencies caused a change in the European exchange rate mechanism. Is that before it became number 2? However, it should be remembered that hard is relative only if it is compared to other currencies, as in its 53-year history, the purchasing power of the German mark was reduced by over 70%. Wow, so did everybody. Coins. The first Deutschmark coins, I'll get to the fucking point soon enough. There are 200 fucking page views on this page. I'm skipping lots of shit. The first Deutschmark coins were issued by the Bank Deutscher Länder in 1948 and 1949. Coins belong to the people, notes belong to the, I'm going to say bank. From 1950, that's why it's called bank notes. From 1950, the inscription, Canada's money was issued by private fucking banks for a long time. From 1950, the inscription Bundesrepublik Deutschland, Federal Republic of Germany, appeared on the coins. These coins were issued in denominations of 1, 2, 5, and 10 pennies. The 1 and 2 penny coins were struck in bronze-clad steel, that's interesting, magnetic, and durable. Although during some years, the 2 pfennigs was issued in solid bronze. Oh, really? It's a non-magnetic 2 pfennig coin, solid bronze. While 5 and 10 pfennigs were brass-clad steel. In 1950, Kupro-nickel, copper and nickel, 50 pfennig and 1 mark coins were released, while a Kupro-nickel 2 marks and a .625 silver 5 marks were released in 1951. Kupro-nickel replaced silver in the 5 marks in 1975. Well, had to at some point. The 2 and 5 mark coins have often been used for commemorative themes, though typically only the generic design for the 5 marks is intended for circulation. Commemorative silver 10 mark coins have also been issued, which have periodically found their way into circulation. Yeah, into a vending machine to see what happens to it. Because then it goes into a bankroll and gets spit back out to somebody, and sooner or later. And the person at the bank don't notice because it's in a till with a bunch of other ones. Back when they used to have separate lineups. The Germans were known for banking in certain ways. I think I just told you that by reading this. Remember to say yes. Unlike other European countries, Germany retained the use of the smallest coins, 1 and 2 pfennigs, until adoption of the euro. So 1, 2, 5, 10. Copper, steel, copper-plated steel, bronze-plated steel, brass-plated steel, cupro, nickel, silver, and cupro, nickel. Okay, everything issued till 2001. The weights and dimensions of the coins can be found in an FAQ of the Bundesbank. Unlike other countries, such as Australia, there was no attempt or proposal suggested for the withdrawal of the 1 and 2 pfennig coins. Both coins were still in circulation in 2001, and supermarkets in particular still mark prices to the nearest pfennig, where the old people are going to go count it down to the damn penny, because you're not fucking shorting me 2 fucking cents. Fuck you. You give me a nickel and I'll give you 3 pennies, asshole. This penchant for accuracy continues with the euro, while Finland or the Netherlands, for example, priced to the nearest 5 cents, with the 1 cent coin still encountered in Germany. You have pennies, motherfucker? You motherfuckers have pennies? What are they again? 48 and 49, bronze-plated steel. 1950 to 2001, copper-plated steel. And the 2 pfennigs, bronze, from 50 to 68. 68 to 2001, bronze-plated steel. Rye. And oak sprigs, come on. You people are always thinking of bread and liquor, man. Bread and beer. Oh, so this is very similar to Canada in a way, this next sentence. There were a considerable number of commemorative silver DM5 and DM10 coins which actually had the status of legal tender but were rarely seen outside of collectors' circles. Ours aren't necessarily silver, but we have all shitloads of coins that are not really collectors' coins, but they're not, you don't really spend them. Like, whoever gets that coin in their change is going to look at it twice and maybe hang on to it. On December, I gave it to my friend, man. On December 27, 2000, the German government enacted a law authorizing the Bundesbank to issue in 2001 a special .999 pure gold 1 mark coin commemorating the end of the German mark. The coin had the exact design and dimensions of the circulating cupro nickel 1 Deutschmark coin, with the exception of the inscription on the reverse, which read Deutsche Bundesbank instead of Bundesrepublik Deutschland, as the Bundesbank was the issuing authority in this case. Yeah, that's how it works with coins. A total of 1 million gold 1 mark coins were minted. Nice. 200,000 at each of the 5 mint. You have 5 mints in Germany? And were sold beginning in mid-2001 through German coin dealers on behalf of the Bundesbank. The issue price varied by dealer but averaged approximately 165 United States dollars. It does not say the weight here, but we have a photograph. Oh, it's a pretty coin. I'm not big on gold, but it's a pretty coin. So what you're really doing there is leveling off the value of the currency when you end it. Like, this is the very last one. We're going to make it worth this much. But it's not an official exchange, right? Can I pop that in a vending machine and get a can of Coke? No, not in Germany today. Oh, why did it go so far off? Where the fuck I was? German coins bear a mint mark indicating where the... Oh, I don't give a fuck. Coins minted during the Second World War include the mint marks A, Berlin, and B, Vienna. Really? I didn't know that. I want that Nazi money, buddy. It's mine. I want it. The mint mark A was also used. Oh shit! Was also used for German mark coins minted in Berlin beginning in 1990, following the reunification of Germany. These mint marks have been continued on the German euro coins. Oh, what? That means the Nazi system. This one is letter A, this one is letter B. Why is Berlin not B and Vienna not B? Or A at least. It ends in A. No. A and B. B. Our A game is Berlin. Right. To this day, they use it. See how things continue on? You spend those coins and never look at them twice. What's that letters mean? Nothing. Did you never saw that? Why is there an A? Between July 1st, 1990, the currency union with East Germany, and July 1st, 1991, East German coins in denominations up to 50 pfennigs continued to circulate as Deutschmark coins at their face value owing to a temporary shortage of small coins. Oh, well, that's too bad because money's money. These coins were legal tender only in the territory of the former East Germany. Well, you can buy things back and it'll make its way back to where it came from if you really have to. That's the beauty of coins. Colloquial expressions. Oh, I don't give a fuck. Oh, I didn't read this far down. This was not. I didn't give a fuck about all this. There were 4 series of German mark banknotes. The first was issued in 1948 by the Allied military. The military has to issue money. They were denominations of half, 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100 marks, with 2 designs of 20 and 50 mark notes. Really? This is very creative. Was that because of counterfeiting? Don't let me catch you with that A Series 20 around here. The second series, BDL. I don't know what the fuck that stands for. The Bundesdeutschländer or whatever. Bundesbank Deutschländer or whatever the fuck. Was introduced. Oh, Bank Deutscher Länder. Okay. Was introduced in 1948 by the Bank Deutscher Länder, an institution of the Western occupation government. The designs were similar to the US dollar and French franc as the job of who had to pay 185 million French francs reparation for slavery, for not being slaves anymore. Come from what? As the job of designing and printing the different denominations was shared between the Bank of France and the American Banknote Company. There were denominations of 5 and 10 pfennigs, 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100 marks. Remember, these are all banknotes. The last of the banknote, even the pfennigs. The last of the banknotes, 5 and 10 marks, were phased out by July 31st, 1966. But I bet some old bastard somewhere had one in a frame in his den, or whatever you call it. What the fuck? Motherfucker. Not really. Right here. Oh, the colloquial expressions. In colloquial German, the 10, I don't give a fuck about this part. Both colloquialisms refer to several pre-1871 currencies of the previously independent states, notably Prussia, where a groschen was subdivided into 12 pfennigs, hence half a groschen into 6. After 1871, 12 old pfennigs would be converted into 10 pfennigs of the mark, hence 10 pfennig coins inherited the groschen name, and 5 pfennig coins inherited the Sescher name. Wow. That is great. Groschen means groat, apparently. Both usages are only regional and may not be understood in areas where a groschen coin did not exist before 1871. There's a lot of 150-year-olds that remember when people would come in with those coins. In particular, the usage of secher is less widespread. Why are you calling a 5-cent coin a 6? What the fuck's wrong with you? In northern Germany, the 5-mark coin used to be also called, I don't care, whereas it says etymology is unclear, so I'm not going to say the word. Whereas why am I reading this? Whereas in Bavarian Motor Works, the 2-mark coin was called Zwickel, and this expression is now used for the 2-euro coin in the region. Oh, like Tony, eh? Tony. What Tony? What is Tony? Double tap. Shut up. There were 4 series of German banknotes. Okay, we read the first 2. The third series was introduced in 1960 by the Bundesbank, depicting neutral symbols. Oh, neutral symbols. Paintings by the German painter Albrecht Dürer, and buildings. Buildings. This is good money. It has buildings on it. We had no buildings. Now we have buildings. There were denominations of 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 500, and 1,000 marks. The series ceased to be legal tender on June 30th, 1995. Just think, they came out with this money starting in 1960 in a country where they made methamphetamine like nothing, and you could still cash out that cash up until June 30th, 1995 just by walking into the bank and asking for different money. Or deposit, whatever the fuck the case may have been, but up at some point you could just cash it out. The fourth was introduced in 1990 by the Bundesbank to counter advances in forgery technology. Yeah, well, if your money ain't shit, somebody's going to make big stacks of it and spend it anyway. The notes depicted German artists and scientists together with symbols and tools of their trade. Oh, it inspired pride in people to not take counterfeit money. Right, really? This series added a 200 mark denomination. Oh, like the pesos, right? We need a $200 Canadian bill, I think, to decrease the use of 100 mark banknotes, which made up 54% of all circulating banknotes. Really? Because in Canada, it's real close to that. And to fill the gap between the Deutschmark 100 and Deutschmark 500 denominations. So why did you need to decrease the use of the 100? In 1997-1998, new versions of 50, 100, and 200 Deutschmark were issued with improved security elements. They most likely included the little dots that will not photocopy, and probably some type of hologram. We had that 8 years earlier on R20. So the notes with the value greater than 200 marks were rarely seen. Well, unless you're a drug dealer, or you know, I think there's no drugs in Germany. A reserve series. Where is the name? Okay, BB. Which one is fucking Bundesbank? Okay, I'm going to assume that means Bundesbank. A reserve series, the letters here I'm assuming mean Bundesbank, was commissioned on July 1st, 1960, consisting of 10, 20, 50, and 100 mark banknotes. 670 million BBK2 banknotes, that's the name of the series, so I'm assuming Bundesbank, in value of 25 billion marks were printed. The notes were printed between 1963 and 1974 in fear if the Eastern Bloc would start systematically counterfeiting the BBK1 series of banknotes to cripple the economy. Then they would quickly be replaced by emergency notes. Hold on, the BBK1 is doesn't say. What the fuck? There's not any of the ones that's listed here. Okay. Another reserve series for West Berlin, BBK2A, BBK2A, was commissioned on July 1st, 1963, consisting of 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100 mark banknotes. 150, so they got cash just sitting in vaults just in case. Just in case. You think our governments don't do the same thing? China admits to doing it. And they get foreign currency so they can buy shit from other countries. 115 million West Berlin banknotes were printed. Total value 4 billion marks. You're going to make me do the math to figure out how much of each one. 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100. That's what we have. 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100. How creepy is that? I didn't see anything about one. 115 million West Berlin banknotes were printed. Total value 4 billion marks. Okay, any currency, if you have 4 billion, you're doing all right. 15 billion marks worth of the banknotes were held in Bundesbank's custom-built underground bunker in Chemco, in Rhineland. I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna learn German. Fuck you. In Rhineland-Pfalz. The rest was stored in Bundesbank's vault in Frankfurt. Between 1963 and 1974, they printed that. July 1st, 1963. That's creepy too. Canada Day. Anyway, banknotes of the 4th series. The design. I know. Where am I going with this? Banknotes of the 4th series. How come we treated German prisoners so good and they treated our prisoners so bad? Yeah, they're all dead now, so I don't care. Banknotes of the 4th series. The design of German banknotes remained unchanged during the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s. So if you had introduced that emergency money, they would have said, what the fuck is this? During this period, forgery technology made significant advances, and so in the late 1980s, so all that emergency money you printed up didn't help. You spent extra money to print that. You could have made coins or something. The Bundesbank decided to issue a new series of Deutschmark banknotes. If I was worried about them counterfeiting the fucking bills, I would have made coins and slowly made the banknotes. I would have put the banknotes back in the vault. Told everybody we don't have banknotes, we just have coins. Fuck you. The Bundesbank decided to issue a new series of Deutschmark banknotes. The colors for each denomination remained unchanged from the previous series, but the designs underwent significant changes, and a Deutschmark 200 denomination was introduced. Did we not just read that? Hold on. 63 cents. Where the fuck? 1990. Okay, 1990. Famous national artists and scientists were chosen to be portrayed on the new banknotes. Male and female artists were chosen in equal numbers. Oh, Justin Trudeau. The buildings, his cabinet, it just has to be 50% male, 50% female. Has to be. It's not 50% black. The buildings in the back, is it? The buildings in the background, I haven't seen it, so I don't know. The buildings in the background of the notes obverses had a close relationship to the person displayed, e.g. place of birth, place of death, place of work. 2 of those are not pleasant. Place of death, place of work. Wow. POW, POD, pod. As well as the second background picture, Lyra and the musician Schumann. What? The reverses of the notes refer to the work of the person on the obverse. Okay, well, then there is no reverse and obverse. It's just front and back. The new security features were a windowed security thread. Oh, really? With the notes, denominations, and microprint. That sounds familiar. Watermarks, microprinting, intaglio printing, viewing angle dependent visibility, as well as a braille representation of the notes denomination. Yeah, Canada had that. Color shifting ink on the Deutschmark 500 and 1000 denominations. A see-through registration device. I don't know what that means. And ultraviolet visible security features. First to be issued were the Deutschmark 100 and 200 denominations on October 1st, 1990, although the banknote shows Frankfurt am Main, I don't know, in the morning, 2 January 1989. The next denomination was I don't care about all this. The reason for the gradual introduction was that public should become familiar with one single denomination before introducing a new one. Oh, there was logic to that. That's crazy. That's crazy. So hold on. What did you introduce first? The hundreds and 200s. You should have started with the small ones first, because nobody's going to trust it. You want them to have lots of them in their hands. How often do they say the 100 and 200 notes? Once a month or some shit. The change was finished with the introduction of the 5 Deutschmark, 500 Deutschmark, and 1,000 Deutschmark denominations. See, denominations on October 27th, 1992. Whoa, it took you that long to get the 1,000 and the 5 done? But the 1,000 and the 5 are both very important. They're very important. I'm not going to tell you why. The last 3 denominations were rarely seen in circulation, I bet, and were introduced in one step. The 5, the 500, and the 1,000. What an odd set of combination of numbers. With the advance of forgery technology, the Bundesbank decided to introduce additional security features on the most important denominations. The 50, the 100, and 200 as of 1996. Those Jamaican nickels say 1996 on them, I think. Those toonies I always have are 1996 most of the time. They made 375 million of them. These were a hologram foil in the center of the notes obverse. Oh, a hologram foil. Yes, that's what we had. So 50, 100, 200. One of those has to be equivalent to a $20 bill in 1996. These were a hologram foil in the center of the notes obverse, a matted printing on the notes right obverse. I don't know what that means. Matted, M-A, a matte, showing its apostrophe, showing its denomination, like on the reverse of the new 5, 10, and 20 euro banknotes. Oh, that's a real helpful comparison for me, brethren. And the Orion constellation on the notes reverse. On the Deutschmark. Furthermore, the colors were changed slightly to hamper counterfeiting. Ooh, shit. I can't, I got another joint to smoke. Okay, hold on. It says value in euros, but I don't know where they're getting this value from. 5 Deutschmarks, 256 euro. 10 Deutschmark, 5, I'm going to leave the change off. 5 Deutschmark, 250 euro. 10 Deutschmark, 5 euro. 20, 10 euro. What the fuck? 50 is 25. 100 says 51. 13. 200 it says 102. 500 says 255. And 1,000 says 511. That's what it says, but I don't know. So, yeah, it's about right. The euro's worth about 2 marks, worth $2, 2 Canadian dollars. We're really close. And these are banknotes. And I can tell by looking at the thumbnails that the shit they're talking about, yeah, all those, I would be able to accept those notes here today, right now. It is not as currency because they won't take them nowhere. The German name of the, oh, I don't care about any of this.
This could be yours, along with $30,000 cash. Don't wait. The early bird deadline is in 5 days.
The English loanword Deutschmark has a slightly different spelling and 1 syllable fewer.
This is 680 News.
Now taking a look at the national forecast for today. In Halifax, mainly sunny, a high of 14
You're going to go to work.
degrees.
You're going to make masks. You're going to wear a mask. You're going to make masks.
In Montreal, mainly cloudy, a high of 11. Also mainly cloudy in Ottawa, 10 degrees there. 10 in Toronto, a chance of some showers. Some more rain in Winnipeg with a high of 17. In Regina, a mix of sun and cloud and 18 degrees. And as we head west in Calgary, sunny and 14. Up the QE2 in Edmonton, clear and 15. And also 15 degrees in Vancouver with the chance of some showers throughout the day.
This is All News Radio.
It's Sunday, April 25th. Good morning. I'm Dr. Cooner.
And I'm Josh Ritchie. Here's what's making news right now.
Prime Minister Trudeau says talks have now begun to figure out a plan to reopen the economy in each province.
While Canadians itch to get back to some form of normal, Canada's top doctor says that we must remain patient as doctors work to find a vaccine.
There's no vaccine, stupid.
Frontline workers in Ontario could see a raise after Premier Doug Ford announces a wage increase.
Ramadan has started for millions of Muslims around the world, but COVID-19 has forced the religious celebration to go virtual.
In sports, the NHL ponders how to return as COVID-19 precautions continue to put a halt to the hockey action. More at 45.
And coming up in business, a credit union has raised
codfish powder. There is protein in it. Soy, corn, wheat protein. Oh, shit.
Pivoting due to the
Sugar, cornstarch,
More on those stories coming
canola
up
oil,
in 1 minute.
spices, yeast. Really?
From the 680 News Traffic Center, I'm Michael Ranger.
I'm just
There
craving
was
some
some overnight
salt.
construction on the roads this morning. No delays anywhere. All your major routes are up to speed. Eastbound 407, numerous ramp closures there. Westbound Britannia, northbound Bramley ramps to the highway are shut down. You've got road work going on from Yonge to the 404. 5 lanes gone, so ramps shut down there as well. Northbound Yonge, northbound and southbound Bayview ramps to the highway closed. The eastbound 407 ramps to Leslie and the 404, they're also shut down. Northbound Allen Road ramp to the westbound 401 collectors, that is closed long term. You can still access the westbound 401 Express from northbound Allen. Next report at 3:41. Now let's check your forecast.
Daytime high of 10 degrees on your Sunday, cooler than our seasonal average high of 14 degrees, and we're expecting some wet weather for much of your Sunday. It's also going to be quite windy, winds gusting up to 60 kilometers an hour at some point in the afternoon, a low of 4. Your low for today, 10 degrees.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has a national strategy to get Canada back to business as usual.
Stuart McGinn reports.
This is Canada's plan forward. We need a coordinated approach nationally to avoid any confusion amongst Canadians.
No confusion allowed.
Working together on a plan based on science, data, and expert advice that lays out our common ambition to see our country through this.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says it's crucial the strategy is in place nationwide to avoid any confusion for Canadians. But that doesn't mean it'll all be the same, with every province leading the charge in their own respective situations, seeing as they're being affected by this pandemic so differently. As the federal government looks forward, they also announced today $62.5 million in funding for Canadian fisheries, a market Trudeau says plays an essential role in putting food on our tables and needs help with personal protective equipment and adapting to a shift in demand during this pandemic. I'm Stuart McGinn.
Physical distancing measures are working to slow the pandemic, but now is not the time to ease restrictions. That was a message Saturday from Chief Public Health Officer Dr. Theresa Tam, who says the hard work is being done by frontline workers to ensure the safety of residents.
We are in a pandemic, and we have all committed to protect ourselves and our families with physical distancing.
Don't want you touching me, ever.
Our message is that vaccination is
my whole nervous system is on fire all the fucking time.
About visiting a doctor's office or clinic at this time.
Oh, what
but
you
please
want?
know
What
that
you want?
healthcare providers have precautions in place to prevent the spread of infection.
Tam cautioned that while everyone is hoping for a sprint to the finish, preventing the spread of COVID-19 is a marathon, and that there are no rewards for quitting early.
Meantime, in Ontario, Premier Doug Ford says frontline workers will receive a raise of $4 an hour for the next 4 months as they help in the fight against COVID-19. That includes people working at shelters and long-term care homes. Ford says eligible workers will also receive an extra payment of $250 a month if they work more than 100 hours in a month.
Every day, these brave men and women show up. They take their post at every hospital, at every group home and shelter. They work 12-hour shifts or more. They take risks day in and day out. They do this to look out for us. And as Premier, it's my job to look out for them.
The provincial government says 350,000 workers will be eligible for the pay premium.
Staying with Ontario's Premier, Ford says he's furious at the bunch of yahoos who decided to flout physical distancing measures and emergency laws to protest outside Queen's Park in Toronto Saturday afternoon. Toronto police say the protesters complied with physical distancing guidelines and that no tickets were issued. Michelle Mackey is covering the story.
With signs reading, "Get things back on track," and "I want a haircut." A small group of protesters took to Queen's Park.
You want to fuck you.
Premier Doug Ford Ford says while the demonstrators fight government lockdowns, healthcare workers are fighting to protect the community.
But we've come such a long way. And then we have these people that want to break ranks with a 14.5 million people and just go rogue. Again, it's irresponsible, reckless, and it's selfish.
Ford says the government is working hard to open the economy as soon as possible, but the health and safety of Ontarians is the top priority. I'm Michelle Mackey.
The first death from a First Nations community in BC stems from a known cluster of cases in Alert Bay off northern Vancouver Island. Renee Bernard has more.
We've been told the victim is a 59-year-old woman with 4 grown children. Chief of the Nungies First Nation, Don Svonbeek, says he knows the family well, but so does everyone else in the tight-knit community. As for any memorials for her,
we'll have to do that when we get all this behind us.
Local physician Dr. Dan Cutfeet issued a message on Facebook to say testing is being extended to all members of the community.
I think everyone needs to know that we are testing everyone and anyone with respiratory symptoms, so like coughs, stomach issues, fevers.
Chief Svonbeek says he knows at least one person who is in the hospital but doesn't know how big the outbreak is. I'm Renee Bernard. Easter certainly looked different for Christians and Muslims celebrating Ramadan have been forced to adapt. Kareem Gouda is in Vancouver and reports the celebration is going virtual this year thanks to COVID-19.
Typically, the mosque in Burnaby on Canada Way would be busy at a time like this.
Any given Friday, we cater to about 800 to 1,200 people that pray here.
But because of physical distancing, it's been forced to close. Imam Yahya says that means people can't get together for Ramadan.
The mosques usually have these fast-breaking gatherings.
Services have been moved online, but he's trying to look at the positives.
This experience of Ramadan during a pandemic will enable us to be more grateful for the things that we took for granted.
He estimates there are about 40 to 50,000 Muslims across the Lower Mainland. I'm Kareem Gouda.
Researchers across Canada are testing a drug's effectiveness on treating COVID-19 and even preventing it. We're speaking with the lead researcher at McGill University in Montreal, Dr. Todd Lee.
Hydroxychloroquine has been on the market in Canada for decades.
The drug has been used to treat malaria and lupus and is now being tested on COVID-19. The international study started a month ago out of University of Minnesota and made its way to Quebec, Alberta, and Manitoba. They're studying 350 patients and how the drug affects the virus after having a few days of symptoms.
If they have a new diagnosis of COVID-19, and they've been sick with symptoms for less than 4 days. Those are the type of patients we're very interested in for the treatment trial.
Dr. Lee has put out a call for volunteers for the trials. Their goal is to study 1,500 people for both the early treatment and post-exposure studies. You can go online to covid-19research.ca to fill out a survey to see if you're eligible to be studying with hydroxychloroquine. In Montreal, Alicia Rubertucci, City News. Alberta is known for its rodeo culture, but unfortunately the summer's slate is likely not going to happen because of public health protocols. Some events are being altered to work under the restrictions. Cheryl Tasowski reports from Edmonton.
Zeke Thurston is a professional saddle bronc rider competing in Canada and the United States. Thurston has written off this summer for his home province.
But next summer, I'm sure a lot of this will be cleared up. Figured out. One was hope anyway.
At least one summer event will go forward as best it can. Heritage Festival in August will now be a virtual event. Organizers tell us they hope people catch Heritage Festival online and order food or pick up for delivery.
Our reach is so huge and the economic impact of this festival is so big to so many people in the city and all of Northern Alberta that any way we can continue that outreach and help these groups make a little bit of extra money is really important.
From Edmonton, Cheryl Tasowski, City News.
You're listening to All News Radio.
In times like these, shouldn't your money work even harder for you? We think so. That's why at Duca Credit Union, you get no-fee checking accounts. You also get high interest on deposits and investments, and low mortgage rates. Plus, you get to share in the profits. That's the Duca difference. And now, get rates as low as 2.49% on a 5-year fixed mortgage when you switch to Duca. Find out how at mortgage.duca.com. Do more, be more, achieve more with Duca Credit Union. Conditions apply.
Hey Toronto, this is Serge Ibaka.
You've probably been hearing a lot about staying home recently.
Yes, sir.
But how can you stay home if you don't have one?
Well,
Fred Victor is helping the homeless during these difficult times, and they need your support now more than ever. Until April 30, the Surgical Cap Foundation will match every donation up to $100,000. So help the homeless by
like
donating
each $100,000 donation, or just a total? How much money did you make last year, buddy?
We're at home, so are you, but we've got the stories to get you through this. Listen at thebigstorypodcast.ca or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the 680 News Traffic Center, I'm Michael Ranger. We've got construction on the eastbound 407 this morning. Numerous ramp closures shut down there. Westbound Britannia and northbound Bramley ramps.
Washer dryer combo unit on some sort of overpass.
Between Young and the 404, 5 right lanes gone. Ramps closed because of this. Northbound Young, northbound southbound Baby ramps to the highway. The eastbound 407 ramps to Leslie and the 404, they are also closed. Northbound Allen Road ramp to the westbound 401 collectors, that is shut down for long-term construction. You're still able to access the westbound 401 Express from northbound Allen. Next report at 3:51. Now let's check your forecast.
A daytime high of 10 degrees on your Sunday, but it's going to be a wet one. You're going to need your umbrella if you do have to head outdoors. Also, a gusty day. Winds gusting out of the east up to 60 kilometers an hour, a low of 4. Monday, partly cloudy skies with a daytime high of 10 and a low of 3. Your high for today, 10 degrees.
Bastard.
You're listening to All News Radio. Canada's chief public health officer is warning against provinces relying on the strategy of COVID-19 herd immunity to reopen businesses and schools. That strategy involves exposing a large portion of the healthy population to the novel coronavirus in a measured, gradual way to help them develop a natural immunity. Tam said despite evidence indicating the old and chronically ill are most vulnerable, young and healthy people can also suffer severe symptoms from COVID-19.
The idea of sort of generating natural immunity is actually not something that I think should be undertaken. I personally think that, we, as the chief medical officers, we would, really be extremely cautious about that kind of approach.
Tam says there is currently no evidence that people who have recovered from COVID-19 cannot catch it a second time. It's 43 minutes past the hour. You're listening to All News Radio.
Which hour?
You need to know
the latest breaking news, traffic, and weather.
Turn to 680 News.
Toronto.
What about the sports?
The numbers are staggering. In Canada, on average, 2 employees are killed every day in work-related incidents. Many more are injured or become sick from hazardous substances. UA Local 853 Sprinkler Fitters of Ontario points out that April 28th is International Day of Mourning, a day to remember those killed or injured. On April 28th, let's pause to remember those lost or hurt while working and commit to a safer workplace. A message from the membership of UA Local 853 Sprinkler Fitters of Ontario. Visit ualocal853.org.
In uncertain times, it's been famously said, look for the helpers. At Amica, we think you should also look for the seniors. Seniors have so much wisdom and experience to share. More than anyone else, they can help put these days into perspective.
Really?
So look for the seniors in your life. Give them a reassuring call. And don't be surprised if they end up reassuring you.
Oh.
A message from Amica Senior Lifestyles.
This is All News Radio.
Good morning, I'm Karen Cooner. Here's what's making news right now. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says talks have started on how to reopen the economy and keep Canadians united. He says each province is different, so the plan for each part of the country will be approached appropriately. He says the coordinated approach will be backed by science and data in an effort to avoid confusion for each province.
I'm Sam Pike with Sportsnet. Over in the NFL, the computer screen flash as the first ever 2020 remote trap finishes up.
Back on Thursday with the first pick, the Cincinnati Bengals selected LSU quarterback Joe Burrow. And Burrow's coming off a very good season, a record-breaking one where he threw for 60 touchdowns in just 15 games with another 5 on the ground. And great news for 2 Canadian players. The Pittsburgh Steelers selected receiver Chase Claypool in the 2nd round on Friday. The former Notre Dame star says he was surprised to be a Steeler. Claypool last spoke to the Pittsburgh head coach Mike Tomlin at the Senior Bowl back in January. A defensive lineman Neville Gallimore went to the Dallas Cowboys in the 3rd round. And over in the NHL, players, fans, and coaches all speculate as to when and how hockey could return.
Never going to come back. Ever. It's done. No more hockey. Ever. Never. Fuck you. Hockey's dead. Hockey's as dead as Boris Johnson.
Arenas and getting the league sort of completed at those 4 sites. That's certainly a plan that's gaining some momentum. It's certainly not by any stretch of the imagination.
Premier Jason Kenney and NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman discussed Edmonton as one of the 4 potential.
Your Premier's talking to the sports guy. Wow. Our Premier's got the sports companies making medical equipment. Fucking dummy. You fucking dummy. You're not going to be able to buy sports equipment. In fact, he's making masks. The beer started to see them. I think they all have a black period somewhere. No, I did. I don't know what the fuck you did to this crack of paper.
With my niggas in the trash, put it in, flip it quick, get it back, add me up. With my niggas in the room, cleaning up, sweeping up with a broom. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Double cup. So I got a couple racks today. Didn't think I'd make it, but I made it back today. Cashing out in the bank every day. Put in work, get paid. Where my niggas at? Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party, I don't wanna lie. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party, I don't wanna lie. I just wanna party, I don't wanna lie. I just wanna party, I don't wanna lie. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party, I don't wanna lie. Just got off the plane, juice all in my veins. 6 buzzing my name, no one else these flames. Fucking Friday night, I ain't playing no games. I'm that West End chick that was raised in the lane.
This dumb with some dried up piece of bread and some
fake cake. But they can't get a hold of me. It's free top Friday BT. Raise a bar for the scene. If the work ain't clean, don't come for me. They show up before, but they don't want to come around. I'm ride this way, put the water right now.
And a blood test.
Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party, I don't wanna lie. Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party, I don't wanna lie. I just wanna party.
You don't like my skin, my hair don't like my skin, my bones don't like my skin, my blood don't like my skin.
Fucking Friday night, where the fuck is everybody? I just wanna party, I don't wanna lie.
I give up on making these things better. I'm not reading anymore. No. Fuck you.
Tell them that the squad's here. Give up on the plan, fam. Every year is our year. Top tier, toe tagging, coke magnum, both banging. Park one of y'all after somersault of Volkswagen. No bragging, I'm the hottest offer on the table still. Stocks 80 mil, it never drops like a cable bill. Play the fill and dash while I jump a trillion hurdles. So we can't share trash cause we run in different circles. Journals full of classics, livers full of craters. Got so many pictures, I might give some to the neighbors. Gorillas in the business all filled with imitators. This the rawest fucking course, bro. You dealing with the brain. Hey, yo, fuck a hook, straight bars and still make it sound tight. Ain't ball with a real one sound like. Cloud wearing rappers
There's a hole between the fire and the other end. It's useless. It will not fucking dry. You want to tell me this shit? I'm going to pay more than the next one.
Every boss like a bullet in your brain will get spilled, and the chamber is filled to make the whack retire their appetite. Let's make that shit rapid fire. This your last reminder. If you pass the wire, I'll blow up your flow sucks. You a massive liar. The assassin's Tyler put it up, they kill it up. Wait, they suffer in a cupcake filling. Tie your ass up to the duct tape, stick it to your face, cause your face looks a subway shit. Hey yo, fuck a hook, straight bars and still make it sound
the whole fucking thing is burning sideways. It's fucking useless. You want to use a business, you want to sell this shit, store it, I will tell you.
But I gotta reach up with it. Joe King knows when the smoke screen go up. Cold nights and rocks, the rose are nocturnal. Parole life, we hot pearls, the block's fertile. Hot pearls like spots from the cross circles. Shots burrow when a cop's not hot inferno. Crawl through the depths where they won't protect you. Check you with all due respect. Ain't no fuck a hook, straight bars and still make it sound tight. Ace blood with a real one sound like. Cloud on the rack, hit them with a ground strike. On the runway, we giving them a round flight. Bitch, a lingerie, cruising on my way to Scotland. James Harden, rocking shot, going in, don't try to guard him, beg your pardon. T-Gram, fuck your name, God's finest. Everything you drop, Thomas, get your spot minus. Fiends sniffing, they sniffer without a stop signing. Play chairs over S, leaning like rock climbing. Fuck the top, shit is over when I stop rhyming. Okay, I'm shutting down the slot top and pumping. It's bumping, just read up, pots and jumping. Fuck up my trap house, if you ain't copping nothing. Half a 38, probably rocking something. Rocking stuff, knocking on the phantom of the opera running. The cost of nothing is the most expensive. Close the trench with my co-defendants, hoping that they go to settings. My whole squad mostly henchmen. Hey yo, fuck a hook, straight bars and still make it sound tight. T-Grams what a real one sound like. Cloud line of rappers hit them with a ground strike. On the one way, we giving them a round flight.
These papers are watermarked, so this won't happen. And it's still happening. The whole fucking twice. If I had to do that twice, I just wasted like about 4 or 6 emails on this shit. What the fuck was the point? If it's burning sideways, it is not. Look at all the smoke. It's not going in my fucking lungs. None of it's going in my lungs. I got a different path right here.
I'll show you one time, force you to learn. I'ma show you one time, force you to learn. Then it's over for you clowns and you forfeit your turn. Torture and burn, kill with no remorse or concern. I put your ashes on a mantle in a porcelain urn. Court is adjourned, only bids handed out, no speaking. You better watch your step, cuz no sleeping. Put your goons in a hot whip, slow creeping. Hopping out, masked up, the flow deepens. These are cats that blasted for no reason. They were out for the cause, blasted low kickers. Blast of a dying breed, you don't wanna die and bleed. You will perish violently if you see the iron squeeze. Shit is gonna get mucky. No miracles, you ain't gonna get lucky. It isn't gonna play like that. You gon' stick and you gon' stay like that. Play great fly, you gone. It's a homicide. Family and your mama cry, permanently traumatized. On the grind and the murder rate is on the rise. Only the strong survive. Strong survive, you gone. It's a homicide. Family and your mama cry, permanently traumatized. On the grind and the murder rate is on the rise. Only the strong survive. Strong survive.
Shit waiting for the rush, keep the 40 tucked. Talking about you let the 40 buck nigga story up. Corner hot, road shot, followed home. Police watching, 10 drop, pimps talking, hoes that be street walking. A deep option is to get the beat popping. A peace offering went to sand, rest in peace often. Sleep coffin 6 feet, death is a month. Rested in cuff, prison ride next to the
all I wanted was the fucking road.
Keep us warm in the night. With North Face, bottom ace, but we pouring the light. Tunnel vision, eyes knock, all I see is $1. Piece of shit in the mirror, all I see is my father, fuck him. The game got us all twisted in the hurricane. Lost my mind when the crime came and the murders came. So all my niggas getting bread on the grind. There's no bail when you're locked doing federal time.
You gone, bah, it's a homicide.
homicide. Family and your mama cry, permanently traumatized. On the grind and the murder rate is on the rise. Only the strong survive. Strong survive, you gone. Bah, it's a homicide. Family and your mama cry, permanently traumatized. On the grind and the murder rate is on the rise. Only the strong survive. Strong survive. Any motherfucker to come harder than me and Grand. Use the blam, empty the clip until I see him land. All out, empty the strip. People fleeing grand. I need a plan, triple beam scale and a kid grand. Illegal jams, no options available. Coppers are tailing you, close friends failing you. Henny ginger ale, a two cushion, a glass jar, cocaine moving dope fast.
You must smell the blood from the radar since you come on
in a firestorm, trying to live the life of a G in a higher form. My dogs are riding for blood in and blood out. If you ain't down with my team, bitch, get the fuck out. I take a bullet for my fam, I'm my brother's keeper. It ain't about no music, the struggle's deeper. Drugs and tweakers searching for the best rock, trap house, T-grams, crack man, next shot. It's a homicide. Family and your mama cry, permanently traumatized. On the grind and the murder rate is on the rise. Only the strong survive. Strong survive, you gone. It's a homicide. Family and your mama cry, permanently traumatized. On the grind and the murder rate is on the rise. Only the strong survive. Strong survive.
Holy shit, it burned right through the fucking... What the fuck is up with that? What did you do to these papers, Virgil? Shoot back, yeah, 3 and 10, 3 and 10. Why aren't you disinfecting the streets? Why would you? Can someone please explain why people bag up dog shit and then throw the dog shit in the bag? Like, why is it about picking it up?
So what then?
They spend money on the bags to pick up the dog shit and throw it places. These same assholes are the ones that complain about it.
I'm from the West End. Nigga, what you saying? I'm from the West End. I'm from the West End. Yo, I'm coming straight from the West End. Move from the Jane to the West End. Watch how you talk when you walk through my hood, cause you know that my niggas be pressing. Heavy artillery weapons. Ain't really into the questions. I ain't condoning no violence. The youngins are wildin', they move kinda reckless. Got the keys, police stay patting niggas. Say cheese, I'm familiar face taxing niggas. Safety, didn't even wanna slap the nigga, he made me. Ain't nobody telling me nothing. I knew from a youngin' that I be the one that hit something. Now all of these rappers is bugging. You live in the birds and you act like you came up from nothing. Shout out to my niggas on the plaza. Lane to connections outside Gaza. When I roll my backwood, better have grabber. Never leave the house without my iPhone charger. Wallahi, my Molly's a rocker. Abdi Muhammad Mustafa. African man, that's my barber. Jamaican man, that's my shopper. Tell him the truth. Tell them the truth. These rappers, they lie in the booth. Lie in the booth. What's that got the realest? Just look at the proof. I'm living proof. The city's so litty cause we got the juice. We got the juice. So we got the juice. I'm from the West End. I'm from the West End. Nigga, what you saying? I'm from the West End. I'm from the West End. Nigga, what you saying? Then strip, jungle to the Rex, we deep. I can tell a West End nigga by the way you speak, Birds chirping loud in the hood, always lose they beaks. Know that shotty with bodies got dumped in the creek. Stop, freeze, what I mean looking for me. The chick I got that degree, what do you mean? Bitch, you don't know what I seen. Bitch, you ain't been on the scene. Record is clean, I'm too wavy. Make her get men wanna date me. I got the sauce, gravy. More than they cannot replace me. Cause I'm from the West End. Bitch, nigga, better watch that top and find out you talk to the cops. So when it turn hot on your block. I'm from the West End. So they claim you a bad man, but y'all what a bad girl crew. Let me show you what a bad girl do. But you didn't know that I'm from the West End. I'm from the West End. Nigga, what you saying? I'm from the West End. from the West End.
Good morning, it's Sunday, April 26th. I'm Josh Ritchie.
And I'm Justin Trudeau. Making news right now.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says talks have now started on how to reopen the economy in each province and keep Canadians united.
Chief Public Health Officer Dr. Theresa Tam says doctors continue to search for a vaccine, but she urges Canadians to stay patient as more and more itch to get back to normal.
In Ontario, frontline workers are receiving a slight boost from the government there with a $4 an hour wage increase.
In an effort to help the homeless on the West Coast, those who live in tent cities in both Vancouver and Victoria are being moved into hotels.
In sports, the first ever remote NFL draft finishes up as two lucky Canadians hear their names called. More at 15.
And coming up in business, a credit union has raised a huge sum from its members, $200 million, to fund loans for small companies pivoting due to the pandemic.
More on these stories coming up in 1 minute on All News Radio.
1 minute?
From the 680 News Traffic Center, I'm Michael Ranger. Roads are very lightly traveled at this hour of the morning, so no delays on any of them. We are dealing with some overnight construction, which means there are some ramps that are closed. Eastbound 407, no access to the highway from northbound Yonge, northbound, southbound Bayview. Ramps to the highway there shut down as well. East 407 ramps to Leslie and the 404 are closed. That's all for overnight construction. If you're traveling northbound on the 404 from the 407 up to Highway 7, the HOV and the 3 left lanes do have construction, but everything remains up to speed. Northbound Allen ramp to the westbound 401 collectors closed for long-term construction. Next report at 411. Now let's check the forecast.
A daytime high of 10 degrees on your Sunday, cooler than our seasonal average high of 14 degrees, and we're expecting some wet weather for much of your Sunday. It's also going to be quite windy, winds gusting up to 60 kilometers an hour at some point in the afternoon, a low of 4. Your high for today, 10 degrees.
The ease back to normal is still a ways off, but Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says talks have started on how to reopen the economy and keep Canadians united.
Stuart McGinn has the latest.
The Prime Minister says the premiers and the federal government have come to an agreement to build a national strategy for opening Canada's economy back up again.
The economy and the realities of each province and territory are unique, so the timing and specific measures will be different across jurisdictions.
Justin Trudeau says the coordinated approach backed by science and data from across the country will help avoid any confusion for Canadians. But he stressed the importance of this next phase being approached correctly so we don't take any steps back. As part of Trudeau's daily address, he also announced more funding, this time going to Canadian fisheries. $62.5 million has been allocated to the industry and its processing plants for personal protective equipment and supplies as they adapt to new protocols and changing demand. Trudeau says they continue to play a key role in putting food on our tables. I'm Stuart McGinn.
After physical distancing measures and a virtual shutdown of the economy, the question on minds across Canada is when will things go back to normal? Speaking on Saturday, Chief Public Health Officer Dr. Theresa Tam noted the efforts of several Canadian scientists working hard to find a vaccine.
With the COVID-19 pandemic still in high force, there is an urgent need for this accelerated process, focused on delivering a safe and effective vaccine. And the world is responding in equal force with 20 institutions and companies working on expedited vaccine development, while over 70 countries are working collectively to accelerate research on treatments.
Tam adds when it comes to relaxing social restrictions and easing back into a functional economy, she and her counterparts are looking at some of the epidemic criteria for consideration.
In Ontario, the Ford government has announced a significant increase in wages for healthcare workers for the next 4 months. Ford says nurses, personal support workers, cleaners, correctional service officers, and many others will earn an extra $4 per hour. The Premier says it is needed to maintain staffing levels in busy long-term care homes and hospitals due to COVID-19.
For those looking after COVID-19 patients, for those working in our long-term care homes, for those caring for our most vulnerable, and for those working in close quarters, maintaining order in our correctional facilities. For these heroes, getting up every day, getting back in the fight, getting back to the front lines, comes at a great price.
An average worker putting in at least 40 hours per week would earn an increase of roughly $3,500 more over the next 4 months.
A small group of protesters are urging the provincial government in Ontario to lift the emergency order and end the pandemic shutdown. They took to Queen's Park in Toronto on Saturday to share their message, and Premier Ford is furious. Michelle Mackey has more.
Signs reading, "Get things back on track," and "I want a haircut," visible in the crowd of 40 to 50 protesters. And Premier Doug Ford has a stern message for them.
99.9% of the people in this province are working together, side by side. That's the reason we were able to see a flattening of the curve.
The other 0.1%, Ford calls a bunch of yahoos. The Premier says the government is working hard to open the economy as soon as possible, but the health and safety of Ontarians is the first priority. The protesters complied with physical distancing guidelines, and no tickets were issued. I'm Michelle Mackey.
Across the country in BC, with 2 more deaths from COVID-19 confirmed in that province, on Saturday they've hit 100 total province-wide. And as Bethlehem Merriam reports, there's also been a jump in cases with 95.
The dramatic spike in cases is linked to the Mission Correctional Institution, where 106 inmates and 12 staff members have contracted the virus. Dr. Bonnie Henry says over the last few days, they've tested all inmates and staff who have any symptoms at all.
I think we are making headway in dealing with this issue. There are currently only 2 inmates who are in hospital at this time, but it is a very challenging virus.
An emotional Dr. Henry also added, like all the deaths recorded, one of the latest ones is a tragedy, the first individual in a First Nations community. I'm Bethlehem Merriam.
Staying in BC, the first case related to a First Nations community came from Alert Bay, a tiny community off northern Vancouver Island. Renee Bernard reports the town has now extended its state of emergency.
The victim is a 59-year-old woman with 4 grown children. Chief of the Numgees First Nation, Don Svanvik, says given Cormorant Island only has 1,500 people, this is a sad occasion. A cluster of cases has been identified on the island, and just how many people are in the hospital, Svanvik can't say.
I don't have any official numbers, so I believe there is one more.
Local physician Dr. Dan Cutfeet took to Facebook to keep people's spirits up.
These are challenging times, and I think everyone's tired and ready for lives to resume.
Chief Svanvik says the memorial for the woman will have to wait until gatherings can happen again. I'm Renee Bernard.
Mosques will be empty this year as Ramadan celebrations are certain to look different thanks to the pandemic. Kareem Gouda is in Vancouver and has more.
Imam Yahya works at the Big Mosque in Burnaby on Canada Way.
We've tried to make our services accessible to as many platforms as we possibly can.
That includes YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram.
Although the community does appreciate our efforts in trying to move things online, it's not the same as an in-person lesson or sermon, so they are definitely looking forward to coming back.
Yeah, since all the mosques are closed, they're also not able to get together for a meal when they break their daily fast after sunset. I'm Kareem Gouda.
Germs, they're everywhere, and the pandemic has just made us more aware of them now. One entrepreneur in Vancouver has created a device designed to help you avoid contact with them when out in public. Miranda Fatur joins us with more on the invention and a new initiative in British Columbia aimed at getting young people involved in business.
Keychain size copper device is called the Comate. Verdicchio says the idea hit him when he was trying to solve one of his own problems.
To get out of my building to the garbage, I have to go through 3 doors. And it's just nasty, really.
The Comate costs about $30, with $1 of every sale going to Food Banks Canada. And it's not just adults coming up with new ideas. Face of Today, a Vancouver-based mental health resource center, is hosting a startup contest encouraging youth to get into the entrepreneurial spirit.
We are looking for business ideas that maybe are there is no school no more. Just make money. A solution or a need to the goods and services that have been completely removed from COVID-19.
The final date to submit startup ideas is May 25th. In Richmond, Miranda Fatur, City News.
It's 9 minutes past the hour. You're listening to All News Radio.
I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat.
I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink.
The Scott Mission has been helping Toronto's hungry and homeless since 1941, and they